And we are back. What's up, y'all? Welcome to game night-ish here at Heavy Cardboard. For that one commenter, I'm sorry that we're talking and not playing a game. I apologize. That said, I'm Edward.
Derek.
Trey.
Ken.
All right, tonight we have the culmination of what is upwards of about 20 hours worth of work, I would say, with this, for this show and everything. We had a 5-hour stream thereabouts earlier this week. Mm-hmm. A day this Saturday? Was it Saturday? I think it was Saturday.
Yes.
For our number 50 to 21. And now this is our top 20. Mm-hmm. So this is the elite of the elite So welcome everybody watching live around the world as well as after the fact. We have some housekeeping. It's good housekeeping though that we have to take care of. Let me go and bring that up real quick. So there we go. All right. So first off, we're up to 762. So big thanks to Elmar, Tor L, Mike P, and Mataba K over in Tehran. What's up? Cheers. Cumbies to the rescue today. So, hey, thanks y'all for all the support. Thanks to all the patrons out there. Thanks to everybody out there that just watches, likes, and subscribes. It really does help the channel. Couple more things. Special shout out today to, I'm going to try, Janko Rosic, I think.
That's what I would have said.
Yeah? All right. If you would have, I feel like I did good work
There's
here.
no diacritical marks, so you can't really tell, but probably.
My bad. Anyway, Janko's been a patron for quite a while, so just wanted to say thank you. Really appreciate the support very, very much. Also, on that note, we've had 3 patrons upgrade their patronage. So, Daniel R., Ali M., and Andre M. Thank you also for the bump in support. Really, really does. It not only makes it worth it, but like it helps keep us motivated. So that's awesome. I really, really appreciate that. So I still have Stressbotics Odyssey here on the table. I've been working on getting ready for the stream for that today, as well as getting ready for the stream tonight. But yeah, I'm stoked for this. How about y'all?
Yep.
Yeah?
It's something.
It's a lot of games. There is more crossover here to be expected.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
I would think, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's more crossover. Well, there's a lot of crossover, and some of the numbers, it's thin early to start, and then it
Yeah,
gets...
that's how it would work.
I mean, particularly it makes sense that we would cross over with you, right? Because we're all part of the channel because we started watching your show.
Yeah, I guess that makes
And we
sense. That's fair.
must share at least some taste with
yes,
you, right?
Right, yeah.
So.
And I would argue, I mean, outside of the rare game, Notre Dame, that like all of the games that are on y'all's list so far, I'd totally be down to play. There's one on your list tonight that nope, just flat out no.
Okay.
Outside, but
Nope.
other than
Nope.
that,
Flat out no.
yeah, just flat out no.
Okay.
There is, but outside of that, everything else, yeah, I'm down for. So I'm looking forward to this. Y'all ready?
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right, let's let me make some adjustments.
Kyle's
Here.
right. I wish I brought a Guinness. I'll have one when I get home.
I mean,
That
it
sounds
is
nice.
St. Patty's Day.
I do have one in the fridge.
Yeah,
just-
me too.
We had our St. Patty's Day last week. Jess and I did. And it was great. Anyway, doesn't matter. All right, y'all ready? Let's do this. So we're gonna do it in the same order. So
Yep.
Shrey, you're up, dude.
My number 20 is on someone else's list, so
Oh.
we'll skip right by that.
Okay, Ken.
My number 20 is also on somebody else's list.
Okay. Derek,
That's me.
That's you.
My number 20 is Shakespeare. It's 2015 by Havre Rigel. R-I-G-A-L. But beyond that, Shakespeare is a fantastic game that you basically putting on plays in London. And you'll have different actors that you'll be paying, hopefully at the end, because you'll lose some points if you don't. But there's a really interesting ambience track. And you're trying to push it one way or the other so you don't take negative points at the end of the round. And it plays pretty much on round 4 and round 6, you're going to be scoring. You'll be scoring your plays, so you're kind of setting yourself up for that. And there's a really nice chicken that you're going to play, whether you get first or second, because there's like an auction at the very beginning, and you have these little containers in your wooden discs, I guess, in your hand, and you'll bid on turn order, and that's going to be super important because you're going to be drafting additional characters that you'll have in each round. And I really enjoy Shakespeare because it's a super tight game. It could be really, really evil, and you could be really mean, or you could try to avoid each other as much as possible. But Shakespeare, fantastic game. My number 20.
Okay.
Nice.
I don't.
I've never played it. It's near the top of my want to play list.
Okay.
I love the theme so much.
Yeah.
And everything I've read about it makes me want to play it. So
I had played this with Candace, and I
Candace of BGG.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes, and she had never
Also
played
a
it before.
BGG,
Yeah,
so,
I also do BGG stuff, and we always play old games because she's relatively new. And that when we played that,
Which is amazing.
She immediately purchased it while we were playing
Voracious
it,
appetite
and she was like,
games.
"I am now going to bring this home." And she's been playing it, and she just loves the fact of how you can push each other out of first, and you can kind of give somebody negative points just because by the way you're playing. But Shakespeare is a fantastic game. It's super tight and lots of player interaction.
Awesome. And Alyssa in chat's like, I've never heard of this. That's my favorite thing about this list, is turning people onto games that they maybe haven't played or heard about, or reminding them of games that, that's awesome.
And there's a lot of movement in the game to have different ways of playing, even though everybody's going the exact same route.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, no, I don't think I've played it. If I played it, I've, what?
The Twitch chatter is correct that if you're friends with Scott F, you will have played Shakespeare.
Shakespeare at some point?
He's a
Okay,
huge
that's
fan,
fair.
Just like
Or,
Derek.
or with me because I have a
Yes.
copy.
Yes.
Right. Irene says that over on Twitch. So my, please
I have
continue.
an Oregon-related
But
anecdote.
take all the time you need for that. I'm here for it.
So, pre-kids,
Okay.
my wife and I went to the Oregon Shakespeare Festival
The Renfen is
basically every year.
It
for
is
like
a
7 years.
It is an. I've never
It
been.
is amazing.
It is a really big deal out there. Yes.
So when my daughter was maybe like 11,
Yeah.
she was kind of old enough that we felt like, this is something we could actually do with her now. So
and
we
she
went
would
back.
enjoy that, right?
And now in Ashland, Oregon,
Yep.
there's a board game store. It's that kind of town. It's a really small town, but it's the kind of town that would have a board game store.
Sure.
And the
That
reason I
also
know
hosts
that this game
the
exists
Renfen.
is because they have like 10 copies of this game in the storefront window.
That's awesome.
And I was like, I almost snap bought
It's
it, but I was
beautiful,
like,
too.
if I
The
didn't
artwork
have to
is
like throw it
really
in an already full suitcase and bring it home, I'd probably own it at this
It's a little
point.
harder
That's
to get
awesome.
right now because I don't
Yeah.
think I think it's out of print. But Shakespeare number 20.
Awesome.
Nice. And me.
My number 20 is higher. Way higher on somebody else's list. So we'll move on. So before we go any further, yay.
Wow.
You
go.
know what
keep the train
motivates me?
rolling.
That's what I'm talking about.
Not one, but two?
Two. Seriously. So Bill W. and Z and V N. Z and
Z
V.
ampersand?
Yes.
Okay.
And then their last name, and I'm just shortening N.
Love
so cheers to all
Cheers.
three of
Cheers.
you. Awesome.
It's gonna go like that before I drink.
So somebody asked, what would you consider a successful patron drive? I didn't really have a number, but humans, like, with our base 5, base 10 thing, like round numbers are nice.
Yeah.
So 100.
100 sounds great.
So
We're
if we
getting
can get to
there.
800, that'd be
getting there.
ridiculous.
Let's
That'd
go.
be fantastic. I would love that. So thank you for the
already been
support.
great.
That's your number 20. Nobody else has got number 20.
Just me and 20.
That's just you alone on number 20. Shrey.
Your number
Yes,
19?
my number 19 is actually one I'll talk about. It is Ginkgopolis. So I think everybody knows how much people like Ginkgopolis in our group, right?
Yes.
It is a
Jess's favorite game.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
It is a fantastic game. The you've got this drafting, you got this area majority where you're constantly taking over people's tiles. The drafting really is where I find the most interesting aspect of the game. You really have to plan for what areas you want to go after and how do you want to build your engine, while also potentially taking the cards away from the people who are getting the cards after you, right? Because you don't want to like build up an area only to pass a card that someone's going to basically take it right away from you, right?
Doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good, man.
But you can put yourself in a position where you don't have that
Yes.
engine set up and you're just like floundering because you don't have the tiles, you don't have the resources, and it's challenging. So there's a lot there to really have to think about, and it plays so fast.
It is
So quick.
great. It excels at 3 players. It is best at 3 players. But even for me, it's a hard game to teach because it's so weird,
Yeah.
and it's one of those you kind of got to see it for it to make sense. Like you can't describe how to play the game to somebody without actually physically doing it because it's too opaque.
It is one of those games where you're sort of like, I'm not a graphic designer. But when I look at it, I'm like, is there a different presentation of this game that would make more sense to people's
And when they
brains?
reprinted it, it looked exactly the same.
Yeah, totally. Right? So, like maybe there just isn't. Maybe it's just bound to be kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's like perfectly developed too. Because
Yeah.
it's like everything is used, and you know everything
Yeah.
is going to come out, and it's all perfect information, and
It's a game that definitely knows what it wants to be, for sure.
yeah.
It's super. It's one of those games that like the first time you play it, you're off. I think most people might have a moment where they're like, "This game is kind of playing me. I don't really feel like I'm doing anything."
Yeah, because of the choices might feel like they're not there.
But once you played it 3 or 4 times, you're like, "Oh no,
Yes.
I have actually quite a bit of control. I just have to really know what I'm doing."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does
for
reward.
sure.
It does reward skill.
Yeah.
This just in on Thursday. There's a very good chance that I'm actually going to do my number 51 to 100 list, partially to save myself grief that I know I'm
So
going to
people
get.
know that you also like those games. You could just make a disclaimer like, whatever game you're thinking of,
It's probably in
I
that.
like it.
I like it. Yeah.
most likely.
So here's the deal.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
That
That
was-
there's still going to be games that are left.
That
out,
was
right?
in my top 50. I think it was in my top 20 last time I did this
Oh,
list.
interesting.
So it slid a little bit,
Sure.
but it's still in my top 100. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a great game, and
Wonderful.
and it's frustrating as all get out in the way that we want games to be frustrating, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that is your number 19.
And-
Gink. Yep, we'll do it after. Keep going. We'll finish going through. What's your number 19?
My 19's higher on somebody else's list.
What's your 19?
My 19 is higher on somebody's list.
Mine ain't, and I don't know why.
What is it?
Glory to Rome.
Well, it was between 21 and 50 for
Yeah, it
I
was.
think
Yeah,
all
yeah,
three
yeah.
of us,
Yeah.
actually.
So now we're gonna act like that list doesn't count or doesn't exist in a sense that it's a different stream. We're gonna
We're still
talk
gonna
about
talk
it.
about
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Because
Right.
we didn't really talk
in
about
the
it.
far few in 150 years from now, when people are watching this stream,
Clearly,
you know,
that way
may not have
they may
seen
not
the
have
other
seen
one.
21 through
So,
50. Right.
yeah.
So look, Glory to Rome, Carl Chittick, the ultimate and maybe the OG multi-use card game. I think.
His first design with multi-use cards,
is,
right?
is there one before that? I don't think so.
I think so. Think so.
I think it's the
Yeah.
first multi-use
Could
card.
be.
So
This is like 2000, right? Like it's pretty old.
it's
What, the cartoon version?
yeah, the original version.
2005.
okay. So Glory to Rome. Yes, we'll get to that in a minute. That.
Yeah, matters to the channel.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah. So it's every game is or every card is it's a card tucking game, a card not really a deck builder, not really a hand builder. It's just a card game.
Yeah, it's a tableau builder.
That's probably a better way to
Where
put
you, like most tableau builders have one type of card. Like on your table, they do different things based
Right,
potentially
right.
within the powers. But this one is like you got four.
You have five. You have five different things that you can do with this card.
Yeah.
You can either depending on how you use the card, you tuck it into one of the four cardinal directions on your player board. Your player board's this big, but and the fifth thing is you can actually build the building, which is this grossly overpowered, ridiculous power, whatever that might be.
It places you on the map for everybody else.
Right. And it's chaos, yet it's controllable chaos in a sense. It's kind of like what you had just said about Gink. You're like, oh, I actually have more control here than originally meets the eye.
Sure.
And so it as the type of game that it is, I think it's perfect.
Yeah, unlike Ginkgopolis, it's also extremely mean.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
because you might need a resource, and you've seen that somebody's
Yeah.
been collecting this thing marble.
Yeah.
And you just might ask them, Ken, would you like? I would
Right,
like
yeah.
some marble from
Yeah.
you.
So
Would you reply?
where the Glory to Rome board
Yeah.
comes from is from the Legionnaire in Glory to Rome, which is when you play it, you get to demand from both of your neighbors
Yes.
a resource. You play a resource, say, hey, I want marble. And then if they have marble, they have to give you a marble. If
Yep.
they don't have any, they have to show you their hand and ever so politely declare glory to Rome, i.e., you don't get no marble from me.
Today.
And so thus the Glory to Rome board was born, and there you go. But no, I think it's as close to a perfect job at what it's trying to do in building a tableau and using these cards in unique ways. And it's not complex, but it also is not easy.
It was very deep.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
What's funny about it is it's not really a tableau build. It's sort of like you can build a tableau, and as long as none of the other players notice what you're doing, it's going to be great.
Scoot this way.
If they do,
yes. All right, there you go. Yeah.
they're probably going to find a way to screw your tableau up.
Right.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So like
The better you're doing, the more everybody's out for
it's
you.
not really like an engine builder. It's a like figure out how to like be in the right place at the right time kind of a game, which is it's really good at that.
Yeah.
One of the things I really like about the rules and it is that there's a lot of like so many unique cards, right? All these different powers, and how are they going to interact? How are you going to hit some edge cases, right? That's going to be a problem.
Sure.
Literally in the rules, it says something to the effect of, if you're wondering whether you can do this thing but you're like a little confused because of like some other text here on the table, yeah, go ahead. Yes, you can. You can do it. Fine. And it's like, yeah.
Very permissive in that regard, right?
Right.
But still hella mean. So there you go. That's my number 19, Glory to Rome. And by the way, don't go trying to find a copy of the black box edition. When we last talked about this, somebody mentioned somebody's probably printing it right now. There are files out there. The rights have reverted back, but it's just never going to be reprinted. So if you...
The original cartoon version is available.
It is.
People can find that. Just the black box with the beautiful artwork and the restructuring.
What you do for your own personal enjoyment, not for resale, is your business. So, my number 19, Glory to Rome. On that note... We are killing it tonight. Well, y'all are killing it tonight. So cheers to Kara, probably. Cheers.
Cheers.
Sneakers up.
Thank you very, very much for the support. I'm having fun. Let's keep this rolling. All right. So we're up to number 18. Shrey, what you got?
Yes, it's me. All right. So my number 18 is the crew, the quest for Planet 9. That is the original The Crew.
Crew. Yes.
Die Crew, trick-taking game. So this is an odd one for me because I've played it the most online. It came out Essen 2019, and when I heard about the buzz coming out of Essen, I ordered the German copy, got it in time for Lobstrap, our main local convention after Essen, and played it a few times there. I was like, this is fantastic. This is amazing. And then, COVID happened. And so a few of us played online. Derek and a couple other people played online through the entire thing.
Yeah. At 4 players.
Yeah. And that holds such a strong memory for me. That was, amazing. And
we did a live video call when we played.
It was really a nice way to get in some gaming at that time.
Yeah.
The game itself is fantastic in its own right. Like I think like we talked about last time, it takes trick taking and makes you think about it in a very different way. It makes you think about how do I get this card to that person and that card to this person in this specific order, right?
Right.
And I love that. I love the challenge that comes out of it, and the progression of the missions is 50 missions, I think. Is really well done. It ramps you up, but as you move along, the missions get really good, really interesting, really challenging, which is
really hard.
Which is really what I want in that kind of game. I compare it to Planet Mission Deep Sea, which I don't have as much drive to play. I think because the missions don't feel as I don't know, something about it. It doesn't feel as driven for me. It doesn't feel like I'm. It's not the story that I'm missing, but like something about it. It doesn't build in the same way.
We did actually read a little blurb before each mission, and then the mission itself kind of give you a feeling of something that was happening. It's like, oh, there's a communication problem because of X.
Yeah.
And even though that there's a little bit peppered on, maybe that little bit is enough.
Yeah.
It's not as it doesn't
I like the Mission Deep Sea also, but the original crew is like one of my favorites. My favorite trick takers.
So this is 20 on my list. For really similar reasons. I played through the entire opener with my family during 2020 as well. And, at that point, like, I think you maybe couldn't easily get English copies, or maybe you could, but like...
Well, you couldn't, because that's why we kept calling it Die Crew, because the German version.
So we had, like, the printed out, translated mission explanations. It's interesting with the Mission Deep Sea. I think what they did with that is they did a really nice job of making it more replayable once you complete the...
That's right.
Right? It's probably the one that we would be more likely to just pull out if we wanted to play through a few missions now. But the memory of the experience of the first one is what kept the first one on the list instead of me choosing the second one instead.
I agree.
I don't have as deep an affinity because I don't have that that COVID tie-in that you guys do with it. But that said, if anybody breaks out either one of those, whether it's the crew or Mission Deep Sea, I'm down for it, because it's just such a unique, or at the time it was absolutely unique, but it was such a great take on trick taking to build upon it. That, I mean, if you like trick taking games, you're likely to enjoy this, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, we tried to make it as difficult as possible by playing a 5 through all the missions, and as we got to the end, some of them were almost impossible to complete. You had to have the exact right cards.
Right.
Which that in itself was a puzzle to figure out what card you needed to even make it happen.
Yeah.
All right, so Shrey, you're number 18.
My number 18 is The Crew, the Quest for Planet 9.
All right, Derek, Ken.
Yeah, one of these days I'll get to talk about a game on my list, but that day's not
Not
right now. Mine is higher on somebody else's list. So.
Mine is also higher on somebody
These two are just here to chill. That's it, here for the camaraderie.
just at the beginning.
So, my number 19, not on anybody else's list.
Okay.
And that is BIOS Origins. Now, this game probably intimidated me more from like, how the hell am I going to teach this?
I remember.
I
remember how stressed you were.
I was so scared of this game because it has God, what's the famous tablet that we know how to translate hieroglyphics?
Rosetta Stone.
Rosetta Stone. It has a Rosetta Stone of all the icons, and it's like 80 icons and 80 different actions that you can take. Yeah. And I was like, how the hell am I going to teach this? Fast forward, once I went through the rule book and I understood what it was and we played through the game, I was like, this is actually quite easy. This is a civilization game, Eklund style, effectively. And I love my Civ games. I absolutely love BIOS Origins. I love the chaos, but also the controlled chaos that you have within your own play. And teaching it, far simpler, because in a given action, on a given turn, you only have a finite amount of these actions, a handful, if you will, of different options that you can take on your turn. And it's been a number of years since we've played this. I desperately want to get this to the table again. I cannot wait to play it more. I mean, honestly, I can safely say that about every single game in my top 20.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know not everybody's as enamored with BIOS Origins as I am.
There's definitely some cool things about it.
I mean,
if it were 3 hours shorter,
it's not that long.
It is that long.
No, it wasn't that long.
It was a 6-hour stream.
Was it? Mm-hmm. See, I look back on it fondly. Okay, fair enough. But nonetheless, BIOS Origins.
It's an experience game for sure. I think definitely in the Cones of Dunshire Hall of Fame for like stuff you say during the game.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
But thank goodness I finally developed menopause is something you say in that game.
Yes, that's a fair statement, A. However, the actual mechanics, the mechanisms in the game, it's not a hard game in that regard.
No.
It's really approachable, and it tells the story of civilization.
Yeah, it does.
in a roundabout way, right?
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, Bios Origins, my number 18. I don't think either of you
I played it.
Did you play
Yeah,
it?
Yeah, I liked it. I think I'm with Ken. I would. It's one I would. Given the right scenario, I would try it again. I just don't know what that is. When that would actually happen. So.
Yeah, it's one of those where like, okay, so I'm at a con.
Yeah.
That's the place where I'm playing it.
Really? Okay.
And then I'm going to play that, or maybe I would choose a long scenario of John Company, or maybe I would get to play like Civilization.
Sure.
Or maybe I would get to play Struggle of Empires.
Sure.
I think I'm picking one of those games instead. Most of the
Okay.
time.
Yeah, I mean,
but
so your initial reaction is how I react to that. Like, I don't necessarily play this as a con because I find relearning or playing a game that I'm less familiar with at a con harder. Like Struggle of Empires, absolutely. I know that backwards and forwards, but
too loud, too hard to retain, too hard to
Focus.
think and
Yeah.
focus. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that. So, needless to say, I'm hoping I can find somebody in our group I can play this with. But
I bet at HeavyCon you might have some takers.
But again, reference the convention thing. There's zero chance that I'm going to be able to get.
Because he's running there.
Oh yeah,
It's a convention he's not running.
in
Hey
the breakout
James.
room for the
Hey
whole
John.
day.
What's up? What's up? All right. Cool. So my number 18, Bios Origins. All right. So let's see. I'm trying to get back into the flow of things. There we go. All right. Now we are on to number 17. And there's a 404 error for number 17.
Mm-hmm.
All of ours are
higher.
higher on somebody else's list.
Yeah, there you go. 4-0 for me.
Seriously, you
Were they
have
all
not...
the same game? No.
Yeah, both of you, in fact, y'all have yet to...
Well, Derek had one.
I
Derek is
started.
number 20.
I started this.
I missed number 20 up there. I see that. Yeah, you've yet to give any of your original thoughts on
That's all
this.
good.
So, yeah, that's number 17. All right, moving on to 16. Go for it.
my number 16 is Mew, or I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it.
You?
Meh.
Is
Meh.
it's German?
Yes.
Meh.
Meh.
Mew.
Meh.
It's in the box.
And more.
And more. I've only ever played Meh.
Not the
No.
and more.
No,
Okay,
I
all right.
should. I should probably play some of the other stuff in the box, but it's really I think the main game is what you're playing. It is a trick taking game, and it got a reprint of sorts at Essen. I actually picked that box
This
up
year?
at Essen. Yes.
Okay.
It's got some tweaks to the rules to make it easier to get into and understand, to sort of like sort of organize the bidding and make it clear what's happening. So I think that's good. But it also removed an element. I don't know. I should go back and try. But so it's a fantastic trading game that is. It's one of the more difficult ones to understand. If you throw someone into it and you say, "Are you going to bid like this?" They're going to be like, "What? How do I? What is the communication system that I'm doing here?" Right. So basically, you get your hand of cards, and then you go around the table, and you bid by putting cards from your hand onto the table. The person with the most cards on the table, after everybody passes, is the chief, and the person who's second most is the vice. I think I'm getting the terminology right. And the chief sets a trump. The vice sets a trump. The chief picks one of the other people to be their partner. So they need to evaluate based on what cards people have put down on the table as part of their bid, right?
Okay.
And the vice works with this is you won 5 plays for this. So the vice has 2 partners, right? So it's a 3 versus 2 partnership game, and obviously that partnership is going to change every single hand because you do this bidding every single hand, and then. The bid that was created sets the target in points, and there are points on the cards. It's like 1 point on most of the cards, 2 points on one to the cards. I don't want to get into the details on this, but the bidding is so interesting. You're trying to communicate around the table to the people you're not sure who you want to communicate to with.
Because
right?
you
And
don't
you're
know.
spending material that you won't be able to spend.
Well, no, you're
during
not
the-
spending it. It's still in your hand. It's just on the table.
But
it's
you're
visible to others.
Yes,
But you're
visible.
giving information
Yes,
to
you're giving-
everybody,
yeah,
both
you're giving- yes.
your prospective partners and prospective
Yes.
opponents, right? Okay.
It is
Yeah.
Definitely sounds like a game I want to play. I've talked to Shrey about it before.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
It does have that challenge, which similar to another game that might become on the list, where if there's if one of the trumps is like, let's say 5s and the other trump's blue, then all fives are trump, and the blue five is a super trump, right? That sort of thing.
Sure.
Again,
Yeah.
but I think it is a really well done version of that kind of thing. The trick play does everything more beyond just standard trick play, and then you count points, you keep track of points, and you have a target number, right? It's really that it's a Darcy and Frankie game. It's such a good. I would love to be able to play it more.
Okay. Well, bring it. Let's do it. Let's make it happen.
Have I played
Yeah.
it?
I don't know.
I
I've
don't
played
think
it with
any
you.
of us have.
No,
right?
I'm surprised. I usually
Okay,
play all
yeah.
the trick games.
Yeah.
with you.
Yeah,
All
I mean, Joe H will play it. He loves it too. So
All right. So that is your
Trey's
number
six.
my
16.
number is Mu.
Meh.
So my 16
Welcome
is...
to the game, by the
yeah,
way.
good to
Yeah,
be here.
all right.
Is Pax Transhumanity. So this is my favorite entry in the Pax series. I do like it more than Pax Pamir, which you guys have seen. I like that game, but it just didn't quite make the cut for me in the top 50.
Fair enough.
This game is really it's a very complex and a very strange game. But the thing I love about it is that because getting your patents developed is so hard, there is a real sense of accomplishment when you finally get yourself set up to do the thing you're supposed to do in the game. And there actually are playthroughs where that just doesn't happen. You can't get it rolling. And it is a very interactive game.
When you say interactive, what do you mean?
I mean, the different players in the game have both some positive and negative levers
Huh.
they can use to impact each other.
Such as?
There's all kinds of stuff.
Go
But
watch our
yeah,
playthroughs.
I
You'll understand.
think I remember when we did our first preparatory playthrough,
Yeah.
kind of coming to the end of it and being like, ooh, this might be too much for me. But we got through, and by the third or fourth play, I was like, man, I'm just enchanted by like everything the game was offering. I also really find the sort of the thematic pinnings of the game cool. Like the game sort of presents it, and it's very hard to tell actually to what extent it might be satire or like a straight-faced
simulation or pseudo.
we
right.
think this is actually maybe a utopia.
Right.
Right, like like the game sort of seems to be presenting itself as like, oh, this is how humanity will like
Yes.
break free of its
Better
its,
itself.
its bonds
Yes.
of
Yeah.
like like want and stuff like that. But then when you really read what's going on with some of the like inventions, you're like, oh, this is not a utopia. This is a dystopia.
In some ways, yes.
And so I love that about the game too, is you're always sort of talking about these ideas that like, and I think because it's such a complex game and it's so long, you hesitate to really dive into the theme, but it's there if you want it. You could really talk about the game and take two extra hours to do that too. So, but yeah, this is a really hard game to table. And
the reason for that, I feel like, is because it's hard to wrap your head around because it's a PAX game,
yeah,
but it's so different than other traditional PAX games.
it is.
And so you have some sort of frame of reference to come into, provided you have experience with other PAX games. This is not the jumping off point for most people into
Right.
the PAX series. But even with that, you're still like, wait, how do I go about doing everything? So the rules don't necessarily get out of the way early or in that first play. And
Yeah.
it is a game that's going to require
Yeah.
multiple plays, not just to enjoy, but to actually get a frame of strategy in your head.
Yeah.
And I'm willing and excited about it. I mean, this was in my top 50 we talked about last show.
Yep.
This is the one of the highest ranked PAX games I have.
Yeah.
And I would love to get this to the table again.
Yep.
I've only played it 2 players. I mean, I played it with Shrain. I loved it. And I'm not a very big fan of PAX games in general, but this game just has so many hooks. It just feels so good, and you feel like you're doing something, even though it's so simple in structure.
Well, as restrictive as it can be, it also gives you a pretty wide array of tools. Mm-hmm. So it's not like you're just trying to do one thing. There's a lot of different things you can
just
be
moving
doing.
a column is
Like solving global problems through the stuff you do is like a sort of a path you can take, and that has its own MacGuffins. So, but yeah, a great game. Look at if we're playing it again soon, I'm excited. So
hopefully less nukes this time.
why would you say that?
It's just sometimes that's the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously we never want nukes, but sometimes
Then necessary.
Nukes just happen. Is that what
Yeah.
you? Oh,
Nukes happen.
limited nuclear exchanges.
huh. Okay.
Not everything's a straight.
Huh. Okay. You say so.
So that's
All right.
my number 16, Pax Transhumanity.
All right. Great game.
It's
All
good.
right, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, my number 16 is Colorful by Jordan Draper.
Oh, wow.
It's
By the way, I got a kick out of the fact that Colorful has a stark white color
Oh, it's-
cover.
and interesting enough,
Never heard of this one.
It's off-white.
Fine. It's oyster
it's
white
cream.
if you.
It's cream, and every color is in each letter.
Okay.
And it's
all
actually
right.
foiled.
Okay.
But it was actually it was
interesting,
it was
okay.
an add-on to a market game by Jordan Draper that was the bigger.
Tokyo or Tsutsugi Market.
Yeah,
right?
it was a Kickstarter, and
yeah.
then this was like an add-on to it, and I picked
Yeah, you
it
can
up.
see it's like the Jordan Draper
Yeah, a little box.
style.
Yeah,
You know-
oh yeah, the font really honest to God, once you know Jordan's games, the font fits. I
Yeah.
apologize. Please continue.
It's so the game itself is actually a remake of an Empress called What's Your Color, and basically the game can be played with up to 6 players with a base game, where you can have 2 games and you can play with 12 players, and all you're doing is a card comes out with a noun or a verb or something on it that everybody has one person's going to pick a word, and everybody at the table is going to associate a color with that word. It could be a noun, and you're like, oh, it has to be a large building, and somebody say Taj Mahal. And the cards in your hand, 4 colors have been removed, and you have some colors that are very similar. So you might have a gray and a silver and things, ice blue, and a regular blue. So the colors that are, when you use the words, everybody is trying to match those colors, and you're just going to go around and have everybody match. And if you can get everybody match as you go through one full round, then you win the game. And it's super simple. Play it super late at night. Non-gamers love this game. Gamers will play this just because we're at a bar and it's like, hey, have a game, and I always have it in my pocket ready to go. And it was a couple of I used to have some wash games in my and then I changed over to Colorful just because Colorful had such a wide appeal, and that's why it's so high on my list. Because whenever I bring it out, everybody has a conversation like, Taj Mahal, you picked white and you picked gold, and it's like, oh wait, this building has lots of different colors, and then you start talking about that specifically, and it brings on all these different topics. So it's more than it broaches more than just a board game, and it teaches people that games are not just about having a board out and having players, and it becomes more about a social experiment, and that game gives me that in a very, very small box that I can just carry in my pocket.
Some people have emergency books for when they get stuck in line. Derek has emergency games.
And I will
whenever.
play it in a line.
There-
I have
there
played
you go,
it
right?
in,
Yeah.
in a line.
Yeah, love it.
I've never heard of it until, honest
Same.
to God,
No, it's good. Yeah.
yesterday when I got the list, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I have no idea what this is. So.
And I would have no
Cool.
reason to break it out here because we have so many games. But and whenever I'm game
bite your
deprived,
tongue.
I
Yeah.
will have that. And obviously, I have other pockets with other games depending on who I'm with. And maybe I'll do a little video about the pockets. But my number 16 is Colorful by
Yeah,
Jordan.
I'm
Davis.
totally down to give this a try. So, all right. So we are up to the top 15, of which we will continue here momentarily.
What?
The bat phone has gone off.
Wow.
So y'all are killing it today. I love y'all. Thank you. Bogey orangutan.
Oh,
Nice.
Cheers.
Okay.
Apparently
Cheers.
their mom didn't like
I'm running
it.
out of liquid.
We'll manage. That's okay. So hey, really appreciate that, Bogey. Thanks for the support.
Absolutely.
All right, moving on. Number 15, sir.
my
Oh, so yours is later.
Oh yeah, apologies. Sorry. Yes, mine is higher on someone else's list. Okay. All right.
okay.
Okay.
My number 15 is Evacuation.
Nice.
So when I was doing this list, Since Evacuation came out, I always considered Underwater Cities to be my favorite sushi game. But like when I thought about it, like no, this one has really hit for me. I
am surprised, but pleasantly surprised. That's so cool.
It is such a tight game and one that does generally induce AP in me. But I really appreciate how much you have to plan and how much you have to manage your two different planet resource pools, and the implementation, like the actual action selection mechanism, the challenge of deciding which of these actions do I need to do in this round. There's so many things you need to get done. You want to buy your ships, you want to build, get the stadiums or whatever they're called, right? It's such a challenging game, and it's always one that can be a bit heads down, and this is where the AP comes in, but it is one that I'm super, super engaged in. And then as we talked about last time, there is several ways to play the game. The race mode is the one that we're sort of, it's not as good as the points mode.
Right.
Yeah.
Play the points mode, I think. And then the advanced cards spices the game up in such a nice way.
It really does.
It makes the game so much better.
Yeah.
It gives you a ton more. It not only deepens it, but broadens it. It expands the game in both directions, right?
Yeah, totally.
In both axes, if you will. Yeah, it's the production is fine. Like the artwork is very, call it generic sci-fi, if you will, a little bit. But the actual mechanisms, this stands out. It's so different than other Vladimir Suhi games. Like it's nothing like Shipyard. It's nothing like Underwater Cities. It's nothing like Praga. And it is such a kind of a different path that he went on. I really wonder if how this came about from a guy that has a certain kind of weight class that he normally hits in, and the fact that this is considerably heavier from a planning standpoint. I'm really, really curious how this came out from him specifically.
Yeah, if you're a resource too short, because you didn't plan for that, it's punishing. Right?
Oh yeah, it is.
So yeah, you need to. It is a little surprising that he made it that tight.
Yeah.
Yeah. This appeared on my 21 to 50, and it's great. It's a great game. It's a game I really want to play more. I mean, we're in a tough spot here, right? Because we're playing a lot of new games,
always,
which means really good older games sometimes don't make it to the table as much as we'd like them to. But it's certainly my favorite Sui game, and yeah, when I think about playing the game, I get excited. So hopefully we can get it back to the table soon.
I own it. I like it. I love the fact that when you're taking your action, you have a certain number that you're trying to hit, and you want to take more actions, but you can't because you want to hit this target because you're planning about not only what your plan is, but also where you are on this track.
Yeah, on the track.
So I think that's
crossing
just
certain of those thresholds too early or too late.
Yes,
real bad idea.
It's brutal if you don't get something, and it's brutal if you're not.
And
able
not
to
just
get
that.
It later.
But turn order matters because somebody else can get there first, and then the thing you were planning on isn't available.
Yeah.
Hashtag plan better.
Just hang out in the little
just,
side where you don't get anything.
Yeah, that feels
Perfect.
great.
Yeah. Definitely a good game.
Not saying that's ever happened to me, but anyway, all right.
15 is Evacuation.
All right.
All right, so my 15 is Gloomhaven. Yeah, so I don't really like a lot of board game dungeon crawlers that I've tried.
Same.
But you know what I do like?
What?
Pool of Radiance, Pillars of Eternity.
Oh, see, I appreciate you right there.
PC,
Baldur's Gate,
party-based role-playing game. Role-playing games that are really tactical combat simulations.
Planescape Torment,
Yeah,
stuff like that. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
I did Fantasy Star, but that's...
Yeah, right, okay, all right. Yeah.
So, but I mean also, I guess, Fire Emblem or, Final Fantasy Tactics. All that stuff is the same.
Final Fantasy.
My favorite video game of all time.
Yeah,
yes.
good stuff,
Yeah,
right? So
right.
these
Yeah,
are all
totally.
in the same family, right?
100%.
And I think Gloomhaven is the one board game dungeon crawl that does what I want out of those PC games.
Okay.
Right? Which is to give you like a really challenging, consistent decision every turn, right? It's also, it's a system, right? There's more than one Gloomhaven game. I've also got Frosthaven rated really highly, although I think now that we've played through most of the Frosthaven campaign, I think I prefer Gloomhaven to Frosthaven.
Because you played all of Gloomhaven.
All of
haven't you?
Gloomhaven, all of Jaws of the Lion.
God
we
bless you.
have not played Forgotten Circles, but we've played about 40 something of the Frosthaven scenarios. So, and the bottom line for me with Frosthaven is I just don't really love the outpost phase. So if you've played the games, you know what I'm talking about. There's sort of like a bookkeeping phase that you play between scenarios.
Right.
That just isn't that fun.
Okay.
For me.
Okay.
Other people I
Fair
think
enough.
do really like it. So
Some
the other
people like Excel. Go ahead.
I like Excel, but I don't like this.
right.
There was a phase like that in Kingdom Death Monster, and I died during it.
Yeah. Well,
It was like, I'm just gonna reenact what happened, and
Okay.
And
Just have
the
a
other
bad.
thing about Gloomhaven, Frosthaven that I really appreciate is that the character progression is like, it's relatively slow going.
Okay.
It's not like your character gets that much better over the course of going from level 1 to level 9, which are sort of like the level limits. But it's very meaningful. And if you know what you're doing and you tune your deck right, you can go from being a character who can't do that much to being a character who can do a lot. And that's probably my favorite part of the game is like figuring out each class and building out a build that I'm psyched about by the time I get up into the higher levels. So, have loved all of the Gloomhaven stuff so far. Very excited to see what comes next. I assume there'll be, based on how well Frosthaven did, I assume there'll be
They like money.
something that comes next.
Sure,
So,
that makes sense.
Have you guys played this game at all?
I played it once.
Okay.
I am really impressed, and I hold it in high regard from a respect standpoint.
Yeah.
That it really does. It is the only board game implementation of a video game RPG
Right.
that I've ever seen, and it does it really, really well. Or it's the best that does it.
Yeah.
The problem with it is I really enjoy playing RPGs as video games. And if I want to play that type of game, I'm going to go play a video game.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's that simple. So while I respect it, and if you said, hey, I really would like to play a couple
Sure.
games of it, I'd be down for it.
Yeah.
Totally. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not anti it. It's just video, again, for the games that we talked about, and whether it's the more modern ones, whether it's, Oblivion type, Skyrim,
Sure.
that type stuff, Fallout, old school, new school, whatever. Yeah, like I would just rather play those. That's the problem.
Yeah.
For
And
me.
of course, the other big thing you get out of the board game experience is the multiplayer.
Yeah,
Aspect.
but when I play those type of games, I actually prefer
Single player.
solo. I do.
I hear that.
So
So,
I all those video games you mentioned,
Yeah.
I've
Never heard of them?
Never heard of any of them. Which I
Not your bag.
played very different kinds of video games.
fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
Well, I know a lot about Gloomhaven. I know Isaac, and I had words with him about the game and the amount of words are in the game because it just is so much, and it's just so much to Gronk, and there's just a lot. So when I was at Essen, he said, "Why don't you come to and play this one that's a flip book, basically, Jaws of the Lion?" And I played a demo, and I was like, "Wow,
yeah.
this is gonna sell a lot of copies." And he's like, "Yeah, we sell a lot of the other copies." And I was like, "Well, you're gonna sell a lot of copies." And I went off in what I was normally doing my day, and I have to say, it's excellent. The way that they implemented such a large box into a very small area with that scenario that goes on, it's absolutely fantastic. But
Yeah.
But yeah, just
but that was my only taste of
Yeah.
it, so I didn't get
fair
to
enough.
It's cool. It's so, and like Isaac's done such a great job of like, there's now more than 50 classes, and the range of like what you can do
Right.
Like going from a character where like your best move is you jump into the middle of a bunch of enemies and don't attack. But then every enemy that attacks you that round does 7 damage to itself. Right? Versus like a guy where like you're just going invisible one turn and then just flat out killing an enemy the next turn. Right? Like
You phase in and phase out.
yeah. I mean like it's such a wide it's really cool.
As opposed to just your standard, mage, cleric type. Yeah, I got you, right.
Yeah. So I think the range of expression he gets out of his system is jaw dropping.
Awesome.
So yeah. Love it. Gloomhaven, my 15.
All right. And thank you, Lady Orca, over on Twitch. I appreciate that. I'll take a look at it. I appreciate it. You're up.
Number 15. My number 15 is Anachrony by David Turtsey and the wonderful team at Mind Clash, Victor and Richard. They worked on this game and created a kind of a city builder, you could say, where you can squeeze the life out of your workers to power and generate buildings. The game itself...
I love that theme.
The game itself, you're trying to build basically a utopian area. Well, I don't know how utopia it really is, but you splash some water in some people's faces and wake them up and get them to work. It's a worker placement. You're gonna build in your own area that you'll be able to use those spots, as well as out on the main board where you have to power some exosuits to go out there because the world is very dangerous. First played it, loved it. I actually almost fell asleep because I was so burnt. It was one of my first heavy Euro games.
Right.
I almost burnt myself out so much that I was literally feeling like I couldn't play anything more that day and I had to go home and sleep. But after I was done with that game, it was like it had opened up so many other games. And until this day, I still love to get Anachrony. I don't play with any of the expansions. I actually helped work on a few of the expansions with David, but the base game is just so lovely and it really, really sings to me. So 15 Anachrony for me.
I've yet to play it. Everybody, or not everybody, but a lot of people have asked me to stream this. You have it.
Yeah.
I have the original edition, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there were some changes or adjustments in the newer version that made the game better.
There's also an expansion that people I think like.
Okay.
There's a couple of different things. The first expansion helped the game a little bit, and then there was a very large expansion that's not necessarily... What it does is it shortens the game and it gives you more actions in each round.
Okay.
So it's basically like you're blinking in time, and you're in kind of in two places at one time, but it fractures time a little bit, so you end up taking a little bit of a negative aspect to that.
Yeah.
You can cycle it if you get a special building, which everything in there, if you can find a way to take the negative and make it positive, you can change. It's just the structure of the game is based on how the buildings come out. So what the buildings are going to depend on what you're going to do for your play.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down for it. It's one of those that when it first came out, people were really excited. Some people weren't super keen on it. It just got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
I've
played it a couple of times and I like it, but I feel like it's one of those that falls into the would need to play more before it
clicks
my list. But I think I've played twice, and both times I was like, this game's cool.
It's funny. That's the second game you've mentioned like that today, like the Pax Trans, right? And now also the game that's sitting on the table right here also falls under that category for you, it seems.
Well,
Stressbotics.
This one's not. I mean,
Anachrony.
Anachrony's not massively complex. Like
Right.
those two games.
It is not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's heavy.
You get in each
But it's
other's
not-
way, but it's not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right, fair
obviously,
enough.
our tastes are much higher now, and that game is like a game that I play during just my normal game day.
Well,
It's funny how that's different.
Well,
right?
those other two games are like, they're at the complex end of non-war game hobby games.
Fair.
Yeah, and this one you're just getting in each other's way, so
Okay.
to speak.
Yeah.
And you're
Where-
watch-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. You're just watching out for where other people are going, just because you don't want them to get in the way of what you're trying to accomplish.
And this game, just that aspect of it makes me think of Madeira. That I talked about, like that was the pinnacle of, oh my God, this is so hard. This is so heavy. I'm exhausted after I play. Now I'm like, it's a Tuesday night, school night game, whatever, right? That's totally fine. It's
fine.
funny watching that evolution that we go through as we play the games.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And how different we feel.
Yeah, I only played it once when it very first came out. I should revisit it. It didn't.
Add it to the list,
Yeah.
folks.
Yeah.
We actually discussed after we did the 21 through 50, making a list of games that we keep saying, oh, I'd probably like it more if I played it more.
Yeah.
So we're gonna cycle back through a lot of these on the
Yeah.
on the
It's
show.
nice to play
So-
people's high list games.
Yeah,
anyway.
totally. Yeah. So you're number 15.
Anachrony.
All right. So let's see here. All right, we're moving on. My number 15 is higher on somebody else's list. I only have that one more time. Then I get to now I get to rock and roll. So.
All right.
All right. 14.
My number 14 is The Castles of Burgundy. Was this higher on anybody else's list?
It was on my
It was
list.
on Derek's list, right?
It
That's right.
used to be on mine, but it's just I haven't played it in forever. And I did when I went through and chose all the graphics for these, I made deliberate choices in the graphics that I made for all of these. That's the addition that
Hard to
matters.
read.
I wanted to see a graphic of maybe just a close up of like a pig mini.
That may be in tomorrow's Name That Game.
Okay.
See? All right. Anyway, sorry.
So-
Castles of Burgundy.
Yeah, so I prefer this 4-player, which I think
That is rare.
Which I think BGG says 2.
2 or 3.
I want
Yeah.
all the tiles in the game,
too.
right?
Me too, 4-player.
And I'm not sure why people like it too. Is it the length?
I mean, it's
the
fast.
length.
Oh yeah, it's
But I
it's
think-
basically race.
I think
But
4-player
it's pretty
is
fast still at 4.
Yeah,
yeah, it is.
It's not a slow game. The decision's super quick. You
Should be.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. Yeah. If you can follow different paths to different strategies. I tend to follow a buildings strategy, and I probably should diversify a bit more. But I like things that give me little powers, and that's fun.
Yeah.
But the dice mitigation is trying to figure out how to leave yourself open to be able to make use of the dice that you roll is really interesting. Going after making sure that if the strategy you're following is also being followed by another player, you have to make sure that you get that one tile first. Turnover becomes very important in the game, and so you should probably build some boats, maybe, or maybe you'll just wing it and hope to pick up scraps.
Or maybe get a mine.
It might work out. It might not. Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's hard for me to ever turn down a game of Castles of Burgundy. It's it really I think, like we said, it's fast whenever I've played it, and the expansions I don't feel are necessary.
Yeah.
The gigantic box that was printed I don't think is necessary.
No.
Yeah, there's a reason I chose what I did. I refuse to endorse that. That box is enormous. Okay, look. Castles of Burgundy was great. I thoroughly enjoy still Castles of Burgundy. I like it. I think it's arguably Feld's best. It's in the discussion, at least, all right? And that includes Marrakesh, Evolution, all that. This is classic, solid midweight. This is Rococo level, like midweight Euro at its finest, I would argue, right? Like modern Euro. It was $15 you could get this in that edition that you see up there when it first came out back in 2012, 2013, whatever it was.
Yep.
And
11.
we played the ever-living bejeebies out of this game. I think it's solid. But that new edition, the box is the size of this room. Like, come on, it's Castles of Burgundy.
Yeah.
It doesn't need all
well,
the...
That's with
So-
all of the miniatures. And
Yeah.
I wasn't around when that box, and I saw it coming through, and when the Kickstarter came up, I said, you know what, I'll just purchase this, and I got the base level of everything. It's still a huge box, but
It's very nice.
but it looks great.
It's very nice.
But it is no tile. I didn't get the
It
acrylic
takes up
tiles. I
so
didn't
much
get
space.
anything. but yes, the box, because
Yes.
each one of the player boards is much larger.
Well, so Martin has I've seen Martin's. The only one of
Yeah.
these I've seen is
Yeah.
Martin
Yeah.
Fowler's.
Yes.
And he got the next to most fancy
Yes.
edition.
Yes, he got the
So
next up from
he
me.
actually did not get like the pig and cow minis, which are I think available. I think that's a real thing.
I mean, yeah.
But he did get the building minis.
Yeah.
And the castle minis.
Right.
As well.
They're
as-
beautiful.
We didn't use this.
They're cool.
I don't
yeah.
think we used the
I
sides.
mean,
We didn't use
Yeah.
them. We used regular paper, even though we had it.
Yeah, I can see why people would want it. It is very nice to play with. but it has the challenge for me that like I would never get it because I would never be able to. I would never want to carry it to a game day.
Oh, but I don't
mean-
expect to because everybody owns this game.
Right.
So I only expect to play my copy at my house. Really.
Right.
I will say, looks like Awaken Realms has another classic
Oh,
game
yes, that is
coming to Game Founder Kickstarter soon.
After
And I'm curious to see what it looks like, because that one might be more tempting for me to back.
What is
the
it?
cola
We'll
one.
talk about later.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. I didn't know this. All right. So, Castles of Burgundy. Look,
Yes.
classic, really good game. And that's the right
Yes.
edition. I'm just saying.
I'm
Okay.
my number 14, Castle Burgundy.
All right.
My 14 is higher on somebody else's list.
Oh.
Huh? Yes.
Well, my 14 is Heat, Pedal to the Metal. I love this game so much. Ascar and David, and obviously the artwork is by Vincent Duntre. It's originally kind of a take on Turf Master. And I love Turf Master. I got to play that with Gil recently, and I hadn't really realized the inception of how those cards are used and how you use a full deck over 3 rounds, and how that the person in front actually gets a little slow, and that's Turf Master. Heat is very different because you have a customized deck, and you kind of know how many cards you have that are going to be available. And I love race games. So personally, race games are my favorite, and this is one of my favorite race games. It raced right up to my top 50 because of how tight it can be when you're trying to play cards and trying to move your hand management in a very smart way. It is fantastic. I even designed a board for a Boston track because I was so excited about playing.
I apologize, dear. I see that Ian O'Toole's in chat. What's up, Ian? Hope to see you later this year. Pause on Heat real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's a legitimate like Grail game. When I interviewed Ian, I asked him, "What is your bucket list like game that you would like to do the graphic design and artwork for?" And he was like, "Castles of Burgundy." Like, not even close. And so he's in here chirping. He says the graphic design in the Awaken Realms version is actively worse than the original. And the original is not pretty. And then the next version that came out, they didn't make it better. Somehow, Medici keeps getting worse as well.
Oh my God, Ian, please do Medici.
Please,
Wow.
please.
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen your Raw.
I'm sorry this went off the rails.
Let's go Medici, because it needs it so much.
and we love it so much.
Please, Ian, please.
Need some help.
Okay. All right. No. I'm glad you did. No, you're welcome to do so, Ian. This is great. I appreciate that, but I saw that and I'm dying over here.
Yes.
Anyway,
So
getting back to Heat. Yes.
Hand management,
Yes.
and you play up to 8 players. When you're playing with lower numbers, always play with your ghost racers because you're going to want to slipstream them as they go around. The board state changes as you're playing, and some of the different types of countries will give you some really strong tracks that will give you really long, so you want to push that gear up really high, and you can slash and crash going around the next bend. So fantastic championship series. Never play without the additional cards that are added in. Base game is kind of vanilla and boring, but once you add in the additional cards, which makes your cards all special, the game really, really sings. So number 14, Heat.
I've never played it. I've been around the people that have played it, and it looks like y'all are having a blast every single time. However, race games really aren't, both in a literal race, vroom, but also race games aren't normally my thing.
Literal racing games are usually also race games.
Fair.
They're not always.
Fair.
But usually they are.
But if there's one by GMT that I prefer. Thunder Alley. However, the one that I have, and I desperately want to get to the table that I haven't, is Race Formula 90.
Oh.
It recently got a second edition. But anyway, I would be down to play this with you and Scott and all that, because it looks like you guys have a blast with this.
We do.
Yeah.
Race Formula 90 is a lot more in depth though, because you got to really control your tires and everything.
I have only played the base, and hearing you now talk about it makes me just think, okay, maybe I haven't had a great play of this because
Right.
I've only played without
It's too
the
boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually actively will not play it. If the players are like, we're all new, I will just teach it that way. And if they don't want to play it that way, I'll actually walk away.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's worth my time playing a game that I'm not going to enjoy because it doesn't have the part that I like the most about the game.
That helps me. I mean, that it helps me understand why you guys are excited about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've only I played it once. I played the base. I also don't particularly like racing games, but and maybe I'll try it again. I'm not motivated to try this one again, but
This is the type of thing at a convention. This is the type
For
of
sure.
game that I totally would
see-
be down
I
to
see
try,
Derek
right?
play-
Particularly
a
Heavy
lot.
Con. This is the kind of game you can actually fit in.
Yeah, totally.
Alongside.
Yeah,
other
for
dudes.
sure.
I
Or
hate
The
it a
Gathering.
lot.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, Derek. Yes, Derek. I can attest that Derek loves this game.
Yeah. So you're number 14.
Number 14, Heat Pedal to the Metal.
All right. So my number 14, Pax Pamir Second Edition. Unlike Shrey, who prefers the first edition,
No,
No.
this is my number 17.
check that. It is your number 17. So
He's got
it's-
them both
he's
on
got
here.
them both on his list. I apologize.
Trey and I had a fairly long email, or I guess just a couple of back and forths, where
Yeah.
I was like, Trey, do you really want the first edition, or is this supposed to be second? He's like, no, they're both on there. I was like,
Okay.
The end game state is completely different.
Yeah, this is because kind of, and look, we talked about this during the last stream, but we'll talk about it again. This is a traditional PAX game in some regards that you have your tableau, it has the market, the conveyor market, it has all of those things, and it also is the game that I use to describe to non-gamers the types of games that we play.
Yeah.
They're like, so like Monopoly, Risk, and I'm like, well, no. And I said, for example, and I use Pax Pamir Second Edition to actually present the types of games that we play on the show. That said, the where it not jumps the shark, but where it deviates from traditional PAX games is it actually has scoring as opposed to in-game trigger to where you're just, oh, did you meet the condition at the scoring time whenever that is triggered?
Right.
In this case, it's straight up, you play a few rounds, and then the scoring is not exponential, but it definitely has a catch-up mechanism in it to where everybody is still effectively in the game throughout the entire game, even if you feel out of it. And one of the things that I think is best about it is I knew nothing about this time period. I mean, nothing. The great game, total blank spot. And it made me want to dig into the history of the game. So, huge fan. The production on this is ridiculously good.
very nice.
And yeah, it's I know we all can talk about this. So
It's wonderful.
Yeah, the decisions you have to make around which faction to ally with, and
Yep.
and in a game with more than 3 players, which I think you want to play this with more than 3 players. Although I think it works well at basically every player count. You're going to be one player will be at least one player is going to be allied with one other player, whether it's the British, the Afghans, or the Russians, and that dynamic is really interesting. You also you have to balance whoever is in the lead, whoever scores well that first time. You want to make sure that they're not going to score well next time. So
Yep.
then that becomes a definite part of the game. I think it's really 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 well done. And like Chad is saying, it would be good to play the first edition again just to remember
100%,
it.
100%.
But I think the second edition is amazing.
Well, the other thing about the second edition is like, it's really pretty fast.
It can play exceptionally fast.
Yeah,
Like, we're talking under an hour.
Almost regardless of player count, it's pretty fast.
Depends on who's playing and how many
Yeah,
people are
yeah,
getting
yeah.
assassinated.
That's true, I guess. But
Yeah.
like, at its longest extent, it's not as long as a Pax Porphyriana or a Pax Transhumanity, right?
Yeah,
It's just
for
not,
sure.
It's just
Right,
not that
yeah,
long.
right.
So it packs a lot into a relatively
I
small
see
box.
what you did there. It packs a lot.
It does.
And completely unintentionally.
And how much you're worried about everybody else at the table, right? So like,
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
are you doing?
Oh, you were
What are you
kind.
doing?
This is an absolute heads
like-
up game.
I feel like
Yeah.
my eyeballs are going both ways as I'm
Yes.
playing, and I'm not looking at my own stuff anymore because I only care about what everybody else's cards are doing. Because I can go around and do stuff on your cards. It's
Yep.
like It's amazing in so many ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a top 50 for me, but was kind of maybe one of my last 10 or 12 cuts. So it's like somewhere in my top 65, probably.
Right. Also, folks are pointing out Rally the Troops in Board Game Arena has implementations. Pax Pamir 2nd edition.
Yeah.
I think I probably play for the Leyland person.
Yeah, I do always
I like to
in
sit there
person,
and
but
read the
for
cards.
those that have never tried it and are curious,
Right.
or it's just unavailable to you for whatever reason, I think it's a good option for folks. So that's my number 14 and your number
17.
All right, Pax Pamir 2nd edition. On to number 13.
My number 13 is higher on someone else's list, I think, Edwards.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move into me.
Yeah.
So my number 13 is the Great Zimbabwe. It is the second highest Splotter game on my list.
It's my number 17, by the way.
Yeah.
TGZ.
So I think this is probably, of the Splotter games, the one that I played the most recently,
Okay.
but I've played it a lot. And one of the reasons for that is because, just like Pax Pamir, it's relatively fast playing for a Splotter. I also think it plays
90 minutes at most.
It plays
usually.
up and down the player counts really well.
It does.
It's surprisingly good at 2.
Yep.
And it is just it's a design marvel. There's like 3 or 4 different mechanics in this game that are totally unlike anything else you see out there, and also just genius. The cattle bidding mechanic. Have you seen that anywhere else?
No, not a lot of cattle bidding, but also the way all joking aside, the way the mechanism. You want to describe it?
Yeah, I mean,
folks?
it is a resource sharing.
Yeah, resource distribution.
Right.
Right, yeah.
So it forces you as you compete for turn order to give more and more of your stuff away to your neighbors.
Right.
Which is super clever. It's changes the incentive structure of the bidding substantially, because you're not just spending stuff, you're giving stuff to others.
Yes. And not always do you want to go first necessarily. And
Right.
Yeah.
And the system of, sort of building your trades is really clever and unlike anything else I've ever seen. The way it is interdependent on other players.
Yes.
But obviously the centerpiece here are the god powers and the way that you...
How no game has taken this and done this, I don't know.
You're taking it upon yourself to score more points, depending on which god you pick, but you're also getting a totally broken power.
Yes. Broken as in overpowered.
And
right.
you just have to hope, particularly in the higher player counts, that in the specific instantiation of the game you have, yours is the most broken. Because depending on what other powers folks choose and what the board state looks like, some powers are more broken than others.
Right. And the specifics of the choosing the god. When you choose a god, you're monotheistic, so
Yeah.
you can only choose one in a game.
Yep.
You have a certain victory requirement or a goal, if you will.
Yeah.
I think it's 25 or 30. I forget what it is off the top of my head, that everybody starts at. But when you choose this god, it's going to push your victory requirement further out depending on the power of the god.
Yep.
Now, it might not be the highest number, so maybe it's +3,
Yep.
and there are some that are higher. But like you said, in this iteration of the game, that might actually be undervalued, so to speak.
Yep.
And so I've never seen a game that, depending on what card you draft, dictates how many points you need to score to win to trigger the end of the game. And it's genius. It's such a simple mechanism, but it totally just blew my mind the first time I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is a very different theme, a cool implementation of said theme. I wouldn't say it's more of a setting than a theme. Like, I wouldn't say it's like particularly thematic,
Right.
but boy is it fun, and boy is it hard, and boy can it be mean.
And relatively simple rules-wise.
Yeah.
And TGZ, Great Zimbabwe, also kind of marked the modernization of Splotter. And I say that in a nice way, that their production quality and their graphic design and all of that, this was their coming of age. This is
it took a big step.
Yeah, it took a step forward, exactly.
Right.
And it's a small box, relatively speaking, smaller than your typical Agricola box. It's thinner. It's about that size, but thinner. Just a successful, wonderful experience. And with 2 players, probably play it in 45 minutes, maybe. So yeah, really, really good.
Yeah, great game. So that's other you guys have all played it, I assume, right?
Yeah, played
I've
it.
never played it.
Wow.
I need to play it.
You
Add it
should.
to the list.
I mean, it just looks ugly, so I was like,
What? It's their prettiest game.
well, prettiest is a
I
relative
don't know
term.
about that.
We're saying like
Okay, we'll have this discussion. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
the prettiest.
Do you?
I like the game. It isn't in my, obviously it's not my top 50. I should
Yeah.
play it a bit more. Maybe I haven't internalized it the way that others have.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, Great Zimbabwe is great. It's not
Yeah.
their best one, but it's great.
It's a great Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I mean it. I like it. All
Not-
right.
It's not the pretty good Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's the Great Zimbabwe. Number 13.
So that's my number 13. Yeah.
All right, Derek.
My number 13 is another race game. It is the quest for El Dorado. Obviously, you brought up the new graphics.
I'll be honest, I didn't know on this one. This is a blind spot for me. So
I mean, he did redo it, and then all the expansions also had to be redone because
Okay.
obviously the art is. I have not picked up the new version because I own all the original, but I love this
This
game.
is do trade again, right?
Yeah. I mean, Dun Trade and Ian
Yeah.
are kind of in most of my top games in general, but more so they usually take on games that are really good games. And Quest for El Dorado is a really good game because it's a game about blocking where you have a card full of hands. You're getting different characters that you'll have. It's a pure deck builder. So you're trying to skim out some cards out of your hand to move faster, but that will slow you down. So you're trying to push the map. The map is modular, so you change it every time you play. If you want to have certain things that will get in your way, you don't really need any extra expansions. You can play with the base game, have a fantastic time. You can have non-gamers come and play with you and say, "This is Candyland. This is how these things are done," and you can get up and running in less than 15 minutes. And they'll also have this amazing experience that they didn't even know what board games were. So I consider this a level up to Candyland, which means any base gamer that plays this game as a child can easily play this game. So easy to get to the table. As I mentioned before, I love race games. It's a fantastic race game and a great blocking mechanism where you can literally get in front of somebody and they'll lose 2 full turns. Sorry, but I'm just not moving.
that feels good.
But the game itself is great, and I really love Quest for El Dorado.
There you go. There you go.
It was El Dorado.
You said race game? I checked out.
Yeah.
I have no interest in this
I-
whatsoever.
You've never tried it before.
no, I haven't. I would try it.
You should actually try it.
We still haven't gotten to the one game I'm just
Oh, okay.
on. That's
so
not it.
I don't like race games either.
Yeah.
I don't like don't typically like deck builders.
Yeah.
I enjoy this one.
Uh-huh.
Okay, oh wow.
Yeah.
Really?
It's really good.
Okay.
Well, I mean, so if you were like, hey, Reiner Knizia, show me how to do a race game that's also a deck builder, this is what you would get.
Okay. All right.
Right?
That's fair. That's fair. Sure.
And it doesn't have worker placement, but it has 2 of my mechanics that are my 2 favorite mechanics, and it's super simple and super easy, and it plays in less than an hour.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely set the game up in ways that it will
Oh, yeah.
play in longer than an hour.
yeah.
But you can also set it up in ways that
Words won't. Right. Yeah.
and if
sure.
you want to play the new version, it basically has multiple goals. So you're going to
Yeah.
one place and going to the other, but getting from one place to another and just getting in each other's way in various different ways is fantastic.
All right.
Yeah,
Kyle,
it's-
I'm just upset Kyle took my joke. Go ahead. Yeah. Spanish for the Dorado.
it is
Really,
it really
Kyle.
it is classic Knizia in that it just squeezes a lot
Yeah,
out of not very many mechanisms.
He is a master of that. That
is.
is true.
you know, it's super simple. You can
Yeah.
spend a little bit more time and get a couple of bigger characters to make your deck bigger, or you want to just try to sprint and not really clean out your desk and possibly fall at the end. It's your
Yeah.
decisions.
Okay.
And it's got a trashing mechanic too, so
Yes.
you can like get all the crap out and just have like 4 really good cards.
Yep. Which
Wait.
is
Wait. People trash cards in deck builders? What a novel idea. I don't know how to do that.
Not in all of them.
and guess what? It's not the regular
Only in
path.
the good ones.
And this is why I love Dominion. Terrible at it. Probably ought to thin my deck better.
Yeah, it's not the great. It's not the great Dorado. It's the adequate Dorado.
Yeah, right. Okay, all right, fair
as
enough.
Jacob, as
Right.
Chip said.
All right, so
Number 15.
13.
Oh, 13. 13. We're at 13. Sorry.
The quest for El
El
Dorado.
Dorado.
I have a bone to pick with all of you. My number 13, Reef Encounter. Why the hell is this not on your list?
Never played it.
Okay, that's fair.
It's been a long, long time.
Okay, fine. Add it to the list, people, because Reef Encounter, this is Richard Breeze's best game.
2014.
Huh?
2014 is when I last played this.
Okay, all right, fair. So it's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
So Reef Encounter is an abstract with a pretty veneer on it that is notoriously really hard to teach. Full credit goes to Scott Nicholson, who OG for the teacher on this. I totally stole his layout for when I taught this game. I used his because it's such a good teach, and it's Scott Nicholson, so who's a great human being. Anyway, Reef Encounter, like I said, it's basically an abstract where players are building up a reef collectively, but not cooperatively, to then go and have our parrotfish go eat various reef or various corals around. And it's one of those kind of a little opaque to begin with, and then when it clicks, you're like, oh, I didn't even think, oh, that's so clever. It's one of those games. Past that, if I tried to lay out how you play it, it's not, it doesn't do y'all any justice. Look, it is, honestly, I originally had this like at 17. I looked at this, I was like, nope. And so this bumped up higher. And honestly, if I had put this in my top 5, I would have felt okay with that. Reef Encounter is a phenomenal game. That this, after I get back from Circle DC, this is going to be on the early list of games to get to the table for you guys, because we need to play this. It is that good.
Sounds
of a
great.
game. It has. So you think Richard Breeze? You think the Key series? Historically, that's what that's what he makes year after year. Apples and giraffes, totally different animal, and I think by far this is just an amazing game. So Reef Encounter, my number 13. So yeah, all right, that's fine, Alyssa.
She has the right to be wrong.
She has the right to be wrong. So, all right. All right, that's fine. She
I
says
guess we'll try it and
yeah.
we'll decide which one of you guys is actually wrong.
That's fair. That's
cool.
fair. So my number 13, Reef Encounter. All right, moving up to number 12.
My number 12 is Urban Sprawl. Yes, Urban Sprawl.
Chad Jensen's second or fourth most famous game, because Dominant Species, Combat Commander.
Other dominant species?
Maybe not so much. I would argue maybe Fighting Formations, depending on your crowd.
So fifth
Most famous. Rest in peace, Chad Jensen. One of my all-time favorite designers for. It's a small catalog, but hit after hit after hit.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So we talked about this when we streamed this. I should not like this game, but I love it.
Yeah, it's so chaotic.
It is chaotic to the max.
Yeah.
Until you understand it, until you know the deck, until you know what could happen and how you need to prepare for it, and you can still get like a little bit like it can sometimes feel a little bit punishing, right? The events might just flop out where you just get hit. One of your buildings that just goes away. The mayor just gets a point or a prestige like constantly, which can bother people. It doesn't bother me at all. I'm in for it. It's such a entertaining and it's an amazing experience game for me. I don't really try to sell it to people, even though I'm being very, very bubbly about it right here. I don't really try to sell it to people because I know that many people, maybe most people, are going to hate it or going to bounce right off of it.
Because of that chaotic, like in a 3-player game, if you're third, don't even bother looking at the board. It's going to change before it comes back.
There is a lot of
and I'm not disparaging it, just simple facts.
So we at HeavyCon last year, I got to play NBSP, NB's
Groundbreaking Space,
Yes.
designer of the upcoming Cross Bronx Expressway.
Yes.
He came to HeavyCon,
Yes.
and he has a
variant
Right.
that is on the GMT website. I don't remember what it's called, but it's on the GMT website. If you go to the Open Sprawl page,
Yeah.
it's on there. And it removes a few cards. It essentially shortens the game in that way. It also adds an additional mechanism called divestment, where the cheapest building goes away after a while. But most importantly, is a non-mechanical change. What it does in the rules, and it acknowledges is non-mechanical change, is that when you play a card, when you play a school, when you play, some sort of shop, right? Like you play it on the table and you keep it on the table, the card, right? And then when a building goes away, from the center of the board, when one of the Tetris pieces goes away, you remove that card from your game. And then because then you acknowledge this is how I built my part of the city. At the end of the game, you look at that and this is my city, right? I contribute in this way. I build these 8-10 buildings, right? And that is city building is perhaps my favorite theme. So that's why that hits so well for me.
Yeah.
Just that
From a thematic
Yes.
standpoint, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I don't have any schools. Well, woe is me. Like, I did a poor job, right?
I
Right.
I built out industry on the waterfront or whatever.
Right,
Like that.
yeah.
It's really it's such a nice little way to think about to meld that into the game, and it engages you in the theme more. You constantly talking about it as you're playing the game, and I think that's fantastic. So.
Well, given the type of designer that I've learned NB to be, and looking at the his designs that I've either talked to him about or seen, it kind of makes sense that the story in the history of what you're doing in this game matters, and it shows in his designs that the thoughtfulness in that regard. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Not to go too far into just talking about the variant.
I think I'd probably if I was to play this game, like next time I get to play this game, it's probably going to be with the variant. It'll probably will be with the variant from now on, which I think is
Improves the game.
I think it does. And every now and then I see an inch-run copy on an auction for like $5. I'm like so tempted just to get a second copy.
But it was available.
Yeah, I should just pick a second copy of whatever.
And Trying to Be Bored says, this is my biggest underrated on BGG game. It's criminal that this game has an under 7.0 average rating. So
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't played it until we played it with Shrey. I think we played it once and then played it on stream.
Yeah.
And I had a good time with it.
Same.
Hearing about a variant that shortens it a little bit sounds like a good idea. It's a cool it's definitely a cool city builder in that genre. So
Yeah. I would love to give it a try.
Yeah.
With the variant I'm talking
totally,
about.
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right. So that's your number 12, good sir.
All right, moving on to me. My number 12 is Inish.
Beautiful artwork.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you've got this cover. That's not the cover I have.
I know.
But
I know.
but that is also a very nice cover.
It's a beautiful cover.
I think we played Galactic Renaissance. We played it on stream, right?
We did.
Yeah.
And the way the end game, it just didn't hit as well as it should have because of the distribution of those.
I will say though, I can't wait to play it again. But
yes,
I do still obviously prefer Inish. I think on the stream I said Inish was top 10, but when I went to do my
apparently top 12.
when I went to do my rankings again, it turns out it's 12. So
Pretty
a
close.
little below my top 10. But still really an all-timer for me. Really unlike any other game I own, both in terms of flow and what happens in the game, and also in the art, which I think I said on the stream at the time, but I'm going to say again now. I think it's just, it's unique among board games I played. That's not a word I use lightly. I think it literally is
one of one.
Really special.
Yeah.
Both in the design of the tiles that are placed on the board and in the art you see on the cards. Just a really great looking and special looking game. I also love the sort of tug of war mechanism that's the center of the game. There's 3 different victory conditions that are sort of not that closely interrelated, but you need to be competing for all of them all the time. you're obviously going to be better at some than others. And then there's also circumstances under which you can get little wild tokens that are good for 1 point on all 3. And so you're constantly trying to push the king off the top of the mountain. But of course, you have to be careful that when you do that, you don't actually accidentally set somebody else up to win. And it's all done through a drafting and card play mechanic that is like both really simple and really hard to do well at. So, love it. Always a game I would like to play.
Never played it.
You should play it, probably.
Okay.
Also never played it.
I think, actually, Derek, you would like it quite a bit.
I think I would. And it was on the table for me to play a few times, and I didn't play it.
I'm not sure if you would like it, although you might love it. But I think my guess is that Derek would like
same designer as Galactic Renaissance,
Christian Martinez.
You're right. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not super high on Galactic Renaissance, not because I don't like just the type of game. Again, it's a race game. Those type of games I tend to not go towards, but it's beautiful in a non-traditional way that I would consider, and not a type of artwork that I enjoy, but I can appreciate much. Unlike like medieval artwork, which I just can't. But this, I know people love, and those that like it love it. Like it feels like this was one of those games where there's no in between.
Yeah.
It's either way up or nope, bounced off of it hard.
Yeah.
And I would like to give it a try, if nothing else, because I know it's so high on your list, but also
Correct.
I want to see where I fall on that for me.
Yeah, I played it once when it first came out, and I should play it again. It didn't get to try it a second time.
It's also very quick playing. Like if you're playing it with a group that knows it, you can play it 3 times on a school night. Like it's fast.
Okay.
And I think that's a point in its favor.
So 100%. So even if you don't like it, it's done quick, right?
Yeah.
So okay, there you go. So you're number 12.
My number 12, Inish.
All right. Derek.
My number 12 is Kanban EV by Vincent Lacerda. This is Vital Lacerda. Sorry.
Oh, good.
Got a really great graphic designer. So obviously I'm a lot of race games, and this game is not about racing though, but it is about cars. It is about tempo. This game is all about tempo because you have to be in the right place at the right time to do the correct things that have to be available to you, which makes this game so juicy. Because you want to go to the areas that you don't really have accessibility to when you're there, because you want to gain things, resources, like in all of Vital's games where you're trying to come up with this plan, but you need other players to do things for you, to push the cars so that they're available to actually build, or you need other things to happen so you have to watch what everybody's doing and gotta hope that things will go your way, so that when the person with the clipboard comes by to look at your department, you'll be able to score properly. Yeah, Sandra. Mean Sandra
makes the game better. We'll talk about that in a minute. Keep going.
And Mean Sandra does make you aware of goals, and also aware of moving the game in a way that's kind of giving you some advantages that you might not necessarily think you need, but you will need as the game progresses. I really enjoy this. Every time I get to the table, I have a fantastic time. It doesn't get to the table as much because we have so many Lacerda games that we go through and play. But whenever Kanban goes to the table, I really enjoy it.
One worker. Seems like it should be a really simple game. Mm-hmm. Just move your worker around, do the things.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Incredibly difficult in a good way. Mm-hmm. A relatively clean, easy to run through Lacerda. Yes. It doesn't have that 74 different steps that he is known to do in some of his games. Definitely one of my more enjoyable Lacerdas. Not in my top 50, but honestly, I could have put 5 or 6 of his games in here easily.
100%.
And I will never turn down a game of Kanban. For me, Mean Sandra makes the game better because it doesn't. It just enhances the game, and it actually makes it go quicker. And it makes it easier to play as opposed to harder, and also is gentler on new players than Easy Sandra is, i.e. Vital's wife. But yeah, so that's my feelings on it. But
I mean, I don't really have that much to say. I concur with everything you guys have said. is good.
It's really
It
good.
Definitely could have been in my top 50.
Yeah.
It's so I love the how the actions work. I love how the game like the decisions you make when you're playing the game. What I don't love is the way the scoring works.
At the end.
Both the meetings,
The meetings at the end of every.
and the I can't remember like exactly how it works, but like the cars you have at the end in your shop are multiplied by. I can't remember how it's. And
There's a ratio.
That's part of the problem. I feel like this it feels a bit counterintuitive for me.
Okay.
And
I could see that. It does take a little bit wrapping your head around how
I played the game quite a few times. And maybe it's just not for me.
Fair enough. It doesn't bother me, but I can appreciate that for sure. But yeah, Combine, and specifically why the EV version? Because what's the difference?
It's the same, basically.
Isn't it?
I've only played the EV version.
Okay.
Because, and the fact that it's so clean visually.
Yeah, it's Ian's artwork, so it looks pretty.
Yeah.
I don't think they actually changed anything mechanically.
No, okay, so it's just an
It
aesthetic.
does have the EV vehicles.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
All
maybe
right,
that's the
fair
hook.
enough.
There is expansion that's in there too, so maybe that has to
Okay.
do with it.
Cool. So that is your number 12.
Kanban EV.
All right. Leads us to my number 12.
I like people mentioning Speakeasy because it's not on our list because it.
It hasn't. Well, no.
Oh, it's not
Hold
on
on.
my
Before.
list.
Oh, it's not on this side of the list because we actually are only talking about release games.
And
Well-
we played the Speakeasy quite a few times.
I've played a pre-production copy a bunch of times. It's pretty great.
I've taught it probably as many times.
I think
Yeah.
there's a
I
couple-
mean, look, it's kind of, it's almost splitting hairs. I get it because we've played it so much and everything. Looks,
I would also say Eagle does such an amazing job with their pre-production copies.
Oh, yeah.
it's ridiculous.
They're nicer than most production board games.
Yeah, like if you
So-
if I told you that this
Okay.
wasn't a prototype, you'd be like,
Oh,
okay, yeah,
yeah.
totally. Oh, I would have maybe done this a little different, but yeah,
Yeah.
otherwise it's
Skill screen wooden meeples in your production copy. I mean,
yeah.
Right.
So that said, Speakeasy is probably it's going to be in all of our top 100 right away, if not higher.
And by the way, get ready to talk about it during the aggregate
Yeah, because
list.
we're the
next
only
week.
ones that followed that rule. So, all right. So be it. Guess what? Next year, it'll be on our list. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's true.
So, my number 12, 1822, Railways of Great Britain, Golden Elephant Award winner. Apparently, this won when there was less than like 150 copies sold. Because you know why? It was the best game that came out that year. I stick by this.
What year was it?
I have no clue.
Okay.
Some year after they started giving golden elephants.
2013, but
Or later.
before 2020. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
It's the year I went to UK Games Expo and actually sat down and interviewed the designer.
Nice.
Anyway, it is an 18xx game set in the UK, set in Great Britain. And the thing that makes it unique, absolutely unique, is in a lot of 18xx games, there's an opening auction to where you're doing an auction for either privates or minor companies or something like that. I love auctions. Spoiler, there may be a big one coming up later on. I love auctions in board games. And when a game has auctions, I'm drawn to it. The problem with most 18xx games is there's an initial auction and then it's gone the rest of the game. The thing that makes you 1822 and its derivatives at this point unique is that 1822 has auctions throughout the entire game because you have more and more minor companies that come out throughout the entire game and there are auctions for it each round and it's fantastic. It's more run good companies than it is financial. Again, that tends to be where I skew.
Yeah.
But it does that. The production quality of the game is fantastic, especially for a older now at this point 18xx.
Right.
And All Aboard did a fantastic job with this. The artwork that I found for this is nicer. No, I'm pointing at the graphic. Is nice. The graphic. Or the box cover is prettier than the one I have.
Nice.
And so it's only gotten better. And yeah, I love this game. It's hard to get to the table. It does have smaller scenarios because before High Frontier, this was the longest stream in the history of the show. So it's a really big game. But is it worth it? Yeah. Do I want to play it some more? Yeah. It's my number 12, 1822. You don't play 18XX games.
I wouldn't say never, but they're
You
not.
haven't.
I have not been bitten by the bug.
Right.
I'll definitely say that.
And
I've played a few, and yeah, I find that not for me.
I played 46 like 4 times. I mean, if you play with the right players with a computer, you can play that.
you can play it super quick.
You
That's
can play
true.
it in an hour and a half.
Yeah. Pacific North, 1822 Pacific Northwest. I've yet to play that. That's, again, it's a derivative. It's a different map and some other changes. The thing I love about that and why I'm desperate to get that's my home.
Yeah.
That's where I'm from. I would love to get a copy of that. So, yeah. So 1822, my number 12. Now, with that said, I know there have been a lot, and I am grateful.
At least 2.
There have been 3.
There we go.
So I apologize. I was just waiting to get
Wow.
through that. This has been a phenomenal day for the Patreon.
Close to 800 all the time. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Let's see. We got
need a
Jason
refill
P, Doug C, and you help me out. What's that one? The K one.
Kima Nualant.
Kima Nualant. Cheers to all of you.
Thank you.
That seems like it's maybe some
Yeah, probably. But
more than one word.
So awesome. Thank you very much. The good news, Jakob's like, hey Kyle, probably don't start with 1822. Fair. But you know what Kyle started with? Railways of the Los Atlas. And that is a fantastic jumping off point now.
Kyle can handle anything.
You'll hear about that on Thursday. So anyway, we're moving on to
The number 11.
Number 11.
Number 11.
All right.
Double ones.
There we go. Go for it.
My number 11 is Nicosia Dice. It is another trick-taking game, which I love trick-taking games, and this one is one of the more complex ones. There is a drafting phase at the beginning of the game where everybody drafts a certain amount. I can't remember the number of dice from a rolled pool. The dice come in the colors of the cards, the suits. The last die that is remaining sets the trump color and number. So it is another game just like M that where the color and the number can come together. So you have a super trump, and it's so fantastic. So and what's critical about it is that it's a bidding game, except your bid is only determined once you have one die left in front of you. Once only one of the dice you've drafted.
You've mentally determined it.
You've tried to determine it. Yes.
But it depends what other people
Someone
play.
else might
That's right.
redetermine it.
Yes. Right. So if you're left with a three red die, your bid is 3. Hopefully that's what you were intending it to be, because that's one of the great things about this game is that someone can lead a color that you have in your dice. Hopefully you have them in your hand also, but someone might lead a color that you only have in your dice, and you're forced to play that into the trick, because those dice are also cards for the purpose of trick play.
That's right.
And that interaction is amazing. So there's that revealed information about the dice, and the meaningfulness of those dice is so critical to the game and so really, really solid. It can be a bit of a challenge to handle the double trump thing.
Yeah.
But I think it's worth it. If you enjoy trick-taking games and you haven't had a chance to play it, try it, see if you like it. It's one of my favorites.
Shrey is our resident expert when it comes to trick-taking games, right? So
It definitely does feel like you need the right group. It's a little fragile, right? Because I've seen people who otherwise are like really hardcore gamers just bounce off it for whatever reason. Like not be able to grok not the rules, but like how to do it well, right? And like any game, it's relatively low player count where you're kind of relying on everybody to do pretty well. If one person just like screws the pooch, it helps someone out kind of randomly.
right. Yeah.
So, but if you have the right group at the table, I think it's probably my favorite trick taker.
It's up there for me. I've really been smitten with this as well.
Yeah.
Again, my rules are I don't include trick taking. I don't include fillers. I would consider Nicosia, but I intentionally didn't limit y'all because I want to hear about.
Yeah.
And I know this is a true list for Shrey and
it would
Derek.
change my list definitely.
Yeah, fair. So yeah, but yeah, I really like Nicosia.
I love it too, and every day at Essen, I would try to get in the line to buy it. At multiple shows, I tried to buy Nicosia dice, and it was always super long. So I'd end up like peeling off and going to another publisher and getting something that morning.
Yeah.
It's just the popularity of that game and the fact of not being able to produce a game that has dice and cards.
It's a little frustrating that it's hard to get. Like there was a reprint this past Essen, but it was very small.
Right.
Yeah. Or it was like, I think it was last year actually. A very small run, which is someone give it.
It was
a large
25 to 40, and I just counted, and I was like, okay, I'm after that number.
I'm out.
There's too many lines to wait in.
Yeah, that was a very eye-opening thing in Essen. Like they have some legit lines there. Like when it's truly wrapped all the way around the space and then starting again, where you're like, oh, that's our second row
Yeah. Oh.
of the same line.
Of the queue, yeah.
Brutal.
Perks of membership, I'm not going to lie. So that is your number 11.
Number 11, no dice, as Steve corrects me. Yes, I it's hard for me to remember that because I just read it and it's
Right.
Yeah. But it's Nocus dice.
Nocus dice?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of like, I think you just breathe a little bit, but you don't say the U at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more you know. All right, number 11.
My number 11 is Tigris and Euphrates.
Ooh.
We're gonna talk about this one. Go for it.
I love it. So we've reached the point in my list where I feel like, with maybe one exception coming up, when I think about these games, they are sort of like the ultimate expressions of what they're trying to do.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, like, when I'm talking about a game, I'm saying, like, for me, there isn't a better
version of
game
what this
than
does.
this game.
Right. Yeah.
There are just different games. Right?
Okay. All right.
So Tigris and Euphrates, it's obviously been kicking around for 25 years or so. Reiner Knizia is sort of his answer to a war game, basically.
Okay. I could see that, sure.
You're just trying to score a few points.
Just a few.
Maybe grab the occasional gold with the trade route. And all you have to worry about is 3 other players at the table. And how do you score? Well, there are 4 different kinds of points. You got to get them all, and all you got to do is then you score whichever one you're worst at.
Which Knizia is famous for.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's famous for kind of because of this game.
Yeah.
Because it totally makes the game. It's also one of those games where, like, it does require repeat plays. I'm hearing you guys. I know it does require some repeat plays. But once you know what you're doing, like I've definitely played sometimes where, like, we go into like a war, and the other person will be like, I'm playing 3 of these cards. I'm like, oh, cool, I'll play 5. And they're like, how do you possibly have 5? And I'm like, I've known this is coming for like 6 turns. I've just been holding this color of card, right?
Not everybody does that.
And so there's a real opportunity for, like, doing stuff where people are like, will, like, flat out accuse you of cheating. Like, that, you can't possibly have those behind your screen. And that's super fun, right? Like, and
Right, depending on what side you're on of that, but yeah.
So, okay, but I would say, and this is true, I think, for many of the games we've got left on my list. For me, it is equally fun and funny, whichever side of it I'm on.
That's fair. You
Right?
do take it like a champ
I
in that
love
regard.
it
Yes.
when somebody just drops the boom on me. That's super fun.
Yeah, James.
And I like doing it too.
Yeah, that's fair. that is valid. So the reason T&E is nowhere near my top 100
Okay.
isn't because it's not, I think, a great
Yeah.
game. It's a lifestyle game, it feels like to me.
Okay.
And you're going to notice a trend.
Yeah.
And in fact, we've had this discussion in the last video.
Right.
To where you really gravitate towards or really enjoy, even and not to the exclusion of others, but you do really enjoy games that, if not require, benefit strongly from repeated plays. Great Western Trail. In other games that are going to be coming up.
Bunch more
that you're going to notice. And for me, because I'm never going to get to that level because of what I do for a living, i.e. this, but also I don't want to. Does that sound weird?
But no, let me ask though, like, isn't all of this stuff true about Great Zimbabwe?
Probably, but here's the difference. I know, like, nobody in our group is at a level that is gonna just boat race anyone else.
I hear that.
And that's the difference.
I will say, some of these games I will play async on BGA.
Yeah.
And boy, there are some people out there that are real good at these games.
That's not the experience.
I don't mind
yeah.
getting housed by somebody who's way better at this game. Right. So,
and I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. It's
Yeah.
just not my type of game.
Yeah, I hear that.
And so therefore, that's why a lot of these games and a number of these that we're going to be talking about, I just bounce off of.
I hear that.
Yeah,
So that's me.
Yeah, and I don't have that. I don't have quite that issue, but I can see it. I definitely can feel bad if you're just completely, like if you have no shot. I played this early in my hobby career, and I wasn't able to grok the distinction between the wars and the conflicts or whatever they're called, and struggled a bit with it. And sort of like put it aside, and never came back to it. And then played Yell and Yanksy couple 3-4 times since it's come out. Yeah, I quite enjoy that. I don't. It's not like it. I don't think it would really be a candidate for my top 50. I should go back and play T&E to see how I feel about that now that I have more experience.
And it's one. Well, we'll talk about it when we get there. But there are other games. This falls into that category because I know I'm a neophyte when it comes to a lot of these games because I'm never going to get to that level.
Yep.
I'm apprehensive to stream them.
Yeah.
Because the people that are good are really good, and I'm scared a little bit of the reactions.
Oh, you
honestly.
mean people saying like we're playing like low
you're an idiot.
Game.
You're an idiot, right? Effectively.
If we can play this game,
competently
on stream,
but no one has the experience on this. This game, by the way, is Stressbotics Odyssey, which is still on the table from.
I mean, you have to think about video games that are played online. People are playing them so many times, and they get certain things that they're doing. Yeah. And some of those people, they will literally quit a game if they're not able to play in a certain way. Like,
I don't want to play with those people.
Well, I'm not playing.
Right.
I only play with my friends for that reason.
Exactly. Yeah.
But like with Tigris and Euphrates, I know I played it with Aldi, and it's like his favorite game, and we played through it, and he did play better than the rest of us, but I didn't feel like he was so much ahead, and it is one of his favorite games, so I don't know if necessarily it was more that he doesn't play it as often, or it's just like. Because I didn't feel like he was that far away from as far as scoring and everything. Because we were all doing things and getting in each other's way enough that it didn't feel like he had that much advantage to the rest of the players around the table.
It is also a game where, like, I think I'll just agree. Like, there's probably like a skill plateau you need to reach where you fully understand what's going on.
Okay, that's fair.
But once you get there, even if one player is much better than the other 3 players, and by the way, this is a 4-player game, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
You can gang up on them. That you can effectively
make sure they don't win, right?
Right. You can just be like, oh, they're doing great in green and black.
I see. You're kind of just getting in the way.
We're just gonna make sure they don't get any blue.
Okay. All right.
Right? Like so like it's it's there are ways in that game to overcome skill deficits.
Now, to be clear, I do want to stream this. I do want to play it some, but I'm just never going to get to even a mediocre level on this because I just don't have the time to dedicate to it.
Fair enough.
But I respect the hell out of the game.
Note on Yellow and Yangtze and Huang, I think they're also awesome.
Okay.
I said earlier, I don't think maybe I haven't said it in this stream. Part of my rules for myself is I wasn't going to include any games that were too similar to each other.
So brass and brass for you.
Brass and brass. Right. I think those fall into this boat as well. If I were including them, they'd probably be around 30 for me. I like them well, but not quite as much as Tigris and Euphrates.
And to be clear, they are distinctive games. Again, Birmingham and Lancashire, but for your list.
For
that's
my
how you
list, I
did
just
it.
decided I thought it would be less interesting to talk about two games that were that similar to each
Yeah,
other.
that's fair.
So,
All right, so that is
that's
your
my
number 11.
Tigris and Euphrates. Yep.
All right, sir.
Oh, my number 11 is on somebody else's list at this table.
Okay.
All right. My number 11 is Three Kingdoms Redux. I would argue the single best 3-player only game in existence. We talked about this last stream, but this has a special place in my heart because of who the designers are, the publishers, the whole 9 yards. But let's take all that out for a minute and just talk about the actual game. It solves the problem of the 3-player game in that if 2 people are fighting, the player that's not involved tends to benefit. This solves that in that you can't do that. It literally is impossible. It forces the balance between the players to where, like, if it's Ken, me, and Derek in a game, I can only pick on Derek to a point, and then I have to pivot over to Ken, and vice versa. And that works for all the players involved. They have to go a little left. They have to go a little right.
Yeah.
And again, it has that auction mechanism to where the generals in this game, it's not really a worker placement game. It's also not an auction game.
It's an auction placement, like a worker auction.
Yeah, it's a hybrid here to where the value of your generals, depending on which of the 12, I think, locations that you put them, they carry a bid value there.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't matter that you went there first, unless we have the same number, then ties go to whoever is first, unless you have the rule break or whatever.
Right.
But then from there, it's then, you can add another bid onto that, but now you're losing tempo there. And all 3 of the factions in Three Kingdoms, which is the history is romance of the...
Yeah, it's Three Kingdoms.
Yeah, right, yeah. That
it's a Warring States period.
mostly historical with some supernatural.
Yeah, I think like the generals that you have in are from the Romance.
Right.
So not all of them are historical, but like I think quite a few of them probably have some basic.
It's canon,
history
at least, right? Yeah.
Right.
The artwork is beautiful on this. The mechanisms work really, really great, and it's somewhat point salady. But the way it does the scoring, it's not just who scores the most, they score points. It's if you win this part of the scoring, are you in first by yourself? Are you tied for first? Are you tied for second? Are you alone in second? And different scoring in that regards. And then you factor in the fact that this is the first ever review copy that was ever sent to us. And the designers are sweet, wonderful people. Both Christina and Youster, and tiny little husband and wife company that... Yeah, they took a chance on us. We tried to help promote it, and come to find out, it's a really damn good game. Really good.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of labor of love games.
100%.
Where like all of the links they went to make sure that like the leader powers matched up with like the story.
Yeah.
The links they went to like get all the they're called like buildings or developments, the like special power things you can play.
Yeah, right. I got you.
To like work with the period. I think it's just it's special in that way, right? Like it's in my top 52. Maybe it's not quite this high, but like you have to really respect that a company that's small can make a game this good.
Yeah.
So because they're not Reiner Knizia.
No. Fact,
They don't have that kind of
2 games.
Yeah.
So yeah. So anyway, that's my number 11. Three Kingdoms Redux. All right. So that said, excuse me. This is fun. Let's do this every night.
Keep doing it.
Yeah, I'm digging this.
Maybe we just get to 800 tonight. Let's go.
Jan K.
Oh, wow.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Wow. Another yawn?
Seriously, we might have to get intermission just to be able to refill drinks. This is amazing. This has been fantastic. I really appreciate
them
this
yawns.
show. Yeah, right?
I'm a yawn also.
Yo, everyone good? We ready to power through the top 10?
Let's rock it.
This is why we're here. All right, let's do this.
All right.
Start us out strong. Trey.
My number 10 is higher in someone else's list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, okay.
And Ken?
All right, Ken.
My number 10 is also higher on somebody else's list.
All right, Derek.
I actually have a number 10, and that number 10 is super heavy, and it's deep.
No,
Well,
it's not heavy.
sometimes-
It's real deep.
Sometimes, depending on how much treasure you're carrying,
Yes.
It can get
You are
really
very
heavy.
heavy.
Yeah,
It's true. And actually, so Deep Sea Adventure is my number 10. It fits in my right hand pocket, and I have this.
This
literally,
is the deep sea
yeah,
pocket.
it's deep sea pocket right there.
That's awesome.
And my jacket of carrying games. Up here is reserved for smaller card games, but the oink games tend to be in the right hand pocket on the side. If you happen to check my jacket, please don't steal it. But Deep Sea Adventure is a great game where you're going down, rolling some dice, and we've actually we've house ruled it a little bit. So once you grab a piece of treasure, you actually will drop an extra number going down, and you'll normally you just have something subtracted when you go up. So it has this really great game of chicken, and who's going to be the first one to start going up before all the oxygen depletes on all 6 players that are tethered to this boat that are kind of trying to get back up and score their pieces when they get to the very top. Play this with non-gamers, play this with gamers, play this while waiting for my food, have played this in a line. Very similar to Colors, but actually it's a game. And it actually has structure, and it actually has a beginning, middle, and end, and it plays really, really quickly. Great to have a bunch. I actually like to take 18 XXers and have them play this game right before they start playing. And it's usually this really funny thing where everybody's super greedy and dies, and then the second everybody jumps in the ship after taking one thing from the bottom, and it's really interesting on each person and how much they'll risk playing this game. So I really like Deep Sea Adventure, and that's why it's my number 10.
I played it once. I enjoyed my play of it, though.
so the non-genius version of this game
Okay.
is one where each player has their own oxygen supply. The fact that you share the oxygen supply is just so clever, and really takes it up to a level where you're just like, wow, that's cool. I've played this game probably like 9 or 10 times. I don't think I've ever not drowned.
There's something to be said for consistency.
That means that you're
100%,
very
right?
consistently
Yeah,
greedy.
right.
Well, so it's a combination of consistently greedy and then drowning the first time, so then feeling like I have to get more to make up for it the second time.
Exactly, and that's the pressure you're looking at.
And rolling really poorly. I mean, there's some video evidence to show that there are times when I can actually roll pretty well, particularly Blue Dice and Oath. I seem to have some mojo with.
Yes, you do.
But in this particular game, if I can roll a
Wait
one
a
on-
minute. Did he just say some?
If I
in Oath?
can roll
some?
a 1, I'm rolling a 1. So basically, as long as I'm carrying treasure, I can't move. And yet, I've never had a bad time with it. It's a great one.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's such an engagement. It's hella fun. You got to decide. I usually chicken out early because that's my personality. But still don't. There'll be one person who managed to grab enough to beat everybody. It's such a hilarious experience. Totally
I mean, the
worth it.
points really don't matter at the end, but they really do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those, it's more the experience than the actual.
Yeah.
Like, who cares who wins,
Yeah.
but the story that it tells is fun, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but this is not like just one.
It is not.
Like, the scores actually do matter.
Yeah, okay,
This
fair,
one.
fair, fair.
They do,
fair.
because you can grab one treasure from
If
the
they
very
didn't,
bottom.
nobody would ever drown.
Right,
But instead, everybody always drowns.
right. Have you played, people are asking, I don't know about this, the
There's a
boost
new one.
die?
Yeah, the boost die, I mean, it does change the game because there's a blank. You
Yeah.
can roll a blank,
Yeah.
which is kind of awful. Kind of not so good. But there's also a little tray that it comes with, and there's a predecessor to this that was the Moon Adventure, and that's incredibly hard. That's a co-op adventure where you're also tethered on the moon, and you're trying to do these different tasks that you have to achieve, and then all get back to the ship. And that one's I've played it probably about 12 times, and we have not correctly made it to the end of that one. So that was very difficult. On the flip side, this one is much more simple and easy to get into.
And am I right that there's a new version of this one that came out this year?
That's the boost. What they're talking about. It's an additional.
Yeah.
It's just an additional die.
Just a slight change in
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it has a different faces on it, and when you roll these dice, you'll get different outcome. It can make you faster, and it could just stop you in your track. So, I mean, it is a nice addition, and you can change out one
variable.
die.
Yeah.
It's a variable dice.
Cool.
The other die was variable because it was 1, 2, 3, and this one has nothing as one of the things. So, I mean,
Cool.
All right, you're number 10.
My number 10 is Deep Sea Adventure.
All right. My number 10, Le Havre. It's Uwe time. This is welcome to the Uwe part of the show. So, first off, we are streaming Le Havre Wednesday, so tune in for that. But Le Havre is, I love it. It has a solo.
Yeah.
I love it 1 to 5 across the entire player count. It is mechanically a pretty simple game. I have turned non-gamers. This was their first game, and provided they work for UPS, they're into logistics, or no, I'm kidding. But it's a resource conversion game, as well as a bit of a tableau builder at its core. Very simple. You move your ship. You take one of 2 actions. Very, very simple. But the depth, you can go layer upon layer upon layer, and it never is not a great time.
Yeah.
Except sometimes 5 players can run a bit long. Don't have your first game experience with 5 players, probably. Outside of that,
Oh, I've never played at 5.
you're going to be playing at 4, since you normally play at 2-player, right?
I do.
So, yeah, no, Le Havre is fantastic.
Yeah.
I like floating down the river.
Don't have very many plays, but I've had a good time with it. Yes, it's clearly very good.
Yeah, no, it is one that, given more plays, I could actually see being in top 50.
There's a little bit of AP with the buildings because you're not sure like which building, and you're like, is that building going to come out? Because you obviously they're splayed, and as they get removed, then things become available. So you kind of know what's going to come, but you don't know when it's going to be available. So really fantastic.
I would love to hit a lot of these classics repeatedly over a relatively short amount of time with a wide range here at Heavy Cardboard to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So to be able to broaden some of these classics.
It's high on my list.
Yeah, number 10, Le Havre.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to number 9.
All right, my number 9 is a Deceiban Seagull, the 7 Seals, or as this box says, Slough Off.
Slough Off.
So I'll be honest, never heard of Slough Off. No clue. But that
Yes.
that
I know that one.
Dice Steven Seagal.
Yes.
Yes.
Affectionately called Deceiban Seagull.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Segan becomes Segan Seagal.
Sorry, German people.
Yes.
Yes. It is the 7 Seals in German.
Apologies.
7 Seals.
This is, sorry to the people who aren't really into the trick-taking games, this is my favorite. It is the last on my list. It's certainly not as complicated as Nokos or Nokosu. There was a discussion in chat about what is the correct pronunciation.
Okay, fair enough.
But what it does have is a bidding system that in trick takers I'm a fan of bidding. That's my core mechanical hook that I like. And so this one has bidding where you have to bid on colors of tricks you'll win, right? Of what essentially the lead suit is, with a little tweak for Trump, which I don't need to get into. And that is like just a nice little. It's not difficult to understand. It's not complicated. It is just really well done, and there's nothing about that I dislike. There's the additional complexity that does come into it, where there's a player who gets to play the Grim Reaper or
Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal. if you're playing Scott Skype, Steven Seagal.
He literally has a little mini that is Steven Seagal, right?
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
And that is basically the chaos agents, right? Trying to mess up people's bids in the best they can, which is sometimes you don't need that in the game for your bid to work, but it certainly helps because once you can never count on the tricks that you're going to win, because someone else might also need that blue trick or whatever.
Right.
It's such a nice simple game that runs it's just fluid. It's fast. I can't say no to it. It's awesome. It's my favorite trick taking.
I'm not as enamored with this one as you are, but I've enjoyed my plays of it. I don't have a whole lot more to say on it, though.
I played it lots of times. Pretty much all the times he asks, I'll play it. It's great because you can play that agent of chaos.
Right.
I don't even want to win the game as much as I just want other people just not to make their bids. It's just, I don't know. It's just this wicked game that you play it wickedly. And the trick taking itself is one of those games where everybody feels like they know exactly what's going to happen, and then things just don't go their way. It's wonderful.
Apparently, this is also known as Wizard Extreme,
yes.
right? I saw that when I was looking for the covers for
I've never actually
today's
seen
graphics.
that. Anybody have
Okay.
that copy?
Okay.
So.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I played this one time, and I'm sort of where Edward is. Like,
Yeah.
it seemed cool.
Yeah.
I would play it again.
Yeah.
And if you with people that really know how to play trick taking games, it makes the game far better.
So, Slough Off or...
Deceive and Seagull.
There you go. Number 9. All right. Ken?
My number 9 is higher on somebody else's list.
But that's the last time you say that.
It is the last time I say it.
It is. Okay.
I won't be saying that.
Derek?
Because my number 9 is Russian railroads, German railroads.
The one expansion that I'm letting go. Fine.
Yes.
Fine.
It's kind of like an expand alone, right?
See,
Kinda.
I only play like regular Russian railroads. It's fine. You know, it's fine that you're going to move along these tracks and these things, and everybody's doing the same thing, very careless of the game.
Yeah.
To everybody do the same thing, but I love German railroads because it's modular, and you can decide what type of strategy you want to play in that game. Maybe 2 tracks are more interesting for you, and you want to. Now this is a repeated play game, obviously. Because it is a worker placement game. It's a very, very tight worker placement game where you're laying tracks as you're moving forward and also gaining benefits that you'll then utilize during that game. So with German railroads, you have some spaces that are empty that you'll actually add, and you'll actually build your player board. And as you build your player board, you'll kind of develop your own strategy. Everybody around the board has certain things that they have available to them, and some of the scoring are only available because there's only one of each. So that special scoring cards, as well as some of the developments, are not available, as well as some bigger trains. This train game has no large board as much as it has the individual board that you'll be pushing out and then doing that scoring at the end. I love Russian railroads for its very tight worker placement, where you're not going to get everything you want. So you just have to make an understanding that you're not going to get what you want, and you will pivot for your next round. And so Russian railroads is my German railroads is my favorite of all of them. American railroads is good. Has the stock market. The vanilla Russian railroads is really good, and the Asian railroads pushes more on the technology track, and it tends to be a little bit easier because you're getting a lot more bonuses. Tends to have a lot higher scoring. But Russian railroads, German railroads is my favorite.
So, for those that don't know, German Railroads was really hard to get there for a while, and all this got reprinted as Ultimate Railroads, which has all those versions that he just talked about, all in one giant box.
Yeah.
And we, not recently, I'd say within the last 6 months or so, we streamed German Railroads. I loved it. If you like worker placement games, it's tight.
Super
It gives that good balance, like you said, of options, and we don't have to be going after the exact same things.
But we will.
But there can be some asymmetry between our strategies, and it works really well. If you like scoring a lot of points, this game has it, because lots and lots, like 400 plus
Or
500, right?
sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I really enjoy it.
The system is okay for me. I enjoy it. It's not one I last to play ever. There's a lot of, for me, it ends up feeling like a lot of, I'm going to push the black track over here 2 spaces, or the white one here 1 space.
Temple track.
Yeah. Well, but of the various editions, German is the best one.
I
right?
agree.
It's you get to decide more about how your track is built out. That's interesting.
I only ever played the base game, and kind of bounced off it, honestly. So I feel like I should maybe give the German one a try. Yeah.
It improves upon it, maybe not to the degree that it's going to become like, wow, this is, but I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
you won't want that time back, but I don't think it's going
Well,
to.
I would not say. I mean, I don't think this is a game that I like rate poorly.
Right.
I just was sort of like, that's a game.
I think I might have enjoyed my plays of this more on BGA than in person because
Interesting.
We play it very fast
It does.
on BGA.
It's fast.
Oh,
It does
okay.
all all the bookkeeping for you. But I know the game well enough that I understand what it's doing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. The scoring can get a little
Yeah.
much.
Tedious.
It can get a little tedious at times, but yeah, that's it. It's still I really enjoy the game. So you're number 9.
My number 9, Russian railroads, German railroads.
All right, my number 9 for the last time is higher on somebody else's list.
All right.
Okay.
Don't know what that is. Okay. All right. My number 8 is A Fresh Fish by Friedman Freeze.
So the question before you go any further.
Yes.
Whoa.
Hold on. There are 2
Yes, there are.
very distinct versions. There's the first edition rules, second edition rules. You can play
People who love this game feel very strongly.
very strongly. So I came prepared. He did not specify. So the question is it first edition or is it second edition? Which is it?
Well, on my Excel or Google sheet, I have a year. It's 2014.
So that would be the
second-
first edition.
No,
first-
it's second
that's the
edition.
Second edition is it?
So
Okay.
first edition is like 97 or something
Oh,
like that.
okay.
Maybe
All right.
later.
So
early.
so not that one. That one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is not to say that I wouldn't like the first edition.
Okay.
I've only played the first edition twice. I picked this up not knowing that there was a first edition.
To be clear, you can play both versions of the game with the second edition.
Basically,
the
yeah.
rules are in there, or
Yeah.
Sure.
you can make it work. So
Yeah.
with that said,
Yeah,
please.
so like I said, I picked this up not knowing there was a first edition, and I played the hell out of it. I love this version of the game. Later, much later, I played a game of the first edition, and the rules are much harder to understand, and I struggled with it. And then I played it again like 5 years later, and was like, I still don't understand what's going on, but it was 5 years later.
That's me.
I would love to be able to play it 2 or 3 times in a row to get it
Really lock it.
down in
Yeah.
my head. Hopefully that'll happen eventually. But the second edition is fantastic. It's such
So mean.
It is
It's really mean.
It's
So mean in a fun way.
It's like just getting in the way of other people,
Yeah.
not letting them get away with setting themselves up well, and then
Oh shit! That's the story you're telling yourself. And it's like putting that poor, cheese delivery person out of business.
Yeah. What's up, Steph? Thanks for the
Steph,
the raid over on Twitch. Continue.
So
Yeah.
and then when you're prepared for it, you flip a tile and you hope that it happens to be what you want, right? Oftentimes it's just a like a table, right?
Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, fine, I'll put it over there. But when it's an auction, you get this blind bid auction, which blind bid. Why would I like that? It seems like something kind of thing I wouldn't like, right? I like more control in my games.
Facts.
And a blind bid does not have is maybe the least amount of control in a bidding system.
Yes.
But this one, I think how it works for me is because you have 15 money for
Yeah.
the entire game.
Integers are real low.
Yes,
It's real low.
it's low, and you never get any back.
Nope.
So,
It's a one-way trip.
and that's crucial, and I love it.
Yep.
So-
So I bid heavy early, get what I want, and then hope for the best.
Right? Yeah, you can that can work. So I for the people who like the first edition, I acknowledge that there may be an amazing game there that I need to learn better. But the second edition is exactly how I love it.
I enjoyed my plays of the second edition, meaning second edition rules, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of what version you play, whatever. I have tried 3 times to play the first edition rules. I have yet to wrap my head around how they work. It doesn't make sense. I'm not saying it's probably an us problem, but it is not. It is very obtuse. It is very opaque how they're supposed to work. But those that love the first edition swear by it and will not play it any other way. That said, I really enjoy the game. We streamed this, didn't we?
Yeah.
Right.
One of the things I'll say about
streamed it too.
Yeah, okay.
sort of what a theory that I have about learning a game like that
Yeah.
is that it may be better to not play it with someone who's running the game for you. Because
So you force
You force
to
yourself
fumble
to-
your
yeah.
way through
right,
it.
Right, and that's the same reason that, like, you know, I'm maybe if I ever try to bother to learn 18xx more, maybe I should play with people who don't really know 18xx, and then we're forced to sort of learn the system better. But like I think that might be the case with games like this.
Keep going. How about you, Ken?
I've never had a play of this I didn't enjoy. I've played both versions. I think that, I mean, I don't know if there's anybody watching this that is going to take offense right now. I don't see what the big deal about the first version is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's,
Have you
I
met
mean,
Dan Bloom?
it's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Felix is a huge
Yeah,
sure,
proponent
yeah.
of it
I
as
think
well.
like
Except first edition.
it adds a lot of logic overhead, right? Because you're sort of collectively figuring out when, like, oh well now we know what this road's going to look like. But like even people who are really good at that stuff can miss,
Right.
miss moments of that. I just don't see why that's great.
Okay.
I think like the good parts of the game play the same in both editions, and I just don't think the other stuff is worth it. I mean, but
Maybe
Okay.
I know people have strong feelings about this. So
maybe a nostalgia factor.
for me, not so much.
And I do wonder, and I'm not saying John is in this company since I see him in chat talking about this, but I wonder if it's hipster thought also. I don't know. I'm not saying it is like, no, I want to be the cool kid. So the first, I don't know, because to me, I enjoy the second edition.
Yeah.
Or the rules. And I don't feel like beating my head up against the wall to try and wrap my head around something. That doesn't sound like fun. That's all.
I think. I mean, I feel like it is genuinely a positive streamlining. It just takes stuff out
Yeah.
that is unnecessarily
I played
difficult.
first edition. I played it, and
Yeah.
I
It's
didn't
cool,
like it
it's
as much
fine.
as the second
Yeah.
edition. It just didn't flow as easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I'm willing to try it some more with the
Yeah.
first, but I just don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze for me.
Yeah. This is my clear second favorite 2F Spiele game.
Yes, it is.
My
So
favorite.
yeah.
Yeah. Number 8, Fresh Fish.
Okay.
I agree.
All right. Moving on to my number 8, Pandemic Legacy Season 1.
Shocked the hell out of me.
Season 1.
Yeah, and so, right. Again, I'm not putting any games on here that are too similar. But I have Season 2 and Season 0 also rated pretty highly. But the reason I picked Season 1 is it's very similar to the reason that Trey and I both put the crew on here. The experience of playing through the game is probably my favorite like collective board game experience that I've had.
Wow.
Such a good experience. I mean, so I have
I've never played.
I have the Season 1 board mounted and framed.
From the experience that happened.
Yeah.
Okay. I can appreciate that. Yeah. I get that. Okay.
So, and I will also say, Pandemic, fine. Nowhere near my top 50. Nowhere near my top 50. But I think what actually is cool is like, so it is a really durable game system that can bear the weight of all the weird legacy stuff that gets put on top of it in the different iterations, right? And I just, I think the co-designers, it's Matt Leacock, the Pandemic guy, but also Rob Davio, did just an amazing job of like pushing the bounds of what's possible in board games with these 3 games. So they're very narrative, right? Like I think if you're not into narrative in board games, you're not gonna like these as much.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that they're not interesting as cooperative board games. Like, I mean, they are essentially they're cooperative. It's kind of cooperative puzzle solving with a random number generator thrown in there, right? That's what Pandemic is, right?
Yes.
I'll take your word for it. Never played it.
And you get more MacGuffins as you go to make things maybe a little more interesting.
Okay.
I would actually say, by the way, for those that are looking purely for the best like board game experience, I'd go for Season 0. I think the things that it adds
That's what I thought.
are actually more interesting than Season 1.
Okay.
But the Season 1 experience for me, because it's my first experience with this legacy type system, is probably the
Okay,
one
that
that I would keep
That makes
all
sense.
of
Yeah,
them,
I get
memories
that.
wise.
Okay.
And obviously, I'm never playing this game again. I in theory, you can like
Yeah, but
play again, but I mean, I mounted and framed it for a reason. Like we're never playing it again.
That's
right?
awesome, though.
So,
See, and that becomes a memento, right?
totally.
I dig
So,
that. I can appreciate that.
And I think when that game came out and was so popular and was #1 on Board Game Geek, right? Everybody was like, oh, well, I mean, now we're just going to have like a bunch of different legacy games and like this is going to be like a thing. But realistically, there haven't been very many others.
Nope.
And certainly none
that have hit.
that
right.
have hit the way these hit. So it's really quite an achievement to do these as well as they were done. And I mean, I love these games. So
I played the first two seasons. You see, saying that about Zero makes me want to play Zero now. Pandemic is
So you played season 1, season 2, right?
Yes.
Not Zero.
Zero.
Okay,
Zero is
got
the
it.
third one.
Okay.
Zero,
Again,
yeah.
never played any of it, so.
I think Zero is back in time.
yeah, so
Okay.
season 1 is set kind of now.
Okay.
Season 2 is set in the future.
Yep.
Season 0 is set during the Cold War. It's set in like the 60s or 70s.
Okay. Got it.
So the pandemic system is not, the base pandemic is not particularly interesting for me. I played some of the variants like Rome and
Abera.
Iberia and the Netherlands are all improvements, and I enjoy them.
And Urin from Slaughter had a hand in the Netherlands one, by the way. So
he
there's
should,
that,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Season 1 was great, a great experience because of that experience. Because it just but I think because season 2 changed the base game enough that I enjoyed that one more than season 1. Because season 1 was basically pandemic with some very cool
sprinkles.
stuff.
Yeah.
With some very cool stuff it added
Yeah.
on. Season 2 I think changed it up a bit more. So I would like to now you say that I'd like to try season 0.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on these?
I haven't played any of the legacy games, and I played
Iberia.
Iberia, which has like instead of just the zones getting really bad, it's like zombies start walking, and I thought that was really cool.
Hold on.
Like,
How did they did?
They just start the meeples just start coming over, and you're like, they're coming towards me, and I thought that was really cool. But
Okay.
it's more.
I've never played Pandemic in any form or fashion
interesting.
whatsoever. I have no interest.
Okay.
I know it has a quarterbacking potential issue. To me, again, it's a solo game. If I were to ever do it, I would think. I have no interest. However, going to go off on a little bit of a tangent. So I have no opinions on that. But I appreciate when you mention the whole, you have it framed in the whole 9 yards. I have a question, and half of our group is actually live here, so I'll ask it collectively. Don't skewer me. Risk Legacy. I would totally be down
100%.
for that.
I have a framed one at home.
I
love
would be
Risk
down
100%.
to actually do
I've
that.
heard a lot of I've heard people say that Risk Legacy is the best.
I
Legacy.
played like 3 of the games before our game group kind of went kaput in Denver.
Yeah.
I would legit. The question I have for the people watching: would y'all like to see that? Because I think that would be epic. I think that would be great.
I did lose.
I would
friends
love that.
Playing the last time I played it. So.
We have
this
thick
group
skin.
was
It's
stronger.
okay. Yeah,
this
yeah.
week- Because some games end in 30
Yeah.
minutes. Like
Yeah.
some of those games are super fast because
Right.
of the structure of the game.
I would be down for it. So just you mentioned legacies.
Here's
so.
the thing. I mean, because we had such a good experience with this, my home group has played a lot of these legacy games, including ones that are definitely worse than Risk Legacy. Right?
Yeah.
Looking at you, Charterstone. Sorry.
And Seafall.
Well,
not
but
very
I'm not
good.
saying worse.
Okay, so-
Charterstones that you're not beating each other up though.
Here's what I'm gonna say about Seafall.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
It is a very interesting failure.
Yeah.
It's like a deeply flawed indie movie that you nevertheless sort of appreciate
Okay.
for like going for it.
Yeah.
And actually, what I think happened there is that during the development process, they developed out too much of the weirdness. I think in trying to make it like a marketable game, they took away some of the stuff that might have made it a great game. So that's a game that I sort of wish.
They wanted another year and a half on development for that game.
I just think it felt like to me they should have like just published it as like a super bloated weird mess.
Yeah.
And that would have been probably better.
Okay.
For the final product.
And then kind of editing.
Yeah, I think it ended up being just like a little bit too. The stakes were too low.
So everybody but Jakob, it seems, would be down for Risk Legacy. Because it's not heavy enough. Guess what, Jakob? We're probably going to do High Frontier 4 again at some point. So sooner rather than later. So that should tide you over for another couple years. So there's that.
Yeah.
All right. So that is your number 8.
My
and
number
this
8.
came out of nowhere. And this is the game that I'm just not going to play.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
You have the right to be wrong.
Yeah, no, I look, I'm reading what everyone's saying. They all seem to really love this game. So
I even bought like the little North America Pandemic just because I was like, maybe my wife would like this. And after we played it, she's like, yeah, I don't really like this whole things go crazy on the map. So I'm like,
fair enough.
Yeah. So my number 8 is Tzolk'in, Mayan Calendar. This game is fantastic because you're placing your workers on wheels that rotate and kind of show you time, so to speak. Players do have a little bit of a power where they can push a little bit further than normal once a game. And as you're playing, you're kind of setting up what you're going to gain because the game is really simple. You either put your workers on or you take them off. It's so simple.
Just like a Lacerda game. Always very simple.
I mean, and that's the only decision you really have to make, right?
Yeah.
No, you
Very
have to think
simple.
about all the ways that you can score points. And also, corn. Corn is really important because you're going to have to feed your workers, and you pretty much, to gain a higher placement on the wheel, you have to spend more coin. So at certain points, you're going to be corn rich. And you're like, I can do everything! But you cannot do everything because the game itself has a way of evening itself out again, and it's really, really fantastic. I love to play this game and actually teach it to gamers that have just moved into heavy games. And this is one of the first games that I want them to play because of the way that the mechanism of the worker placement and just now I know people talk about the tracks. The tracks are important because you are gaining some benefits, but you are also sending workers to do those actions. So the more workers you have, the more you're going to have to pay during the interim phases.
Feed and heat.
Because if you don't pay them, you're losing some points.
Yeah.
So you want to balance that as you're playing through too, and it's just a perfect, easy. Not easy, but easy for us as far as like a Euro game that has a lot of parts to it that also just runs really, really smoothly.
Man, when this came out, this was anything but easy. This was so hard to play for me.
Still is.
Yeah, to play well.
Still is very hard to play
Yeah,
well.
talk about it. Come on.
All right, so this is.
I don't care. Rehash it. It was beautiful.
So I'm going to talk about a different great thing about this game. This time.
I've been all watered up. I've been waiting for this all day.
Sorry.
right.
I'm going to talk about a different great thing, which is the system of forests and fields.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Another, like, just a really clever way to simulate, like, what I think was actually an ecological issue.
Right.
For, like, all the sort of, like, Mexica tribes, right? Like, so, you need room to grow crops. You clear cut the forests. Now you don't have lumber anymore.
Yeah.
This is before they sort of figure out how this all works, right? So you can, if you're not careful in this game, run yourself right out of wood.
That's right.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
Not fun. Not fun. Not fun.
And yet you have to do some of it, or you can't grow the crops you need, right? So there obviously are ways around this problem in the game.
There are.
But one of the things that makes it have such a high skill ceiling, right, is that it is one of a bunch of different problems that you have to manage. It's a really tight, focused, cool design.
The gear mechanism, the way it simulates time passage, is straight up genius.
Yeah.
Works so well.
Yep.
So well. The only reason it's not higher on my list is we literally never play it. Like, I've yet to play it since I moved to Boston.
Yeah.
Part of the reason I don't have painted wheels, I refuse to stream it with naked wheel. The gear's got to be painted because it's embarrassing. So if anybody out there wants to send me their painted gear,
You're so vain, man.
I know.
Probably think this song is about you.
I did, in fact.
I actually played somebody else's copy because they have. I played Daryl's copy because it had a painted wheel and with three new players. So it was a little longer than I thought it was.
Tzolk'in was the hotness of the hotness of the hotness
Yeah,
when
it
it
was
came
that.
out,
It was
and
that.
now no one talks about it. But I still think there's plenty to explore.
Definitely still for me the best Luciani Tashini collaboration game.
Set that bar awfully high.
It's very high. So I have not played with the expansion. Have you guys played with the expansion?
Which the God Powers or which expansion?
I think there's only one.
Oh, okay.
And it has it's like modular.
Yeah.
There's like asymmetrical powers.
I don't really use them.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's other things that you can put in there, but the God Power
Tribes and
powers,
Prophecies. That's
Yeah.
it.
there we go.
Yeah.
I don't play with them.
I think I have played with it, but it's been
Yeah.
many a moon.
I have it, but I just don't. I usually
Okay,
don't play
yeah.
with it. I usually get new players, so I usually don't
Yeah.
get players. And like he's saying, when we're all together with players that know how to play, we end up playing something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is also a game that this is one of my hobby games that my daughter likes. She thinks the theme is cool. So this is one we play together. It's a pretty good 2-player game.
Yeah, it is.
She is Crystal Skulls only. That's her angle.
A girl after my heart. Love it. Love it. I am a huge Crystal Skull.
Get that last skull.
And
Oh,
so
it feels so good.
the
Feels
last
so
couple
good.
of times I've been like, do you see how this building strategy can totally kick you in the teeth? But you know, she's won more than her fair share. So
That's good. Clearly a Raiders of the Lost Ark fan
Yeah.
also. All right, so that is your number 8, sir.
Yep, Tzolk'in.
that's
The
mine.
mine
Oh,
kind.
that's Derek's.
Derek's,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was on
My number 20 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to reference Uwe. Uwe's best game.
I agree.
So, or at Labora, my number 8.
My number 20.
The only reason this game isn't higher, the only reason, we have approximately, I'm making a broad general, I think 974 expansions for Agricola, different decks, I think. Not a single expansion deck for Ora Labora.
Because it's an inferior game.
Anyway, Ora Labora. Another great resource conversion game by Uwe Rosenberg.
Yep.
That also has, when you're building buildings, it has where you build your building matters immensely in this game. And it has an adjacency thing, building your tableau. It is such a delicious puzzle across the entire player count that it's is close to a perfect game from Uwe Rosenberg that I would want. It has everything that I want in this type of game. Again, that resource conversion tableau builder. It has everything I want. The only problem with it, it has, what is it? It's Ireland and France, right? Come on.
There's not that many monks, man. That's just the bottom line is there's not that many monks.
I'm so bitter. I've been begging for this for a decade.
The publisher did respond on BGG.
What?
They said that they don't really have any interest in doing that, but if a fan wanted to take the initiative, they would be happy to look at it. And that happened to the Caverna, right?
Right.
Yeah. So if someone
Which somehow is higher than Agricola. Anyway.
Higher in what?
BGG rank. Don't get me started.
That's
That's just wrong. That's
silly.
gross. I know.
I've never
anyways.
played this game.
Oh my god. So you don't know that
I was just kidding.
you've never played
I
Ora
mean, it's
Labora?
probably inferior to Agricola,
it'll
But
be
I'm willing-
inferior for Ken.
but I'm willing to play it.
You know how many times I've tried to get this played over the past year, and it just
I've
gets
been-
shut down. It
I've
gets
been
shut down
helping.
constantly. Yeah,
Okay, John, put it to the top of the list, bud. Okay.
This is like probably the most like all of the games we've talked about. This is the one that I want to play the most. Because
Okay. Let's do it.
I think this is so much better than how it's perceived out there. Just because it's another Uwe game, right?
Yeah. The chronology of the releases of these, I think,
Right.
actually plays a part.
Yeah.
In there's a bias.
Was this one the one that
I
was
do
right
feel.
after Agricola?
Yeah. So that's okay. Look, we're gonna talk about that here in a little bit.
Sure.
Not a bad game by any stretch. So yeah, no, just again, in my opinion, honest to God,
Yeah.
you're splitting some real thin hairs between those three.
Yeah.
And this is, Absolute Hall of Fame, all three of them.
I mean,
so.
this has two things that I love about it. Besides what you've already talked about,
Yeah.
the tableau
Yeah.
Is it's got a glass road wheel, a Black Forest glass road wheel, where your resources resources are managed there, but it's a shared wheel, and it's how much resources the table collectively has, and when you take clay, you take that 5 clay, and it goes to 0, and you got the clay. The next player doesn't get that clay.
You ain't getting no clay.
That player has to wait for clay to appear again, right?
Right.
And that's great. The other thing that's great about it is you have 3 workers. One's the prior or abbot who can go on your building immediately after building it. But that's not the cool thing. Cool thing is you can pay someone $1 or $2, depending on when it is in the game, to put one of their workers on one of their buildings, and you get to do what the action is. And that's
you were planning on using that? I'm so sorry. Not at all.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. See, he's like, okay, I can get on board with that.
Sure.
Yeah. Biased.
I'm appealing to
Biased.
it.
I know. I appreciate you.
I have a feeling I will like it quite a bit.
That's fine.
It sounds, and I feel like I've watched a stream of it too, like it's maybe a little looser than Agricola. Agricola is very, very...
I think that's a fair statement. We'll talk more about this in a little bit. We'll do the comparison later.
But I mean, it's only by... I mean, so like, Rosenberg got some games that are a lot looser.
Yeah.
Feast for Odin.
Caverna.
Yeah, right. So like...
Nowhere near on these lists.
On the spectrum,
So, yeah.
it's...
Yeah. We're splitting levels.
Right.
Splitting hairs. Plus, I would like to point out that Ian O'Toole says Ora Labora is great. Plus, has an Irish version. # biased. He is an Irishman. And to be clear, somebody asked, is there a clear preference on Ireland or France?
Yeah.
And Ian responds, no. Except there's one that's clearly better.
Amazing.
So, my number 8, and should be higher on every single person's list, Ora Labora. And by the way, I'm screaming. I'm a little fired up. I'm sorry for all those listening later. I'm sorry.
It is. It's a great game. It should be higher on everybody's list.
Yeah, 100%. If it's not, you're wrong. The end. My number 8.
All right, my number 7.
Yeah.
I don't know if Steph's still here. You need to put the 7 up.
I do. There it is.
Is Carnegie, or Carnegie, depending on how you want to pronounce it.
Sure.
This is my favorite game of the last few years. I've said this before. It feels like it was designed just for me.
That's awesome. That's a really sweet thing to say. I mean that.
It has the mechanism where you have to figure out what actions are going to be taken by other players, because it is a lead follow type concept, right? Someone calls the action, everybody gets to do it. Although it's not like a better, the leader doesn't get to do it better. It's just like that person decides what the action is for that turn.
Right.
And you have to set yourself up for that. You have to figure out what's going to happen in the next 2-3 turns, or even longer, right? And make sure that you're ready for it. And that management is amazing, right? You have to make sure you look at the timeline, understand what order the regions in the U.S., because you have this map of the U.S., what region of the U.S., what the order they're going to get executed, and so you can prepare to get income at the right time. If you're not getting income, most of the time, you're not going to do well.
Yeah.
It's super important. Sometimes I wonder whether the board, whether it would be maybe nice if we could get another board, like a non-US board.
Yeah.
But then
Totally agree.
Derek and Steph and I played it on last weekend. I was like, no, this game's fantastic. Love it. Doesn't need that. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if they were to do that, but it doesn't really need it.
Well, he didn't really do anything in Europe, but then we're like, wait, he did build a whole bunch of railways in Europe, so it could work. So, it's my number 11.
Yeah.
So I love Carnegie. I love the Royal Palace portion, which you're building in the spaces of your building, so you can kind of have this asymmetrical thing going on with how you want to convert and how you want to kind of play your game. Everybody kind of wants to get out into the board itself, and then there's always a fight on how you're going to score during the times that you're actually adding to the areas where you for scoring. that's called the
Donations.
Donations, yeah. So when the donations get more expensive, and we've played it online a lot to actually, as the game was being developed, and we saw how the game changed and how they created a game that didn't really have any really easy ways to win, or didn't really have a very specific way to play, and this is the only way that you can play this game. There's lots of different ways of playing the game and lots of ways to actually score and win.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played it enough to have an opinion on can different strategies work thing. Like, it seems like you want some kind of network.
Yeah.
Yes. 100%.
Right? Like, I think if you're just like, networks, forget that.
Yeah.
Like, you're probably not going to win.
That's a poor choice,
Well,
I would argue.
in a game where a good score is at least 150, maybe over 200. 36 points for the network at the end of the game is significant, but it's not game breaking, right?
Right.
If you can get 18,
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't ignore it.
yeah.
But it doesn't have to be your end all.
I have seen players just fill up the large cities and just block out everyone else, so they don't score that, and then they just take all
Other
the
people
points.
don't score it either.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's
there's
interesting.
different ways to play. I wouldn't play necessarily me. I like to try to make the connections, but I have scored. And since you do play on BGA, people do have very strange ways to playing that like
strange that are
Yeah.
different than your
Like-
meta.
yeah,
Right.
they're like,
right, yeah.
hey, let's just move this lever all the way this way, and because
Right.
you have so much control over the actions, you literally can choose the same action every single turn and just push that wheel all the way across.
Well, yeah, BGA is that way, right? Like, because you can get so many reps in there, like, a meta is going to develop
Yeah.
over, like, hundreds of thousands of plays, right?
Well, speaking of which,
So-
and that, so I really narrowly missed my top 50. It's in my top 100. I really have enjoyed my plays. I'm going to look at this from a different standpoint a little bit because y'all are hammering all, which I agree with everything you've said. The two things that I think they've done, three things that they've done an amazing job on that aren't gameplay related. Okay, sort of. One, the graphic design. Even Ian's like, Xavier knocked it out of the park, like crushed it. I'm terrible at the game, but crushed it. So when a graphic designer of that caliber is giving credit, props on that, number one. Number two, just the production value on this. It's not over the top. It's right at the top. The inserts, like, I'm a guy who
The triple layer board, first time I think I'd ever seen that.
Right.
Yeah.
I love my plastic baggies. Just give me baggies and I'm happy. This is the exception to that. They nailed it for the insert. It's perfect. It speeds everything up about tear down and setup, and that is a huge positive. But the thing that blew me away the most and that is most impressive to me is, and it was Quinta Games that did this, right? So during the Kickstarter and before publishing it, they released it on some online.
It was BGA.
It was on BGA.
Alpha status.
They then took all that feedback that they got and made it a kick-ass game.
Yeah. They made some
listened to
really,
our
really
feedback.
important tweaks.
Yeah,
That-
and made the game as good as it is because they were receptive to that feedback and listened to it.
Yeah.
Honest to God, I mean, look, Vital does this with his games to a degree, not to that degree, and I think the game was better, I assume, for it. And I commend them for that. I think that's amazing that they did it because they had hundreds of thousands of games that people had played and then implemented that and just hit a home run when it actually released. So well done on that. Anyway.
Yep.
So
This is what it's weird to say this about a game that was released so recently. I don't feel like I've played it in a long time. I would love to play it again soon.
Fair. John? Okay. So that is your number 7.
That's my
Good
Norms,
sir.
Carnegie.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Moving on to my number 7, modern art.
Oh, nice.
So hold on. Before we go any further, which version?
It doesn't matter.
They all have different art.
Yeah, they all have different art.
No,
That's okay.
no. There's a right answer.
Oh, that version. The
I'd
white
love that. I'd
version.
love to be able to get that version.
Yeah, I
Hold
wish
on.
I could get that version.
Hold on one second. I need to have a conversation with them. If anybody out there would like to really be forever memorialized here on Heavy Cardboard and want to make my whole year, send me a copy of the Stamps version of Modern Art, pretty please. It's been on my bucket list. It's in my Grail game. Pretty please. Thanks.
I've been looking for that for a
Cool.
while.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So it's impossible to get, and when it does, it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
I know. I asked
Yeah.
the
It is.
people at Oinks. Like, when I
Okay.
was-
I just asked that just so I could
Yeah.
do that.
Just
Anyway,
to be
all
clear,
right.
I've never played this on this particular
No,
copy.
no one has.
You don't
Someone
play.
has.
You don't play it. You admire it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't open the box, you just look at it.
Oh no, we're playing it. If somebody sends it, I'm just saying we're
This
playing
is the
it.
Yeah,
theory
you
of
have
comic
that
book collecting,
copy,
where
yeah.
you just take it off the newsstand, put it in the baggie with the board in
No.
the back,
No.
seal it.
No, we're playing it. I am not
Okay.
that.
All right.
I'm getting it because I want to admire it. The
Gotcha.
stamps version. Anyway,
Gotcha.
this is the Simon version.
That's the
but
one.
there
That's
you
the
go.
one that most people.
There
would
you go.
play.
All
Yeah.
right, go ahead.
I love auction games. You guys may have noticed that.
Huh.
Seems.
This is
Me too.
this is a I feel like sort of the ultimate expression of like a pure auction game.
Yeah.
There's obviously other games out there that have a great argument for it. And for me, what puts this one over the top is the BS factor.
Okay.
There's nothing like, you know, your third card of the second sort of era taking like 4 minutes, looking at the card yourself and explaining to your audience who's waiting with bated breath for you to put it on the auction block
How you gonna make something happen?
how a new rising star.
That's right. The story
Of
that
the,
he's
cur-
going to
of the
sell.
current season, with really a shocking and unsettling new series, right? That's what for me takes this one from being like just a great game to being like my favorite auction game.
All right.
I will admit it is more fragile than some other games in its
Fair.
kind of class, quality wise. If you have a player at the table who's like, this math on this auction stuff is not working for me, they can unfairly just hand the game to somebody, which is, I mean,
It happens.
you should know that before you play.
That can happen.
But if everybody is at a relatively similar level of skill, it's so good.
I honestly think Alexander summed this game up perfectly for me. I've played this game about 25 times. Sounds about right for me.
Yep.
I've won some. I've lost some. Still have no idea how to win. It's simple and yet so strangely okay. Nailed it.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I love this is in the big three for Kinesia, Modern Art, Raw, and Medici.
Yeah.
I oddly never feel compelled to like say, hey, we should play Modern Art.
Yeah.
But every time it comes out, I'm like, oh, this is so good. Let's
Yeah.
do this more. This is great.
Yeah, I don't
And,
think I've
yeah.
ever won either.
it's
There is a suggested variant
Oh.
to ensure that everybody has
Oh, sure.
at
Yes.
least one
Doubler. Yeah.
yeah.
that you should probably play with. If you've never played this game before and you're thinking about playing it for the first time, look that up and do that probably.
Yeah.
But it's pretty great. Pretty great. I again, like I feel like it's kind of the ultimate. For me, it's the ultimate expression of an auction game.
I think it's really high up there. I don't like pure auction. I'll agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not the best auction game.
It's the game where you're really where you get some art and you're really hoping someone else wants to get in that art with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, come on, please, someone else put one on the table just so.
And as the game goes on,
Yeah, you're like, can I just
there's
make red
different
happen?
incentives to do that.
Yeah.
Like maybe because they have the cards that will help them value your art more. Maybe just because they don't want this other Joker's art to be so valuable.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
all kinds of reasons to like
Yeah.
partner up. So yeah, love that. Love
Apparently, there's a sealed copy of Stamps on eBay going for $2,250.
Only?
I'm just
that.
saying.
So would you rather have those new lights?
I swear to God, I was just gonna say, as much as I really want Stamps, I would rather just have the $1,800
Yeah.
it's gonna cost to get new lights in
Fair
the
enough.
studio. So
Fair
that
enough.
look, it's art above want. It's professionalism above my
So the
wants.
first 100 extra patrons are lights patrons. The second 100 extra patrons
Are for
stamps
stamps,
patrons.
yes.
Okay.
The weird
got it.
so the weird
Noted.
thing is, the first time I went to Essen, I had the Taiwan board games version
Yeah.
of this,
Yeah.
and it had really great art. And somebody next to me is like, "Oh, you really should get the Oink version." So I put it down, And I went over. They didn't have it. Obviously, it had been sold out, and they actually were on print already at that point.
Right, yeah.
And I went back, and they were all totally sold out of that version of the Taiwan board games version of Modern Art. And now I'm like, oh, I wish I had that. I just the one that I put down because I was like, oh, there's something better. But it's because there's so many versions of this game. It's just and it's going to live on. There's going to be more versions.
You know which version I have? I have the horrendous Mayfair version.
But you know what? It's still great.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's
it
still
doesn't
great.
matter.
Has
Doesn't
some nice
matter.
pop art.
And the fact that it's not the same artist every time you play
Yes.
because there's so many different versions is actually awesome.
It's wonderful.
So
Chris brings up a fair point, though. What's the point of getting new lights in the studio if we don't have
it's a really
stamps
good question.
to highlight?
Yeah, it's a really good
Just
question.
saying.
Not exactly a heavy game.
Yeah. So anyway,
So that is my number 7, Modern Art.
I appreciate y'all indulging me, but seriously, that is my number 1 Grail game.
Grail game,
Yeah,
yeah.
it, re- it
no, I've been
legitimately
looking
is.
for
Yeah.
absolutely.
We've all been looking for it.
Apparently, there's a $500 one in the geek market from Korea. It's like new. Look, I'm gonna play it, so that's fine. I'm just saying the address is on the website. Anyway, go ahead. Actually, it's in the
7?
notes down below.
Am I next?
You are, sir.
All right, my number 7 is Big Boss. Originally, kind of, it's a version of Acquire, Six Axons Acquire that was kind of re-implemented by Michael Kieslinger. Is that Kramer? Wolfgang Kramer. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wolfgang Kramer, and it's really great because it doesn't have this large board. You have cards in your hand that you're placing buildings on a track, so you're literally trying to grow out the companies, but. Different from Acquire, you want to kind of grow out other people's buildings and take money for it, and then hopefully have the merging card that you can merge these buildings together and be able to kind of control what's going on as far as how big things are and also when things merge, because tempo is super important in this game also. So Big Boss, really great because it's a stock market game as well as has a little stocks going on, as well as the actual buildings themselves where you're watching everybody else and what they're putting money into. And hey, look, Trey's really strong in this one building. Well, I'm just going to kind of help him for a little bit, and then I'll merge him with this larger building and then take over his area. So Big Boss, really fantastic, plays really smooth and relatively quickly in I think like an hour and a half for like 4 players. So it's really, really great.
I don't know that I've ever played Big Boss.
Interesting.
I played the before and after.
Like you played Chartered.
I played Chartered,
And
which
you played
is
Acquire.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Chartered being the newer version, which Wolfgang had a hand in, and that one was from Jolly
Dutch.
Jolly Dutch. So we got the prototype of that. We played that, and then Acquire, obviously. But I don't know that I've ever played.
I feel like
Big Boss.
does Chartered have the distinction of being the first stream at Boston?
Maybe.
I think so.
Okay, it might be.
I feel like it's
okay.
it's at least the first stream I think I was.
Okay, all right. So yeah, so I played a derivative of Big Boss. But
I just love it because I feel like the game itself, the Acquire, once things are, buildings kind of come back, and in Big Boss, once a company's done, they're done.
Okay.
And you have to
Okay.
you have to figure out how you're going to diversify and move on. And there's not you don't get much of a runaway leader. I think that kind of can happen a little bit in Acquire where somebody can get really, really ahead. And this one, I feel like everybody's kind of equal because they can always make a movement if they have the card or they can buy the card because you're also trying to grow up the areas.
Yeah, I like all. Oh, I don't know if I played Chartered. I must have, but I
Have
don't
you
remember.
played Chartered?
I have not.
But
I've never
but
played Chartered.
John?
I didn't realize that it was.
But I like Acquire and Big Boss. I think I do like Big Boss more, like Derek. But they're both fantastic. Yeah.
So, I like the sort of topography of Big Boss more.
Yes.
Okay. Like
Acquired is, as you guys probably remember, it's a grid.
Yeah.
right, yeah.
There's so many different squares.
Yes.
Right.
It's hard.
And because of the randomness of the draw, sometimes it's just not going to happen for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is definitely not happened for me many times. Yeah.
That's right.
Big Boss is essentially it's a
track.
circle.
Yeah, it's a
It's
track.
essentially a circle, right?
Yeah, it's a circle
It
that
meets
goes
on
up and
both
down.
ends, right? And so it's much more likely you're going to be next door to one of your other numbers,
Yep.
or somebody else's other number in a way that works, right? So I like that better. I like the share rules in Acquire better.
Oh, okay.
Because you don't have the same liquidity problems in Big Boss that you have in Acquire.
That's
Okay.
right. You don't.
Acquire, you really kind of have to wait for mergers to get liquid. In Big Boss, you can kind of get liquid in a lot of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Acquire is like tight on the money side in a way that I prefer. But Big Boss is like that the topography of the board is it takes some of the like RNG you lose qualities of Acquire away. So what I really want is a game that like puts them together perfectly.
Okay.
And I can't remember what the rules of Chartered are, honestly.
It has been a very long time. There it goes.
So,
So, all right.
but yeah, they're both very good.
Yeah, we should play Chartered. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally down for it.
I've never played Chartered. I really love Big Boss. And,
Okay.
And definitely worth it. 7, Big Boss.
All right. My number 7, the Antiquity, the best splatter.
Okay.
I waffle on this as far as where each of the big 5, arguably 6, maybe 7, you could maybe make the argument for. But I love Civ games, and this is the ultimate Civ game splatter version of it. So Antiquity, it is, you're miserable the entire game, and obviously those of us that like heavy cardboard-esque games, we're all, closet
into
masochists.
that?
Yeah, 100%. The fact that it's a city builder as well as a civilization game, as well as trying to mitigate pollution, and then everybody is dying left and right. It just fits that perfect blend of I can't do anything. It feels like there's no way I'm going to be able to mitigate. I'm never going to be able to do this with a splatter take on a race game, which is really surprising that this is ultimately a race game to a finish. Yet I think it's not quite made for me. It's not quite at that level. I do like that framing of that, but I love playing this 2, 3, or 4 players. We're gonna stream it next week, hopefully. Antiquity is nearly perfect.
It's my 13, and I love it, and it's hilarious because Ken was during the thing you brought up about Tzolk'in this time actually exists a little bit in Antiquity also.
Right.
You harvest your wood, which leaves the fields, and then you plant your seeds, and then you have pollution.
So much pollution.
It's such a I delight in how harsh that game can feel, and how much you need to like figure out how desperately do I need this right now versus making sure I don't like run out of wood, right? Don't let that happen. Definitely don't let that happen. And how much do I need to get this food versus this luxury good, because the food is going to make it mean less graves.
Yep.
But the luxury good means I'll be able to build a city. so good.
Yeah, the balancing act of pollution, graves, yet what I want / what I need to do is off the charts. Honestly, the only 2 downsides, there are legitimate ones. It's fiddly as hell. It is ridiculously fiddly. There are approximately 700,000 chits in this game. And on that note, I'm looking for my...
It's behind it's on the other side.
There it is.
Yeah.
These are a must. So forceps / tweezers are a must for it because there are so many graves and so much pollution and all that you have to deal with. There's that. And the second thing is it starts out very heads down in that you're worried about your own thing. And then as the civilizations expand, then you start getting interaction and it becomes a knife fight in a phone booth for land and everything else. But it's so damn good.
Have not played. I mean, I've watched the stream. I know I would like it. I don't know exactly how much I would like it, but I have not played it.
I have not played it either.
It's hard to get.
You know
played.
what to do, John.
It's hard to get played.
It is. Unfortunately, my copy grew legs, or else we'd be playing it more. So,
Yeah.
But thankfully, there are some folks that have copies in our group, so there's that.
There's available.
My number 7, Antiquity, love it.
Learn it.
All right. Moving on. Number
Mine-
6.
Sixes.
Yeah, my number
Higher on
6.
somebody else's
it's
list.
higher on someone else's list. I wonder what that is.
Could be one of a few different things.
Oh, it really, really could.
Yeah. So then it's me. My number 6 is Twilight Struggle.
I'm surprised it's not higher, honestly.
I think between 11 and 1,
Yeah, it's close for me on that.
they're all
Yeah.
damn near perfect. So, and probably the reason ultimately that this one isn't higher is because it's 2-player only.
Okay.
You know, it is, I think, the best 2-player only game for me, at least. But that limits it a little bit. So this is a Cold War simulation, sort of a war game, but not really.
Waro.
It's a Waro, right? It is that's a theme that I really enjoy. It's a history that I really enjoy. The history of the period is really well implemented on the cards and in the mechanics of the game. There are all kinds of mechanical sort of dimensions to the game that are just super cool. The space race track in the game, I think, models the sort of one-upmanship of the space race that happened in real life in some cool ways. The DEF CON track is sort of like if you've never played this game before but you know one thing about it, that's the thing you know about it. It is a really clever way to sort of like limit the two sides. I mean, just the fact that Soviet Union always goes first and the US always goes last. That seems like kind of a random thing, but it actually makes it, I think, feel pretty thematic. Yeah, I mean, it does take a fairly high skill level to play. You kind of need to know what's in all the decks. You kind of have to have a good sense of when the scoring cards are going to come. You have to have a sense of like, well, it's probably not such a good idea for me to put any influence into North America right now, because North America's not getting scored this era. Right, like you need to know stuff like that to play the game and feel okay about it. But what I will say about this game is because the card draw is pretty random. It is
Completely random.
There is some leveling that can happen in the game where like you do get, I think, a balancing of different skill levels that you wouldn't see in like chess.
As you saw in our
we played twice, right? And one was real close.
Yep.
And the other one was not very close.
Fact.
And that was about the card draws.
Yeah.
Right. I guess last thing I'll say about the game. So like this is a game where like I think it has a very characteristic feel. Right. Like, there's a feeling that I really intensely associate with the game, which is picking up my cards and going,
I hate everything about this.
Oh, no.
This is so bad. Because it's that shared deck of cards, right?
Like, step 1, don't die. Step 2, mitigate the damage as much as possible, right? And some of your turns are going to be like that. If that sounds like fun to you, and you haven't played this game, find somebody to play it with, go out and buy it, and play it immediately.
So, the shared deck of cards... it's CDG. It's a card-driven game. So when you get your hand of cards, half the cards, roughly, are good for one player. They're good for the other. The events will.
We're like a third are neutrals.
Fair enough.
Roughly.
Again, see that experience gap here. When you play it, the event's going to happen. Just the end. If you play it, there are ways to mitigate that.
Yeah. If you play the other side's event.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, in other words, if I'm playing the U.S., you're playing the Soviets, if I have a Soviet card and I play it, then it triggers.
Yeah.
So then it's a matter of mitigating that. And so there is... One of the highlights for me is having gone now and hung out with at least one of the two designers at Circle DC, seeing the professional wargame creators that inhabit that world that these guys live in.
Yep.
The knowledge of the people, the events, and the real life that happened, and how well that is portrayed in this game is mind-blowing. It brought a whole new level to my appreciation for this game, seeing that.
Yeah.
However, the reason it's not in my top 100 is for the same reason ad nauseum.
Tigris and Euphrates, yeah.
And others, which are going to be more on his list. There's that experience gap to where if it's not a lifestyle game and you're playing against someone who does, like for instance, who knows the game, you versus me, I might win 10% of the time, maybe 20% through I'm not a complete total idiot and the deck favored me.
I will say a cool thing about this game is that if you understand the history of the era well, that can actually stand in for game experience because that's how well they have built the history into the game, right?
Yeah.
So like, you will know if you know the era well, like maybe putting influence into Japan is not such a good idea for me if I'm the Soviet Union.
Right.
That that just wasn't a great...
Didn't work out
go
well.
anywhere,
Right, yeah.
Likewise, if you're the U.S., like Cuba, maybe not such a good idea for me to being investing in that particular place, right? So, yeah, I think you will have an idea about that stuff.
That's fair.
And the more you know about the era, the better you can kind of like see that stuff coming.
And
right?
see, that actually softens it a little bit because as a, in a Dan Carlin phrase, a student of history in that regard.
Right.
Even though I'm not as knee deep in it as the guys to, Jason and Jason Matthews and Ananda and stuff. But that helps, right? That helps lessen that. And Chris brings up a good point. I wouldn't call it a Euro. This is a fair statement. Didn't feel that it's not really Euro mechanisms and it's not exactly a war game. So historical simulation, that's probably the only thing that is appropriate here because it's not a war game. It's not a Euro and it's not really a hybrid. That was your shorthand, but that's a fair point. Yes.
And I think one of the great things about the game is that it is kind of its own thing.
Yeah.
I mean, not that there aren't other games that roughly do some of the same things mechanically, but there's not really other games that feel like this game.
Yeah.
So
and the subsequent games that either copied that or that built upon that similar, whether it's 1989, and again, when I say copied it, it's still them. But Imperial Struggle's its own animal. That's really a bad choice of name, but yeah.
Yeah. Comment in the chat about how when the app came out for this game, some of that BGA effect happened. And there were players, specifically Chinese players, who played a really space race heavy strategy that other players had not seen before, and that like for a while there at least was really doing well.
Okay.
And that's it's a cool thing about board games, right? Like I think you think like there's a certain set of ways to play, and then you see something totally different about a game you think you know well. It's cool.
That's awesome. That is kind of cool.
Yeah, I played this a few times way back. It's not a game system for me. That this kind of game's not really for me. So,
Yeah, I haven't played it. I was going to quite a few times, but it's a 2-player game, and I ended up getting pulled into more player games.
Yeah.
Fair. So your number
That's
6.
my number 6.
Twilight Struggle. All right. Derek.
My number 6 is Crystal Palace.
Lincoln's getting loves. Sorry about
sorry,
that. All
sorry,
right.
Lincoln. He comes and puts his head between my legs.
He is. There's a snoot. All right. Anyway, your
my
number
6 is Crystal Palace. Show off your inventions by creating lots of stuff in 1849, leading into the 1851 World's Fair in England. It's a really great game. You're going to be using your dice as workers. Whoever goes first is whoever spends the most money, so you can spend money, and if you don't have any money, you can spend money, because you can get loans.
There's loans!
So there's always loans available. The game itself plays fantastic at higher numbers. It's great at 4 and 5. 5 is kind of like its go-to for... Most of the times when we have a lot of players, we'll tend to play a little higher player count. It can go a little bit long because the AP can induce with having that many players. The game itself is modular, so the individual boards flip over to change gameplay depending on player count. And as you're working through the game, you kind of realize there's some synergies that are available. You can actually play without those synergies if you really wanted to, if you feel like. For me, this is like, it's a flawed masterpiece. A lot of the pieces to the game, I think, flow really well for multiple people. You have to watch what everybody's doing because of how they're actually going after things on the board. Things won't be available to you, so you're going to have to find other avenues to score. And I think Crystal Palace just plays really, really nicely for me. So that's why it's my number 6.
I think this is one of the few games that I think is actually on all 4 of our top. It's not on yours.
Mine, no.
Okay, so it's definitely on. It's my 17. And I think Edward might have had it somewhere between 21 and 50.
It's his 16.
Oh, so top 20 for all 3 of us.
Yes.
And I think we'll see it again in the aggregate top 50 for our group. I agree. I mean, it's one of those games where, like, it's so much more than the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
And it's not... although the dice placement and, dice choosing mechanism is certainly the thing about the game that I think we all think of first. Like, it's the cool mechanism that's different than anything else you've ever seen. It's not the only reason the game is great. The black market is like a really necessary mechanical part of the game. It wouldn't work nearly as well without that. The way that the different sites interlink, the thought that was put into, like... which placement spots get extra resources.
Yes, in the order of them.
Sometimes the first spot gets an extra benefit, but sometimes the second spot gets an extra benefit. So is it worth that extra benefit to potentially get beat out by somebody else who placed in the higher spot, right? Like, there's all these really delicious choices. And I agree with you, like, the sort of, like, headline stuff in the game, like the inventions and the inventors, not that sexy for me.
Yeah.
They're just not that cool. And the game works great anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, and I feel like you could actually, if you didn't want to even have the points, because people always, that's the biggest gripe about the game.
Yeah.
Is that you're gaining those extra points for synergies that people might not ever have access to. Well, you could just play without synergies if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
But those a couple of extra points for somebody, do they really mean a lot in the game? Probably, because it is a relatively low-scoring game. But at the same time, seeing those synergies, everybody sees those synergies. So if you have the hammer, then in that 5 and 6, then you can get whatever you want.
Yeah, the fact that you can, your dice as workers, which I'm a big dice placement guy, dice drafting, however you want to put it. The fact that, you know what? You want to make them all 6s? You can do that. Knock yourself out. You're just going to pay for it. Don't do that. But you can. But you can.
Sure.
And that's the thing.
You want to make them all 1s? Really don't do that.
That seems... bold move, Cotton. Probably somewhere in between that.
Probably
I would
not
say.
going to take any loans.
Yeah, facts.
John did start the game with an 8.
He did start with an 8 with 4 dice, which aggressive.
I kind of...
The point is, you can choose your own, and that is again. I've never seen that in any other game where you set the strength of your own workers every round. Every round you can do it. It is an unlimited amount of money that you have. However,
well, until you run out of spaces to take loans.
oh no, you can still take
just
loans.
keep taking the negatives?
Yeah.
Oh,
You can.
I didn't realize
so
that.
it's
There's no
yeah.
space.
I've never got there.
I
before.
haven't either.
There's no space for good stuff, though.
But it is so good. And I'll be honest, Karsten agrees that the heavy cardboard variant works. He just doesn't think it's necessary.
What's the variant?
The variant. So
the turn order thing.
yeah, it's this. Whoever is second internal or in bid value chooses whether you're going clockwise or anti-clockwise. That's it.
Yeah.
And we just played this fairly recently, and it's still great. It never isn't a great experience. I love it every time I play it. This was my number 16. My number 16.
Yeah,
Crystal Palace.
On top 20 for all 3 of us.
Yeah, as well it should be.
Yes.
Even for the stuff that is it's still great. Which that's commendable. That's even a bigger compliment that it has some and it overcomes
There's a
that.
whole section with the buzz track that you don't really even. I mean, one person is going to end up going up there, and not a lot of people are really going to chase them when somebody gets ahead on that track.
Yeah.
So it's not that part of the game isn't as important. But
I think with the right conditions on the boards, you can have a really high run up that track. But most of the time, it doesn't work.
I accidentally did that last game.
Oh,
He
nice.
I did, and it was way more. It ended up. It looked like I was running away with it.
Wait to place your stuff?
Mostly.
Okay.
Mostly. It was mostly. It looked like I was running away with the game,
Yeah.
and it ended up being far closer than you would think,
Yeah.
which is awesome. Because in the end,
Sure.
you take too many loans, you're going to pay for it, and that's awesome. That was great. So,
It's fun.
yep. So that's
That's,
your
That's
number.
my number 6, Crystal Palace.
Yeah. Awesome. Such a good game. All right, my number 6 is Automobile. Martin Wallace.
Yeah, I heard of that one.
His best design that is clearly his design.
Ah.
Just gonna. That is
I heard what you said.
My number 10.
right.
My number 19.
Okay. Man, who wants to take the lead on this? I can, but
Get in there.
so at 5 players, incredibly tight game about progressing technology and timing of when to battle for turn order and when not to battle for turn order, as well as the punishment of getting too far ahead or too far behind.
Yep.
And there is just the right amount of known variable, and there is just the right amount of unknown variable. It's a game of calculated risk and a battle for turn order, as well as a turn of technology domination or not. That's it in a nutshell. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, you just described it really well. The deciding when to get into taking the opportunity of grabbing a higher technology car type in a market that you maybe not in, or a market that's underrepresented around the table, is something you should like. It's something you should always be trying to set yourself up for. That is difficult to do, right? Because everybody's doing that. Sometimes you'll end up with like 5 factories all producing the same kind of thing. You're like, this is not gonna end up well.
It's really not going to end up well for me because mine is the worst one.
And your technology is going to end next round.
and you're over prescribed on salespeople, and it just there's so many black cubes that come into the game, and that's when those industrialists, those 2 industrialists that get rid of black cubes, the what are they called? What are the black cubes?
I forget. I
Yeah,
can't think of it
yeah.
off the top of my head.
I don't
It's
know.
right there if you want to grab it.
Yeah, that's right.
Are they just called penalty cubes?
No.
No, they're.
no.
I
That's
feel
what
like
they
it's-
are.
Yes, facts. Yeah, effectively, that's what they are. So
But
Yeah.
and that's where those 2 industrialists come in to remove
Yeah.
those cubes, and
Yep.
and I it's such a like the turn order is super important. The deciding whether it's more important to have turn order versus getting a discount versus getting the promotion or whatever, the advertising,
yeah.
versus shutting down a factory. Amazing.
This is it's a great negotiation game.
Because every game can be a negotiation.
It's a great negotiation game. This is one of those games where like table talk really matters.
Do you really want me to go there?
Only at the margins. But because of the way the game works, because the math is pretty hard in the game, right? Like people are thinking out loud all the time, and definitely there's opportunities to be like, oh, I probably should just spend one more technology cube.
What's one more?
Yeah.
It seems like there's always that table talk.
Don't forget you can do that.
Why don't you just push it a little bit more?
That's right. Just get me in range of the thing I want.
Yes. Lost cubes, by the way. Thank
Lost
you,
cubes,
Peanut
there we
Gallery.
go. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Not a handsome game, as Chad is pointing out.
Here's the thing. It's so close to being pretty.
Is it?
It's all right.
It is not.
It's not terrible. It's
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty brutal.
It's functional. Hey, Ian, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, this is a Hall of Fame game for me.
Yeah.
It forever will be in my top 10. I don't see it ever leaving.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It is so good.
I-
It's best at 5.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't know did I know how it plays at lower player counts?
I think I have played it at 4.
I feel like I played it at 4 too, and
I don't think
okay, but 5 is
Five is
at,
where it
yeah.
really sings, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think with a lot of these games where we're like, this game is specifically this player count, they're probably just fine at some other player counts. We just are really fortunate to be able to always play them at the optimal count.
Well, that's what we like.
My next game actually works. Just period. Just always works.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah.
Is it a solo game?
No. You're my number 6. Your number.
A 10, I think, is what. Yeah, 10.
My number 19. Should we? I think have we got new patrons since last time?
Yeah, we did. I
pause.
was going to. Yeah.
Okay.
So that automobile. All right. So we actually there is one more.
Nice.
So Jordan W. Cheers. Thank
Cheers.
you. Really appreciate the support. Patreon.com/HCHQ. If y'all are enjoying the stream, and it seems like a lot of y'all are, please like and subscribe. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. We're at 32,000, so we're drinking milk.
Yeah, we sure
We're
are.
drinking there.
Getting there.
Also trying to get to 800 patrons during the Patreon drive. That would be amazing. We have 8 days left after today. So certainly,
I'll
certainly
go at
would
today's
appreciate.
pace for 8 more days. We're gonna do it.
We might hit 1,000 if we continue that pace.
Yeah.
That would be ridiculous. So thank you, everybody. So we have reached the top 5.
Nice.
Hollowed ground right here. All right, Shrey, take it
All
away.
right, my number 5 is brass.
So there you go, Alexander and others. He has it as his Martin
Yes.
Wallace.
According to Shrey,
according to Shrey.
It's
the best Martin
the
Wallace.
best Martin Wallace.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not according to Edward.
Yeah. It's your number. Oh, right. It's Ken's
My
number.
my number 10.
Right, and for what it's worth, you'll hear about it on Thursday from me. So go ahead.
All right.
All right, so this is the original brass. It's my favorite. It's how I prefer. What you're given is this hand of cards at the beginning of the game, and then you try to make the best of it. You try to figure out, where do I go?
Yeah.
How do I connect these different cities, and figure out how to get your cotton or your factory goods to the ports, right? And whose ports are you gonna use? Are you gonna also invest in putting ports out there? You go like where is the iron going to come from to build the higher level stuff? Where is the coal going to come from to build the train lines? Like all of that is so player driven and interactive around the board. You want to take some opportunities out there to get some payment out of building iron and get some back from the market. When it's there, it's delightful. You can get a bunch of money out of it and push up your income at the same time. It's great. I prefer this over Birmingham because it is a simpler game and because of the ports.
Okay.
The ports being player pieces is super important to me. It doesn't have the additional pottery that Birmingham has. It doesn't have the additional third resource of beer. I don't think the game needs that. I mean, I think Birmingham is an excellent game. It's in my top 50, and I enjoy it for that. But I vastly prefer brass.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have. I mean, I probably would have Birmingham somewhere in my top 50 if I didn't make a rule that I wasn't going to have games that were too similar to each
Fair.
other. But I chose Lancashire as well. I like it better.
You mean brass?
I mean brass Lancashire. See where it says Lancashire right underneath?
Yeah, it in fact does. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I mean, I think the first time you play this game, you get sort of towards the end, and you're like, this game sucks. Like, I've got all these like cards I can't use, and like this is like so random. And then you played enough, and you're like, oh yeah, that was all me. I put myself in the position where I couldn't use any of my cards.
Yes.
Right. And so the game, like, it asks of players to have like a god tier level of forward planning. And I guess that there are a few people who have that. I'm not one of them. But like what makes a game great is that like most people can't do that. And so the game is kind of figuring out whose mistakes will hurt them the least, basically, right?
By that, yeah.
And there's all kinds of things about the game that are super cool. The canal versus rail era, how the dynamic of development and how it impacts everything. The loan system, which is super clever and has never been done quite the same way in any other game. Yeah, it rocks.
I enjoy brass. However, and I also appreciate Birmingham won Golden Elephant Award the year it came out.
Yeah.
However, I find myself, whenever it's brought up, going to play on the other table, whatever the other table is. I don't know why. Whereas what I found is I also really enjoy Age of Industry. And now that I've been exposed to all of that, I think I enjoy the freedom. I enjoy my tight games, God knows. I mean, I'm looking at the one that's sitting on the table in front of us, right? But for some reason, Age of Industry has been hitting harder for me and kind of hits that sweet spot.
Yeah.
As opposed to the punishing nature of brass. For some reason, it's the phase I'm going through, whatever you want to call it. So I'm enjoying Age of Industry more, but I will still play brass happily. If given other options, depending on what the other options are, I may choose those.
Sure.
Yeah, if I'm gonna, I like Birmingham. I don't like people stealing my beer, but mostly it goes to other people because my group just knows how to play much
And
better
there are
than
worse things than your industry flipping over.
Correct, exactly, because they're doing stuff for me, so I'm okay with that. But if I'm gonna play one of those, I would go with Age of Industry, Age of Innovation, Age of Industry, because I find that game, just for me and the way that my playing style, it just gives me a little bit more to. It's a little bit more open, a little bit more areas to pivot in case you have players that really know what's going on. The play with the docks is really nice. The different maps give you that little bit different variability there with that system. So once I learn that system, I don't really have to do anything else.
Yep.
So I tend to have that one graded, and actually that is in my top 50, and neither of the other brass are in my top 50.
And Fred's right. Edward gets to be wrong too. I'll own that one.
Yeah, me too.
100%. It's in my top 100. Both of them are,
Yeah.
but just not in my top 50. So there you go.
Yep.
So that's your number 5, good
Brass,
sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Dave D's right. I would love to have a deluxified version of
Age of Industry. Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Although,
Well, I mean,
if you lose power, low light, probably not the game. The new printings of the brass. Gorgeous here, but maybe not in low light. Yeah, fair point.
Well, I mean, I feel like one of the reasons that we've sort of picked up the banner of Age of Industry is because we all think it would be cool if this was more of a game system instead of just a couple of games.
100%. Yeah.
So
maybe not to the degree of the game that's behind you guys, but also like that.
But why not?
Kind of. I'm down for it.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
The system's good enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Survive.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so that takes us to my number 5,
Yeah.
Food Chain Magnate.
Golden Elephant Award winner.
Yeah. For me, the best splotter. Also for me, I would say my favorite, like, sort of pure. Well, maybe that's not true. I don't know. It's an economic simulation.
Yes,
right.
it is.
This is a for me, very funny game.
Yeah, there's some.
It makes a lot of sense that this is your favorite spotter.
The idea of the game that basically they've sort of boiled down marketing so that it just always works like you expect it to work.
Because that's how marketing works, let me tell you.
Is really funny.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in the game because of that are also really funny. So like the characteristic and feeling in Twilight Struggle is to pick up your hand of cards and say, oh no. The characteristic feeling in Food Chain Magnate is to flip over your planned corporate structure for the next round and then realize that even though you are winning by $600, in this round, you're going to sell nothing.
And
And that elicits what kind of response?
all the
Well,
clients just
something
look
maybe a little stronger than overdue.
I've been there.
Yeah. I think there's obviously, the Splotter guys, like when we talked about Great Zimbabwe, like, there are several different mechanisms in here that in any other game would be, like, easily the coolest mechanism, right? Like, thinking about how you've got, like, 3 flavors of drink and a couple of flavors of food, thinking about the distance and money, like, 1 space equals $1 of price, right? Thinking about how the milestones give you unbelievably rule-breaking powers,
And the
right?
synergy of multiple ones.
Thinking about the simplifying everybody's wages to one, either none for the peons,
Right.
or it's 5-5, right?
Yeah,
for
I think so.
the trained staff,
Yeah.
right? I just like it's not like when you read the rule book for the first time, you're like, well, that just sounds stupid. And you play it, and you're like, God, that is genius, right? It is not horribly brutal and nasty until it is.
Oh, you and I were gonna fight. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And this is another game where, like, when it happens to you, if when it happens to you, you can't just be like, that's hilarious. This is probably not your game. But if it's funny to you, whether it happens either way, you're probably gonna love this game. People have some, like, concerns about it, right? Like, there's kind of only 2 build paths. There is a mythical, I have heard, as far as I know, apocryphal path that involves going marketing first. I've heard that Jeroen specifically says that can win.
And if Jeroen says it, I promise you, it's true.
I've never
He's
seen it
done
in
it.
the wild, though.
Oh, but Jeroen is smarter than the average bear in that
right?
regard. Right.
So, so I get that is, like, a concern for some folks, that there's, like, set openings for this game.
Yes.
But once you get past the first few turns, the number of choices you have multiplies dramatically.
Yes, it branches out massively.
And it's about figuring out. So let's say you're playing a 4-player game, and by the way, I think this game plays pretty great 2 through 5.
Okay.
But let's say you're playing a 4-player game. It's about how to outcompete the builds you see out there, and it's rock paper scissors. No matter what build somebody else has, you can beat it. It might mean you lose to somebody else, right? But it's about figuring that out. It's about figuring out a really simple but really hard to grok map situation, and make it all come together. And when it does, oh, so sweet. I will also say this falls into that very small but wonderful category of games where there is a totally unnecessary but also excellent expansion.
Yes, I'll buy that. Yeah. The catch-up expansion.
Yeah,
Catch-up.
it adds a lot of variability to the game, a lot of new modular stuff. The game is, I would rank it number 5 on my list without any of that stuff, but I think that it does make it better to have. Yeah. Just amazing.
I appreciate the ode, the love letter to Food Chain. For me, it is punishing if you. I read recently, and by recently I mean earlier today, that somebody said this is the only game I've ever played that I felt like it chained me, like I was in jail, and there was no way I was tricked. I was chained to the game, and there's no way out. And then I'm just stuck for 3 or 4 hours, just getting eviscerated.
So I think that's fair, and I will also say this is definitely not a game for everybody.
Yeah. And for me, I fall not on that end, but also not the love letter as I have gone through the hobby. But this also, again, not to beat a dead horse, benefits from repeated plays. And again, it makes sense given the types of games you enjoy that it's this high on your list. It's not. So now that I think we've covered them all, we have. So in no particular order, just going to list them. Antiquity, number 1. Food Chain, Indonesia, Great Zimbabwe, Bus, Horseless Carriage, which nobody has mentioned, by the way.
It's close for me.
And I feel like there is one other that I'm probably forgetting.
Roads and Boats.
Roads and Boats, thank you. So of those are like the main ones. For me, this falls somewhere in the middle with a couple of the others, but yeah, it's just not one. Like, again, I can laugh at myself. I can laugh at getting punished, but the whimsy in this is really good.
Yeah.
And the humor is really good, whether you're doing it or whether it's happening to you. I agree. And God, is this game deep.
I will also say,
yeah,
this is a great game for. It doesn't really happen that much if you're. I mean, I think the skill plateau for playing this game is relatively low compared to some of the other games we talked about.
Okay.
Compared to, say, Tigris and Euphrates.
Okay.
You need a lot less reps with this game to be like okay at it, to sort of like understand what it's doing.
But the players that have a semblance of knowledge are so much stronger.
It's interesting though, because you can, like I said, there's a rock paper scissors situation with this game. So if there's 4 players and one player is kicking butt, you can gang up on that person.
We couldn't.
But if you're in that spot,
and then we called over.
This is a great game to sit and look at the size of the bank and go like, I think we can call it.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's something to be said, that this game, much like some 18xx's, and it's not a huge group of games where you can agree, okay, we're good. We can just call it here. But yeah, I think this falls into that category, and that's okay to be able to do that. There's no need to just continue pounding if it's crystal clear.
Yeah.
I agree.
The person was way ahead, and we were playing with catch-up, and the person had utilized some milestones from catch-up that kind of really broke the game. And when Jeroen came over, because we called him over, we said, look, this is broken. And he said, well, don't let him do that again.
Yeah, checks out.
Right answer. Yeah.
Not wrong.
Well, if one player gets the wrong set of milestones in combination, you are. It's over.
Isaac was so far ahead of us that we just called the game. Because the other 3 players...
also really high level.
We were just sitting there, and he was getting everything. And we were just like, oh...
Yeah, Jeroen, Dowman, Isaac Childress, Gloomhaven.
I beat him in a train game, so...
Yeah, exactly. I beat Jeroen in Southern Rails.
Nice.
Retired.
I've never beat him. So many great stories about Arun just crushing us.
Yeah. So, Food Chain Magnate.
I played it when it first came out and had some of those bad experiences where I didn't feel like I was able to really do anything that was gonna get me any close to participating in the game, really. And but maybe I should go back to it at some point.
And for what it's worth, not to speak for him, but I'm gonna speak. Fowler, Martin the Elder.
Oh, really hates this game.
Really, really hates this because he got trapped.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is just a complete and total waste of my time.
Right, yeah. So, if you're sitting there for a multiple hours while the rest of the table plays a game and you just,
getting more angry as
that's the tough spot. Not if 3 people are toast and 1 person is crushing.
Right.
But if 3 people are competitive
and one's just
and 1 person is toast, that is hard.
That's no fun.
At 4 players, it's going to play 4 hours.
Well, we were all commiserating being awful, so you're right. It wasn't as bad.
Yeah.
Because we were like, we're all really losing.
That's all a space where you can call it. Also, you can just call it. Sometimes that game might be
he wanted to go.
He
wanted to go a little longer. But
it's
okay.
Yeah. So, Food Chain Magnate, you're number 5. All right. Derek.
All right. My number 5. My number 5 is Princes of Florence. By Wolfgang Kramer, Richard Ulrich, and Jens Ulrich. This is basically we're going to be landscaping and building buildings, and we're going to be putting on works to score points. But there's a choice that you have to make in this game. And when Adam Smiles originally taught this game to me, he said, "Listen, this is the perfect 5-player Euro." And I said, it can't be 5-player Euro that's really good. And at that time, there really wasn't a lot of 5-player games that would actually get to the table and we could play. And since then, I've evangelized this game because it plays fantastic at 5. It's super tight, super money tight, and you have to choose every time you put on a work whether you want to get it in points or get it in money for the next round, because at the end of the game, money's worth nothing. So you really want to get those points when you can. There's an auction mechanism that's really nice. There's these gestures that give you basically all the things that you'll get will be able to put on your works, which you'll do of one of your 2 actions, because you only get 2 actions each round. So you really have to figure out how you want to plan throughout the game. So the game itself is super tight, the planning's super tight, and it's fantastic at 5 players, and that's why it's my number 5. 5 on 5.
Yeah, it's a great game. It's not in my top 50. I don't know if it'd be close to being in my top 50, but I always enjoy it. The auction is really a lot of the game. I find the meta around like gestures a little bit uninteresting, but the game itself overall is very, very, very good.
Very hard decisions. I would not say it's the most thematic game of all time.
Fair.
Yeah.
It is
definitely
pretty, like, it's Euro-y, right? In that, like, the trappings are actually cool, and I like the theme, but you're kind of like, it's sort of set collection. Sort of?
And well,
It's a weird kind of set
you're
collection.
gaining the things because you want to put on more than one play, utilizing the same objects.
Right. It's a nice play on set collection in that, like, it's not just like, I need a red apple and a yellow banana and blah, blah, blah.
Because you want to watch what other people are doing.
And things can kind of count for different sets, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The thing I've thought about with the game, and I'm just not sure where I land. So it's got a really weird auction mechanism in that you can only go up by $1 when it's your turn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I just don't know, is that good or not? I don't know the answer.
Well, I mean, what it means that if everybody says the gesture's 9, then you just go around until
until we get to 9. Right.
Seems weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So that's
not
my
so much
only
age.
like quibble. Although I will say I've just never had a bad play of this game. I've always come away being like, that game rocks. So
apparently we streamed this 3 years ago. I say apparently.
you don't remember it?
Not a damn thing.
Oh.
And I know I haven't played it since. And the stream was either my first or second game of it. So I would be down to try it again. John?
I will always play it.
So, yeah.
And the last time we played it with my copy, so we could play it with not the the really expensive version, so we could play with the normal version because people complain because I have an Italian version.
You do have cool.
Because it's Italian version, so it's in Italian, and it's been converted. In the original version, people tend to say, "Oh, they just because that's the available version." So people tend to like that version more.
The Italian version's also got some cards that are incorrect,
Which I had corrected.
corrected.
I did
Okay.
paste ups for.
No,
it.
that's great. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. I just wish I had more to say in it. So your number
My
5?
number 5. Prince of Florence.
All right, my number 5, 1862, Railway Mania of the East Counties. Yeah, we'll do it afterwards. All right, that's awesome. A good problem to have. So 1862 plays amazing 1 to 6. Doesn't matter the player count. It's an 18xx. You can play solo, and it plays magnificently solo. It's a hard 18xx. I can make a case that it shouldn't be your first 18xx. I can make a case that it should be your first 18xx. Because jump in the deep end, throw you in, and if you can swim, if you can handle 62, you can pretty much handle any other 18xx. It has multiple different types of trains. A lot of games, 18xx, it's you either have like number of cities that you hit. So you hit 2 cities, it's a 2 train, or a 2 train can hit 2 cities. This one has hexes. So count the number of hex edges that you cross.
Oh, okay.
Then it has express trains that ignore towns. So it has completely so much by way of MacGuffins that it can be overwhelming for new players. Agreed. But if you start here, everything else is going to feel pretty simple, is the argument to be made. Plus, the nice thing about it is you can play it solo, so you can mess around with it at your own pace. Now, it feels like a multiplayer 18xx, but it has some gimmicks in it that have nothing to do with the 18xx game, the way the manipulating of stocks works, because you have a bunch of rows of stocks and you're moving stocks around and doing all this. And it's a very, very clever logic puzzle, as well as an 18xx on top of it. I fell in love with this game originally because it's a soloable, and it's a soloable that feels like I've played an 18xx and I don't need the other players. So if you want that, and you do, you really, really do, it's amazing solo. But it's also fantastic to play multiplayer, and it's brutal, and it's all the things you want in an 18xx. It has a bit of the run good companies, as well as a little bit of the stock market manipulation, even though it's a 2D stock market, sort of. And so 62 is my highest ranked 18xx, and I think it's not perfect because it's so complex with the different types of trains, but the variability of what companies are available when and what trains can be associated with those companies and when, that's variable from game to game, makes it absolutely just a masterpiece of design. And I think Mike Hutton hit a home run with 62. So that is my number 5. I realize this is not y'all's company. I get it.
Actually, a lot going on in the chat.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. 62, and Alyssa will speak to the joy and the greatness of 62 as well in chat. And I have streamed it I think I've streamed it solo 3 times. We've streamed it multiplayer, both online as well as in person. It's an absolute masterpiece.
I want to try it. I'm not too interested in them, but I do enjoy my plays of 46, and I think I would like to try something a little heavier. And 62 has been offered multiple times with really good train gamers during a very long 10-day con, so I might take them up one early morning.
This is the one where like the map is sort of like zoomed in.
Oh God,
north and east of London.
Yeah. Okay. It's about this big. Like it's like 12 hexes. I'm exaggerating, but yeah, it's super super tight. Yeah. London is so this is the northeast corner, just north of London.
Yeah.
And it is so good. Oh man, all this does, making this list and talking about it, all this does is make me want to play it more.
It's all fired up.
Yeah, it really does.
I think coming out of last stream, we were all just sort of like,
I want to play all those games. Yeah, right. So that's my number 5, 1862. Before we move on, we have good things here. This is I'm almost embarrassed. Like, this is amazing. I've never had a day like this in the history of the show. So thank you. Paul G and Bill J. Woo! Cheers to y'all.
Guys. I'm going to stop faking like I have any left in here, but...
Look, we're going on what time we start? It was about to start hour 5.
Hour 5.
And I said 3 hours. Yeah, my bad.
Well, we have what's funny is we have we have
so much overlap.
Half as many games.
I know. But we're waxing
very poetic. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean,
we love these.
Yeah. Y'all okay with this? Everyone good?
Good.
Hopefully y'all are jamming to this, and hopefully we're putting games on your list.
Yeah.
Or at least giving you ammo to tell us why we're idiots. I'm fine with that too. That's good.
I mean, we'll help you make your game day.
Yeah. Also, real quick, for those asking, for all the patrons, we're going to be doing a herd top 50. I will get that out for where to send those lists later on this week. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy in the meantime. All right. So Shrey, your number 4.
My number 4 is a D-Marker.
Woohoo! Now hold on. Which democker, sir?
That version is fine. That version works.
Okay, what about that one?
That's good too.
Okay, yeah. So in other words, one of those two. I know.
One of
Do you want to
those.
show the really pretty cover, the new one?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a new one with a really
Yeah,
pretty
like
cover.
it's recent.
Is there?
Yeah.
Really?
I think I might have had that for a period of time, and then it sort of disappeared.
Huh. So anyway, that's the second edition pictured there. That's the third edition pictured there. Pick one of those up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is probably the easier one to acquire,
Yes.
the Valley Games one. All this is going to require is some sleeves and some stickers. We'll talk about that in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't actually done that. With
Okay,
but
but go
it's
ahead.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, German politics, winning elections. I mean, really, but
Such a terrible subject, but
it's
not. I think parliamentary elections are cool.
we're such nerds.
You might be in the minority on that one. You're like, oh, let's get that beer and watch C-SPAN. No, it's just not happening.
So what's great about this is that you're like, you look at the board, you see what states are going to be running the first like 4 elections, and then 5 and then 6 and then 7, and you make a decision. Where do I want to invest? Who do I want to compete with? Who's winning? Who do I need to fight against? And who do I want to potentially get in an alliance with? And the alliances are so limited. Like you can only have was it 3 or 4? I don't remember the exact number of those cards in your hand that allows you to have an alliance. And so you have to pick your battles, and then you might, if you put one down and nobody else joins you, you're not going to get in one there, and maybe that's fine, but probably not. And that's great. And then there's the opinion polls, which I think are amazing. They're hilarious. Edward calls them insurance.
If you think of it as insurance, there's no downside. It changes the way your mentality is on it.
But it's very much a negotiation at that point about with you're talking with other people who are bidding for this for these opinion polls in this auction, and trying to say, okay, well, if something bad comes up for you, I won't hit you, or something, and you're never going to help someone out from those things. So why would you do that? But like, it's just great to have that little ambiguity, the uncertainty that comes in there, that the hidden information of the opinion poll is spectacular.
Every game's a negotiation, right? Right.
Yeah, and in this one, I absolutely will embrace that. I'm a particularly good negotiator, but it's still I still thoroughly enjoy it. Yes, there is a new edition. I think what happened was my sort of interpretation of what happened is that they tried to make the game more palatable to a modern audience.
Yeah.
And took some of the teeth, took some of the randomness out of the game, and it removed the soul for me. I want that version or the mosquito version.
Yeah. Which again,
I have that version.
I have both.
I've thought about picking the mosquito version up and from time in some auctions. I never got around.
I found it cheap, so that's why. Yeah. So Democker, okay. Well,
Wait, your number what?
9. Okay. So it's number no. 7 elections, 5 players, 5 hours. The end. That's all it is. Mm-hmm. It is a 5-player only game. I don't care what anybody says. It is the 7 elections. I don't care what anybody says. It's going to take you 5 hours, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. The new version, I think they tried to streamline it. They tried to make it a 5 election or a 4 election,
like a modern Euro.
Yeah, no, it just
remove some randomness.
I appreciate what. Look, Uli's a friend of mine. I appreciate what they tried to do. It's just for those of us that grew up in the hobby playing the OG, and the OG being the 2nd or 3rd edition. It's just the soul. I think the way you framed that was so perfect. The soul was removed from the game. So Democker to me is the only downside is you have to agree on what mix of rules you're going to play. For instance, Alyssa was going to play this with her group up in the Great White North, and she asked me, "Hey, can you send me a list of the the amalgamation of the rules that we played?" And I said, sure. So I did. So it's one of those games to where nobody plays the rules as written from one of the editions. It's kind of a mix between the second and third.
Yeah.
But once you agree on those, it is such a great balance of randomness, controlled or not, as well as politicking at the right times, on the edges, like you said. And it always feels good even when it feels bad, when bad things happen to you and you feel like you're getting womped on or picked on. But the changing of political parties, the satire that the game has, like, oh, I'm anti-nukes now, and then later on be like, what? Nuclear power for the win, do you not? And it's just the story that it tells, the experience. I need to play Democker once or twice a year, and I'm good, but I need that in my life because this is what board gaming's about to me. And it's wonderful. I love Democker.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I played it one time.
Oh, that's right. That's it. Yeah.
I've been invited a lot of
I think
times,
it's
but
a
that
good-
5 hours is a lot of time for me.
I
to
think
take
it's a
out of my
good.
day.
I think it's a good experience game.
I need
Yeah.
to try it. It just I don't like negotiation games. I tend not to like them in general. And every time I go into a negotiation game where somebody's like, "This is amazing," like Advanced Civ, I have an okay time and
Okay,
not a
that's
great
fair.
time. So
Yeah.
I do want to play it, and I probably would play with Shrey and a bunch of people that invited me are very good at the game. I probably would enjoy that more. Even though I get crushed, I'd still enjoy the experience.
And last thing I'll say about Democker is people are asking second edition, third edition. Second edition is the Mosquito, German one. The third edition is the Valley Games. Either of those is fine. I would definitely say look on BGG for rules adjustments, regardless of what direction.
Because the rules are difference between those two.
There are. And there are also BGG files in which people like the best practices type ones. The other thing that I will point out is if you get the Valley Games version, which is that version, some of the iconography on the cards is so similar. It was such a massive mistake. You can tell the difference, but it's a struggle, like from where Shrey's sitting and where I'm sitting.
It's like two different issues, right? That
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the easy fix is to sleeve those cards and then just put like a bright sticker on one of them, like a garage sale sticker, so you know that is that whatever it is, and it works, and that solves the problem. That's the only real issue with the Valley Games one. So there you go. All right, so that is your number 4, my number 9. Yeah,
9?
Democker.
Democker. All right.
So moving on to my number 4, which is Power Grid.
A moment. There we go. Yes.
Zip, zip.
There we go.
There we are. So yeah, Power Grid, my favorite 2F Spiele game. It's a game system, really,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
Because the many maps that are out there change the game just enough to keep it fresh. This is also an auction game. That's the heart of the game, but it's not all that is in the game. And this is also a game where, like, sometimes the best thing you can do is to lose an auction in a way that makes your opponent take it at the wrong price for them.
Yeah.
Right? And that makes it different, I think, than... Well, I guess other auctions have that feature, but this game really has it. This game is very much about timing. The turn order mechanism, which we discussed the last time we streamed this, like, it sort of looks like a catch-up mechanism the first time you play it, but it's not. It is just a mechanism you have to understand in order to play the game well. Sometimes you want to be in front, sometimes you want to be in the bind, sometimes you are A-okay being third.
As long as I'm ahead of you, whoever that
one
might
person,
be. Right, yeah.
The other person who's buying oil, right? Or
Yeah,
whatever it
right,
is,
yep.
right? The commodities market works brilliantly. The fact that you can buy up all the stock for a commodity is a very specific choice in the mechanism, right? And makes for a much sharper, edged game than would be out there otherwise. That doesn't happen in most games, but there's always a threat that it could happen, and so players have to think about that and plan accordingly. The way the eras work is great. The variety of plants and how, depending on what sort of array of plants is out there, changes the economics of the market dramatically is great. I've really never seen two games go the same way.
Even on the same map.
Yeah.
Yep.
Totally.
Yep.
And I think this game plays pretty darn well at all player counts. It is obviously longer at more players. The game does some things to scale back, but it still ends up being a little longer, right? But it's an all-timer for me. I think again, I think it's this is the sort of, for me, the ultimate expression of what it's trying to do, which is to be a really sharp-elbowed economic game.
It's a game system that doesn't require a wide variety of maps.
Right.
Because, like what you said, even with the base game, the base map, and the base power plants.
Yep.
Because it's a shuffled deck, and the order in which those cards come out, and the players around the table, how the auctions play out.
Yep.
We could have the deck set up the exact, not knowing it, mind you, set up the exact same in two different games on the exact same map, same players, and they would play out differently.
Yep.
Because the auctions and the strategies the players choose to use, whether it's the right or wrong strategy,
Right.
changes the game immensely.
Even where they start on the board.
Yes.
Well, and the fact that the power plant market can be, it's really dynamic, right? So sometimes you have a sluggish power plant market, so you're playing a relatively low plants on the board game. It might cause you to do a thing that you wouldn't normally do ever, which is to overbuy plants, right? Or overbuy locations, just to sort of kickstart things. Yeah, I mean, there's it's a game that doesn't seem like it has a lot of range,
right, yeah.
right? Because there's not. I mean, you look at it and you're like, well, there's not. I'm kind of doing three.
You're
things,
doing the exact same
three
thing
things in order
over and over
again.
Yes, yeah.
But it manages to really have a remarkable amount of sort of ludonarrative range. Every time the emergent stories are different.
So this is one of those games that when I first played it, I was And the first time, I mean the first 4 or 5 times I played it, because people really wanted to play it. And I didn't dislike it. I was just lukewarm on it. I was like, whatever, that's fine. And then it feels like something clicked with me. And I started to see, it's not a catch-up mechanism, first off. And it's not a balance thing. It is a game about tempo and a game about striking when the opportunity and seeing when that opportunity is, because that can be opaque. And I actually this is one of those rare games that I think rewards multiple plays, that I actually have gotten to that point to where I actually see it, and I can be the hammer or the anvil some games.
Yep.
But I can drive that, and I can manipulate that. And that feels good to be on that side of it. And it's the rare game where that's the case, that it's going to be for me.
Yep.
And I thoroughly enjoy it. I cannot wait to bust out the new power plants, because none of us have played with them.
Yeah.
And it changes the game, and it levels the field quite a bit, I think. So I'm super stoked about that.
I'm also really excited about Outpost.
Which that's going to be coming probably next month. Yeah, right.
Power Grid's 18 on my list. I like it very much.
Yeah.
I mean, all the things that you guys have mentioned. I mean, the game. I do feel like when you are at front and you're the first person to do that bid, you kind of have you are in the driver's seat, even though sometimes it's not so great. You have control, even though you are the first one, and you will get that whatever you think, and you're trying to push other people to take things.
Yep.
I think it's really fantastic, and I really did enjoy Outpost also. My play of Outpost was great. It's fast. It's super fast in comparison to regular, because you don't have as many resources, so there's less AP, and involved in the general game, so it goes a little faster because you're only worried about one resource opposed to 3 resources. But you don't have the variability that you have in the main game where you have the difference. So you say, I'm going to go with wind and coal, and I'm not going to worry about this other thing, and try to merge up your factories so that they're using the similar resources, so that you're not trying to have all the different resources. But fantastic game, obviously.
Yeah, no, it was in my above 20
same.
range.
Yeah.
It's a great game. I find there's so much to love about like the way the auction plays out and how to organize how to get the thing that you want without paying too much for it. I love the risk reward of passing an auction or not literally pass but hoping that the card flip allows that other one that one that you really want to.
You do love your card flips.
Yeah.
That is true.
Because,
that is true.
You can get something for awfully cheap that everybody's gonna be really sad that you got, and that's
It just happened to move up to that top level.
I like
Yeah.
that. That's nice.
That's right. Yeah.
And last thing I'll say about it is to harken back on what you said about even if you don't want to win it, pushing the auction
Yeah.
is such a delicious thing.
Yeah.
Unless you get stuck with it,
Right.
And then it becomes, and and recognizing that I might get stuck with it, then becomes a decision of, is it better for you to get this cheap, or me to get this cheap because of tempo and because of opportunity cost,
Yeah.
and then also being able to pivot of, especially in the recharged version, with that whole adjustment of that.
Yeah, it's a really nice rule.
Yeah.
It really is.
Makes a big
The
difference.
$1, the recharge version is a market improvement. I realize you can't see that because of green shirt.
Yeah.
There we go. But just having the $1 for the lowest available power plant.
Yep.
Choosing that, even though it's not the obvious right decision, but spending that $1 because maybe I don't have the highest power plant, so I'm going to go later in turn order, which is really earlier
Yep.
for building and buying resources, can be so clever and so delicious when it works out. And you're like, I figured that out. It worked out. That feels so good.
It actually worked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There also, I mean, I so vividly remember a moment where like, so I'm out of an auction, 2 other players are in, and they're kind of like kicking around this bidding,
Yeah.
and another player and I have kind of like locked eyes and kind of been like, what's gonna happen here? And one of the players is finally like, I think the bid's at like $77. One of the players is finally like, all right, I think you guys know what's going on here. What's the right price for this? And we kind of look at each other and we're like, however much money you have. Whichever one of you has the most money should buy this for whatever that is.
Right.
And sometimes that's the case. Like, because of the way things come out, sometimes like that plan is so good or so good for the current situation that like literally whatever you can pay is what you should pay. Yeah. Which is, I mean, it's the fact that the game is dynamic enough to include that as a possibility. Awesome.
Yeah, because the money that you spend is the cost of the end. Because it doesn't matter. You just want to score those points and power those factories.
Even if it means like, oh, I'm not building this turn. Maybe I can't even buy some commodities I want to get this turn. Doesn't matter.
Might help you in the next turn.
Hashtag
Yeah.
worth it. So you're number 4, and it's high on all of our lists, anyways.
Yeah, it's on all 4 of our top 50s.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's in my top 20.
Yep. Power grid.
Okay. Derek,
My
you're
number
up.
4. My number 4 is the Lagrange. Multi-use cards. What do you want to do with the card when you receive it? You can tuck it in the bottom to give you a special ability. You can put it on the left-hand side and have some farm. You can put it on the right-hand side, oh, you got livestock and some extra money. Or you can put it in the top and now it's a market stall that now you can actually fulfill that and then send it out to market for an area control. Game is just so wonderful. I know it does suffer from a very thick deck that you're not going to see all those cards that are in there. So there's synergies of playing it multiple times. You're not going to try to do the same thing. The dice are going to come out, so you're going to have to plan based on every individual turn. So it does tend to be a little task-based because you're trying to do small things, but you're going to have grand plans and what you're trying to do, and tempo is important too when you actually go in the market stalls, because other market stalls can knock you out if they're just one higher, which is the reason why I really enjoy Lagrange.
Nice. Yeah, this is my 43. Despite it being high, I mean, it's still top 50, right?
Yeah, like
It's,
again, we're talking the upteenth percent of
Yeah.
our games.
No,
right?
no, this is like we talked about last time. This game, it's a bunch of different things that all come together. It works. The package together is so strong for what I look for in a Euro.
Yeah, I agree. I played this game a fair amount, and I've never had a bad time. And it's a game that seems like it probably should be samey, but I haven't had that experience. It actually plays pretty differently every time, and it's because of that deck of cards you're talking about. Every time you have a different set of problems to solve. The dice drafting in this game is also very nice. It's a very nice implementation.
Nice.
I mean, it's nice when there's twos.
Yeah.
There's no twos and nobody can play any cards. The game kind of changes a little bit, but that's part of the game. Everybody has the same
Yeah,
experience.
it's just
at
a
the
different
table.
game.
Yeah. I love my dice drafting. And this does it really, really well. For me, the aesthetic of the game leaves me a bit cold, but the mechanisms are what drive it, and ultimately that's what matters. I think it's a great game, even if it's not in my top 50.
The original is like A-OK beige. That new edition's really pretty though.
But that's a new game.
No, he's not talking about Burrow.
there is a
he's
new
the
edition.
new
Yeah,
edition,
yes.
the deluxe edition of it. That's right.
It's really
I forgot about
that's-
that one.
it's actually
See,
quite nice.
that's the version that I'm used to. Is the one that's
I barely
pictured right
remember
there.
what that looks like now.
Yeah, the new.
It's
a whiter
base
box.
color is white
Yeah.
on the box.
Yeah, it's a giant.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I own it.
Yeah.
I hope both. I have both versions, so
Yeah.
the Granja is correct. Yes.
Right.
Oh, and the new version has a bunch of expansions also.
Yes.
Yeah,
With
wow.
the buildings.
Forgot all
right,
about
yeah.
this.
Yeah.
That's
We
right.
haven't really explored those as much as we would like.
I
Maybe we should do
have.
that.
I've explored them. I don't know if you'll want to explore them. We could talk about it.
All right.
Okay. Granja. Yeah.
I've seen people say that like it's almost like gruncha,
Okay.
but I mean I don't I know very little about Spanish pronunciation. So
Same.
But, yeah. So
Okay. So your number 4.
My number 4, La Granja.
All right. My number 4, dominant species. The right one.
you like Marine is the one you like, or
No, I don't dislike it.
Yeah, it's
Let's
good.
be clear.
It's
No,
very
I
good, right?
I like dominant species marine.
Yeah.
This was, I think, the third game in the hobby board games that I ever played.
Whoa, deep into the pool.
Yeah, well, and thus Heavy Cardboard was born.
Yeah.
So I have a love affair with this game. I like it at 4 players on up. 3 players or less, pick a different game. Like, you can play it, but pick a different game. It's 2.5 hours, 3 hours at most. If it runs longer than that, you're playing it wrong.
Yeah.
But it is the quintessential worker placement game for me. You place your workers, and then seeing what everyone else does. It's all about then trying to figure out where to place, when to place, because you place all your workers, then we activate them top to bottom, left to right. But ultimately, this game is all about mitigating and controlling as much as you can the dominance cards. The dominance cards are controlled chaos. I say controlled because 5 of them come out at the beginning of a turn, and they're almost all bad. And when they're good, they're usually good for the player that takes it, or maybe the player in those higher in food chain order or lower in food chain order, depending. So again, they are player dependent. They are, or conditionally dependent, I should say. And what cards are out there, as well as knowing the deck. I've played this game well over 30 times at this point. Knowing the cards that can come, help you plan on what you're going to be able to do. But mostly it's a very tactical game in that I see the 5 cards that are there, mitigating those or making my decisions based on those cards is what's key. It has a very strong pick on the leader aspect, which is going to turn some people off. So probably your best strategy is maybe staying in the pack and not isolating yourself. There are some other strategies that have developed over the course of the game, but this is just as close to a perfect worker placement game as I have found. And the only real downside to this is its constant math. Small math, but constant math. Because the cones, calculating dominance, calculating population, the whole 9 yards for scoring. I have it down. It's not hard for me. But some people, I understand that that's going to be... Not that people can't do simple, they just don't want to, and I don't blame them. Some people also don't like it at 6 players. They're wrong, but that's okay. And yeah, I love Dominant Species. My number 4. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we talked about this last time. I think it was in your top
50.
It's
in my top 50. Yeah.
Haven't started mine. I appreciate it. I always enjoy the game. We talked about what the things that frustrated me about like the dominance cards and how much emphasis there is on that. But you know that it's a extremely well designed game, and you know I can understand your love for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have not got as many reps on this game as I would like to. It is long, right? It's a long game.
Okay, and I'm being serious. Off stream, okay, because streaming adds time to everything we stream, right?
Sure.
Off stream, it's 3 hours at most, even at 6 players.
All right.
Now, it helps having somebody very well versed in the game and that will keep it moving. I get that.
Right.
You can't. The last 2 turns can really bog down if you allow it to AP over the movements based on that, and just don't. Just don't.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
It's hard, though, right? Because of all that math you talked about, right? Like, sometimes you really probably should say, like, all right, well, I've got 3 options here. And this one, I'll get...
But here's the thing. What happens...
This one, I'll get...
But what happens later is going to impact that.
Of course it is.
So do your best.
Of course it is. But, like, yeah. So it's... I mean, I think it's tricky that way. It isn't... I think... if you're trying to do well, like it is an AP inducer because you do have to actually, you have to do the math, and for me, right now at least, it's not simple math. I have to actually really look at it and think about it.
And valid, valid point.
Because you say that you don't be the lead, but you often can't tell who's in the lead. Because
that's good though. Oh, there are times somebody jumps out there by themselves. They're 15, 20 points ahead.
Yeah.
And it looks like they have a big lead, but they're really not in the lead, but it just looks that way, right?
But so I would say, like, that's a quibble for me.
Yeah.
Like, it's long and still totally worth playing.
Yeah.
I just sort of wish, like, maybe it was, like, a little shorter. That might move it up.
I think I wouldn't want to play it at 6. I'd be happy at 4, maybe 5, but probably 4. That's where I am with it.
Okay.
I play it. It's a good game. Marine's also good. I as a Euro gamer, I tend to like Biosphere more because I like having goals, and it just gronks with me more than
not having all members of your species destroyed.
Yeah, well, it's also this
doesn't feel good, man.
It's a different way of things come off and on, and how things become extinct. It's just a different system that works in there, and you're not rolling any of those dice either because they're slowly making their way off to extinction. Right. But with Dominant Species, you really, that game, as much as any of these games, you really have to watch what other people are doing.
Uh-huh.
There's no way around it.
So, yeah, Dominant Species, my number 4.
All right.
Go for it.
Yeah, my number 3.
Oh, wait. You know what? Don't. I apologize. Sorry. My bad. Sorry.
Yes!
Oh, okay.
I missed this one. I didn't even see the like link.
Come on. There it goes. Daryl Z. Cheers. Still have a
Cheers.
little water left.
One more gets us to 775. Let's
Thank
go.
you very much for the patronage, everybody.
Last bits of apple juice in there. This
By the way, before we move on to our top three, I will say this is live viewers. This is the most we've ever had in the history of Heavy Cardboard. It was previously, I think it was John Company when Cole was here in the studio. So just wanted to say thanks to everybody. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's
great.
Can we keep this going, please? This is fun.
Yeah.
I'm loving the interaction, and we're reading it all.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it moving, so we're out of here by like 2 a.m. That's all. Just trying to keep it reasonable. All right, we've reached the top 3 finally.
All right, my number 3 is Medici.
Yes.
Yes.
Every copy is ugly.
Yeah. They all have issues.
So somebody was saying that there's a French edition that's
Apparently.
the French one's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's not
okay.
it
I would
could
like
be
to-
done better.
I like
Okay.
it. I mean, the newest one is also fine. Like the new one.
I have the copy that's in the picture, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
It has tiles and
It gets worse as the more modern, for the most part. But anyway,
Right.
Medici.
So my favorite auction game by a long shot. I can't get enough of this. It's 6 players only. I need that full deck of cards in the game, or bag of chits, or whatever it is, whatever the implementation is. Just like Castles of Burgundy, I want everything in the game just to remove the randomness of whatever didn't get in there.
Yeah.
I love the decision making around. Okay, well, what commodity should I get into? Right? What are my neighbors doing? And how am I gonna have to react to that? At what point should I go heavy in the bidding, or should I just drop out here? Am I okay taking a boat with something junky in it that I don't care about just to get what I desperately need this round, to maybe get to the top of the track for that one commodity? That's all super interesting to me. Super, like, it's so ridiculous and so fun. Such a simple auction game.
Yep.
It is exactly how I want that kind of auction.
It's funny because, like, so you think about the 3 sort of Knizia auction games we've talked about, right?
Raw,
so
modern
this
art,
one's kind of in the
Medici.
middle because there is a pressure luck element in this game.
Yep.
100%.
Whereas Raw is like a game that's built around pressure luck.
Yeah.
Pressure luck is here, but this is more of a pure auction game, more of a valuation game.
Yes.
And so I guess it's what your taste is.
Yep. Absolutely.
I guess I never thought about that. You have modern art, pure auction.
Yeah.
You have raw, push your luck with some auction,
Yes.
and this is auction with some push your luck.
Are you gonna flip that tile over?
Yeah.
No, I love being in the situation where someone flips the tile that I desperately want, and then I say, "Hey, no, don't flip another one. Don't
No,
flip
no. Send it!
Don't do it.
Send it! Send it! Okay.
That's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And you're exactly right. That's a good way to delineate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's my number 20, but it could fit higher. It would always be in my top 50 just because, again, at 6 player, Alyssa says it well. 6 players, like, hey, we want something relatively quick. Medici. 5 players, raw. Like that's kind of where that falls.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I will say the fact that not because I won it, but because of the story it told, our last play of Medici was just epic. It was memorable in the story. Just saying. It was
He's like, it's a great story that I lapped the field. Yeah, I had all this money. I could buy anything I want.
It's horrible.
it's the most embarrassed I've ever been. And
You just kept getting stuff for nothing, and when
Oh
you get
my
money for
God.
nothing and your chicks for free, you can just go right and win.
but yeah, no, Medici is just epic. Hall of Fame game. It totally is.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
how
I
can
mean,
you argue with
right,
with any of those 3? How can you argue? I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
agreed.
they're all great.
So,
Yeah.
all right, you're number 3. All of our number high.
Yeah, we'll
right.
have it somewhere.
Yep.
So, little spoiler for our coming aggregate top 50. We have 15 submitted top 50 lists among the
The HCHQ group. Right. yeah.
This is the only appearance of this game on any of those lists.
Really?
My number 3 is Sidereal Confluence.
Really? Nobody.
I'm a little.
How
Well,
about you?
hold on, because Alyssa is in
that's-
the Great
Alyssa
White
didn't
North.
give you-
Oh, she submitted a list.
It's not in her top 50.
Maybe it is, and I'm not remembering, but I think I'm the only one.
I'd be surprised.
I really would be surprised.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
So.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the thing about this game. I think
Okay.
this is like, I mean, I'm going to say a lot of things about this game. You have to excuse me. But if you really only know one thing about this game, I think it tells you everything about the sort of like ethos of the game, right? Which is that like, it's got this ridiculous name, Sidereal Confluence, but basically it's got this name because Cosmic Encounter was taken. That's what this means, right? It's
Right.
This is like a synonym for Cosmic Encounter, right?
Yeah.
And so like, I just think that's like hilarious in the way that this game is hilarious. This is a have a million different colored cubes on a table and trade them back and forth game. And this is a wonderful negotiation game because the person who negotiates, I think, the most fair, best deals is typically the one who's going to win.
You actually don't necessarily want to win the trades.
That's right.
You just want people to.
You just want to make a successful trade.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to
Look, I'll take the short end of it here.
Right. That's right.
And that is a thing you want to do.
And
in
it is
this game.
value based. We kind of know how much everything is worth.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is a set value. That is true.
It is better with more players. I realize that you run into some space practicalities above maybe 6.
And no,
Yeah.
But we played at HeavyCon last year at 9, and it was awesome. Now, obviously, at 9, you can't really trade with everybody.
Seems impractical.
You got to figure that out.
Yeah.
You gotta see who wants to bring
But because, and this is another, I think, key thing with the game, all deals are binding.
Yeah.
So it's not like some negotiation games where you can like the idea is to like screw somebody over at the most opportune time and like not give them what you promised them.
Yeah. Haroon.
The fact that you can make multi-turn, game-long deals that are binding, and that the other person has to stick to, means you have so much latitude to make trades. You can trade all kinds of stuff. Mm-hmm. You can trade converters that you have. You can trade. You can promise all kinds. It's as long as you can deliver.
It's a big sandbox.
You can make the trade.
Yeah.
You can't technically trade victory points. That's the only thing the game says you can't trade, but
You end up doing it.
sure are a lot of ways to do it, though.
Yeah. You can't trade victory points directly.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So the other thing is there are 9 factions in the base game,
Yeah.
and they are all extremely different from each other. They come at varying levels of complexity. So it is easier to work new players in because there are some that are just easier to play your first time. And there's an expansion with 9 sort of spins on the original factions that are super different. That I was so psyched to get to play because I don't actually own the expansion at HeavyCon, and they're just as good as you might think they are if you love the original. Yeah, there's nothing else, anything close to this.
It is
It's a one of one. I love negotiations so much, and it's just so beautiful.
So I got a chance to sit down with Tausetti, and I'm disappointed I didn't interview him. Like I didn't record this when I talked to him. The designer Tausetti. Basically, it was way weirder when he first designed it. He created a game that he and his friends wanted to exist. The game he wanted to play, and this was it. This is his ode to the game made just for me because I made the game I wanted to play, and it's glorious chaos. My favorite thing about this game is the fact that this is the type of negotiation game for non-negotiation players.
Yeah.
Because actively trying to get the better end of a deal, which is just human nature, is actively going against what you're hurting yourself by doing that. And this is Jess loves playing this game, hates negotiation games.
Yep.
But this, she's like, no, go ahead. I'll take the short end, because trades usually will benefit both players in the long run.
Yeah.
But that faction, this specific trade, it might help me. It doesn't help you anymore, or any less, or anything like that. And I think that's a beautiful thing to have figured out a way to make that work.
Yep. Another cool thing about the game is that it models plus some economic systems, right? This is a rare game where the more players play, the higher the average scores.
Because more things can be converted.
Because more things can be converted, so everybody gets more efficient, everybody has more cubes by the end, everybody makes more stuff. In a 5-player game, you're looking at those level 4 technologies, which are like the big scoring technologies, and you're like, how would anybody ever build that?
Right.
In a 9-player game, you build a bunch of them.
Yeah. Nice.
And that's I think there's a lot of economic theory out there to support that. Like that a big global interdependent economic system is efficient and healthy.
Right.
Not like a mercantilist system. And is this thing on?
This is a once in a blue moon game for me. I don't have the love affair that you do.
Yeah.
But I appreciate it, can respect it, and I'm down to play it once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
That's where I fall on it.
I will acknowledge, super fragile.
Yeah, I hate negotiation games. This game is super fun. I like just converting stuff and having like little engines running and everything. I think the game itself is fun because I once again hate negotiation, but everybody wants to give away stuff because they don't want to end up with something they don't need because they're just going to produce more of that thing that they don't need, so they readily will jettison it for half the price, which is wonderful.
Alyssa has it at 29, by the way.
Oh, okay. So it is
there
on
you
more
go.
than one
Good.
list. Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of other people in the herd have this ranked pretty high as well. So there you go. Yeah, basically that's how he lives, Fernando. Communist. Yeah. All right.
So that's my number 3, Sidereal Confluence.
All right. Derek.
All right, my number 3 is The Gallerist by Vital Lacerda, and of course, the wonderful designer Ian O'Toole. It sits proudly on my mantle. It was my number 1 for the longest time, but it has dropped down to number 3. You're trying to amass a fortune moving around with these 4 worker spots, only 4 worker spots. Seems really simple.
Yep.
When you go to those spots, you can do a bunch of different actions. You can find some new artists. You can discover them so that you can get their artwork for cheaper later. You can build out your gallery by actually purchasing the artwork, which will raise the value of these artists. It's really good that you will have other players around the table that you'll be watching what they're doing and what they're purchasing and how their prices are going up. You have a wonderful influence track on the bottom that you're moving up and down to gain additional resources that you might just because everything is super tight in the game. So money. Until money is not tight anymore, which does happen in this game, which you can pretty much do everything that you want to accomplish. You just won't be able to do it in the order that you want to. So the timing is really important in this game, and timing can be a reason why people don't like this game, because you can get kind of stuck in a position where everybody's getting everything and you're just kind of just not getting anything. So you have to zig and do something different. New players will have a hard time doing that. Players that have played a long time will have an easier chance to pivot and kind of change what they're doing and kind of work towards something else, because the goals at the end that you receive at the very beginning aren't as important as the individual in-game play. So number 3, Gallerist.
It's in my top 50. Again, I tried to limit how many Splatters, how many Cole games, and how many VTOL games. So it didn't just... So something had to make the cut.
Sure.
And the Gallerist, the more I play it, the more I enjoy it. It's one of those games, first time I played it, I was now I love it. So, yeah, I love the piggyback mechanism that Trey doesn't like about it. It's super clean. Like if I were to think of a graphic design aesthetic that I would like in a board game, it's the Gallerist. So I like everything about it. I think it's a home run for me. And the solo, perfect for what it is, and is easy to run as any solo out there.
It is an easy solo.
Yeah, it's my 18.
Yep.
My highest Lacerda, although I do think Speakeasy might compete with it as
Sure.
I play it more.
Yeah.
I think it kind of epitomizes the Lacerda style of interdependence and shared incentives, though, where
Yes.
like you're like, I really want to do that, but I gotta help that player to do it. Oh, come on. You're facing that decision in this game a lot.
Yeah, and
Which
it's
is
gross. It's great.
That's a tasty.
Yes, I agree.
Tasty decision.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
The worker, the way that you move the customers
Yes.
in and out of various galleries is also just very funny, I think. Like,
And out of other people's.
come over here.
I'm imagining somebody walking around with a little,
know, right?
the advertising, and we three of us really like the Gallerist.
And as established last time, I'll try it again at some point.
Yeah, fair enough.
I always try to talk Shrey into playing the Gallerist, so eventually I do.
I appreciate your hard work there. All right, that brings us to my number 3, which we'll talk about in a minute. This is awesome. I'm just saying, it's only 25 to 800. PF Sin.
We did it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Wow. Amazing ball.
Thank you for the support. Really means a lot. Thank you. So my number 3, best solo game of all time that I've played, Mr. President. Look, this isn't going to hit the table a lot. If the owner of GMT was not the designer of this, there is zero way this game ever gets published.
Sure.
Because here's how I'm imagining that conversation goes. So designer walks up to the publisher and is like, all right, let me see your prototype. Okay. So the turn track has 50 steps. 50. 50. And some are super quick, some are really not quick. And there are binders, of binders, of binders, of binders, depending on what segment you're in. But outside of actually being elected to sit in the Oval Office, this is about as close as I can imagine a board game bringing you to being the president. There is a scenario that James and I played when we tag team soloed this that effectively is Trump in the office. And that felt terrible, but also was amazing to try and role play it in a sense.
Yeah.
But the game is meant to be played over the course of 4 years. And a turn is a year, and it's all 50 of those steps. You have 2 different sides of the board. You have a domestic side. You have an international side. You have to deal with Congress. You were trying to get bills passed. You were trying to put out fires around the world. You are trying to do way more things than you possibly could manage. It's all about putting out fires. It is a bit of a dice chucker in a sense that there is, do I succeed or do I not? You can mitigate that to some degree.
Right.
But the story that comes out of this game, this is the ultimate storytelling game. So this is what I imagine Tales of Arabian Nights for heavy gamers is. As long as you have the table space, you can keep it on your table for an extended period of time.
Right.
It is not it took us a week to stream it. Literally, we did 5 streams over the course of a week for it. But, oh my God, was it an amazing experience that I cannot wait to do again. It is, I think, tag team solo, like one player is making the decisions, but the other player is kind of like their senior advisor.
Yeah.
It was so amazing. It just, you know how earlier you had talked about your Pandemic Legacy board being mounted?
Yeah.
It was that level of experience for me. and I cannot wait. This is, if there was ever a game that was truly made for me, it feels like Mr. President was it.
Nice.
So yeah, that is. And I know, look, none of y'all are solo gamers. I get it. But those that are, sure, wait for the second edition if it ever comes out. The errata that it has and all this stuff, it's worth it. But I'll be honest, the first edition's awfully great. And go watch all the streams if you were so inclined. I think it'll help you, organize it, but also have a love affair with it like I do.
I kind of enjoyed. I kind of enjoy just watching you and James play it.
Fair.
Really, because I enjoy. I think I get more joy out of it of watching you guys tackle a theme that I don't really care about.
Yeah.
If it had a theme that I really loved, then I would try. But the fact of you guys being so engrossed in it, it's actually really fun just to watch. Like, it's like watching people play video games and because I really like that thing, but I would never play that thing. Here's a game that I would never play, but I am definitely engrossed in watching you guys.
Live vicariously through us,
Yeah, 'cause
right?
I know I would never, but definitely interesting to watch.
Yeah, it was just, man. All right, enough. It's late, I know, but God, that game, it sits there. It hasn't been streamed in over a year. It sits in this mocking me. I refuse to take it out of the studio because I want to. It is my constant reminder of get this back to the table.
Yeah, that's good.
So,
That's smart.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Anyway.
not everybody in the group is going to be like, hey, you should.
I get it.
Yeah.
But man, it's worth it.
We'll see you in a week, Edward.
So, Mr. President, my number 3, honest to God, I'm not kidding, could have been my number 1.
Yeah.
And that is not,
You talk
that's
about
not
it?
hype. That is a legitimate thing. Okay. All right.
And people were surprised when it wasn't your number 1, actually.
Okay. Well, there you
Yeah.
go. All right. We're, did I miss any? Hold on. I think I did. I did not. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Number 2.
All right, my number 2 is unsurprisingly Concordia. It's the game that I've played, the heavy game, or mid to heavy game that I've played the most. Between this and Venus combined, another game is close second. I just can't get enough of this game. The way you interact with the other players around the table it feels like it maybe is not particularly interesting or direct, but it really is. It's got its own subtleties that are really important to the game. Tracking what people are interested in terms of like cards and locations is super important. When the cards you want come out, you better be ready to grab them before someone else does, and deciding on the appropriate tempo for that for how you manage resources and how you manage card play is it's really it's interesting set of decisions. I love the game most ways. Salsa is really solid. I'm happy to play it with it. I prefer it without, but I think more people like it because it gives a little more flexibility. I don't particularly enjoy the forum. The fish market is fine. I could play it more. I haven't really evaluated as much as I should. Venus is amazing. I'm thoroughly impressed that it was able to be turned into a partnership game that well. It makes the game harder, and for that reason I sort of like recommend against it for newbies. But it really does, because it really does make you have to think as both players and understand what your partner is looking for and how you can set them up and how they're going to set you up in the next couple.
But it doesn't have to. It should. It should be thought of that way. But it doesn't have to be.
Mm-hmm. You can just
For some of us.
Right. Yeah. And I've been in the position where my partner doesn't really do that for me.
Sorry.
No. You were not nearly as bad as some experience has had.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
It is.
Oh my God. Great. Lincoln happened. Go ahead. Go. You're good.
The partnership game is amazing. It's just it always
Don't wave your hand. It just moves it around.
No, I'm trying to move it out
God,
because it was all right here with me.
Graham gas. Sorry.
Because he's been sleeping on my shoe.
Yep.
His face was in my shoe.
I find it so challenging, yet so rewarding. And the final reveal of how people did is it's highly entertaining.
Yep.
Like seeing how close we ended up. It's I can't not have this as my number 2.
It's definitely a cool design feature of the game that what's
Give
up?
me your cup.
Oh, that you
Got some water.
you have sort of an idea of how well people will score, but you don't really know.
You don't really know.
Yeah. Right. So I think that like squishy, like I have to make a sort of like heuristic based guess on what I should do here is a real feature of the game.
Yeah. No, that you can. It is entirely possible for someone to score 15, 20 points with a single action. That's you have to be set up for it. But like even like 10 points is completely doable easily. And so yeah, like it's hard to judge what's going to happen over the next few turns when the game ends.
It's also an interesting game in that like it's absolutely not a point salad, but middle way strategies can work. Like you can sort of rush, but really kind of end up landing on I'm doing farmer and mason and I'm okay getting some more cards. Or you can, push hard on cloth, but then end up pivoting into more of I built all the areas. And so like the fact that it's got that variety possible within, again, like it's not a super complicated rule set. Great. Really good. What are you, I haven't played it a lot at low player counts. Do you feel like it's natively just a better game at higher player counts?
I played it 3 up. I've never played 2-player, I think. And I prefer, I think 4 and up is 4 and 5 in the non-partnership game are good. I think I prefer 4 generally, and then 4, 6 are good. Some of my best experiences in gaming is playing a 6-player Venus with really strong players because the game is so tight and so interesting. So like 6 players in that mode is great. 4 players is with slightly less experienced players. Partnership is also really good. So yeah, that's what I say.
For me, I bounced off pretty hard on Concordia. Like I don't get the love for it, but that's not to say that you're wrong for it. That said, when we streamed Venus, I really expected that to be like right? Totally blew me away and exceeded expectations. I actually went from like really didn't dislike it, but would not really want to play Concordia to I'm down for that again because the partnership aspect is really clever and really well done.
Yeah.
So I'm down for that. And kind of like how On Mars Solo soured me for multiplayer on Mars, I will say the opposite has happened for Concordia with Venus, that I'm like, okay, maybe I need to play that again and play that more without it being Venus, and maybe I'll enjoy Concordia more.
Yeah, and there's a question about the solo in the chat. I have the solo because I need everything Concordia, just how it is. I played it once. I don't play solo games ever. I have a hard time judging whether it's good or not because I just don't play solo games.
Some of the maps with like little rule MacGuffins are kind of cool too.
So excellent. Yeah.
The Egypt map is pretty fun.
Yeah,
I think,
and even just like the layout impacts it, right? Like the heavy island based one. Is it the Balearic Islands? I can't remember. Yeah.
It's in my top 20. I really like Concordia. First time I played it, I was like, how do you score in this game? Because it was so, I didn't understand through the rule teach that the cards corresponded in a very specific way. And if you don't purchase any of those cards, you just don't score any points. So the onus on everybody is to always try to purchase and be able to gain something, but also have the strategy of what you're purchasing is actually what you're scoring at the end. But after two plays, I was thoroughly enamored, and to this day. So It's in my top 20 for that.
Yeah, and
reason.
I think it's like between 21 and 30 for me is where I landed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So, Concordia, number 2.
So that's me next.
Yes, sir.
And my number 2 is Age of Innovation.
Imagine that.
Oh, does this mean Ken hates Terra Mystica?
Is this that rule that I've heard
Wait,
about?
what, bro? Do you even Gaia Project? Like seriously?
I don't really even Gaia project.
No, really?
I
Yeah,
mean, okay, all right.
Spill it.
So just for the record,
Let's have a talk.
Gaia Project is I think I have it rated an 8, so it's not like I hate it. Okay, it's probably in my top 150 games.
Okay.
Let's say. But here's why I like Terra Mystica and Age of Innovation more. So I don't like the rules around Gaia forming.
Yeah.
The board, I think it's cool that it's modular, but it's also looser.
Okay.
So it's like blocking is not really a thing in Gaia Project. People make a really big deal out of the tech tracks, but the two important tech tracks are already in Terra Mystica and Age of Innovation, i.e. the digging track and the shipping track, right? The other tech tracks are just like a track to get more tech. I get more science so I can get more techs, whatever. And then like an income-based track, and then a track for the Gaia forming thing, which I don't even like. So I feel like those are sort of extraneous. And then finally, and this is just a me thing, I find that like the thematic hanging of science fiction just like works less well for my brain, so I don't remember the MacGuffins on the individual factions as well for Gaia projects as I do for the other ones. So
All right. So that out of the way. Tell
Yes.
us why Age of Innovation, good sir.
why Age of Innovation and not Terra Mystica?
Or no,
Right,
just
just because of right now, I would
Okay.
say. Right. So like I think that's a really hard call for me, and I ultimately just had to call it.
yeah. Because again, you're gonna only put one of
I'm
them
only going
on.
to put one on the list,
yeah,
right?
right.
And I think that was just like that day. I would rather play Age of Innovation than Terra Mystica, but I think there's Age of Innovation is a little more like the joy of like drafting the stuff and like putting together your Franken-faction. And there's
I
also
like
just
that Franken-faction.
there's more emergent asymmetry because of the way the competencies and innovations work that it's not fully in
Okay.
Terra Mystica, or not to quite the same extent. But Terra Mystica is tighter, and I do like that. The other thing about Age of Innovation I think is an advantage is that it plays, I would say, basically equally well at 3, 4, and 5. Whereas Terra Mystica is essentially a 4-player game.
Why?
Because there's 2 maps.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So, okay. So, this one I'm pretty sure Alyssa doesn't have on her top 50.
In fact, said the only game I actively despise. Despise.
You don't despise it.
She said it.
Oh,
I'm-
yeah. She might despise it.
yeah,
Although,
yeah.
I doubt she's actually played Age of Innovation. I know she's played Terra Mystica.
Okay,
so,
fair enough.
But if I were her and I despised Terra Mystica, I would. But if you played Terra Mystica and you despised it, don't play Age
Well,
of
it
Innovation.
might be the play because you
That's
could play.
true, I guess.
See,
That's a
Terra
good point.
Mystica, there's a lot about the people having so much more knowledge, and you just kind of
Experience?
floundering.
Huh. Another one of those?
And in Age of Innovations, I feel like it's a little bit more even playing field.
I agree with that, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Franken factions
Yeah.
feels like it levels the field somewhat. Maybe, look, I expect you to win every time we play Age of Innovation. I really do. But at least I feel like I'm not going to get boat raced because I don't play this.
You're probably going to get boat raced. What's probably going to happen, though, is you're going to have a more enjoyable time doing it because you get to explore different things.
That's right.
I think that might
And
be it.
And so this is, I think, where I would go with this, and why this game maybe is
Yeah.
ranked higher than some of these other
being boat race doesn't hurt as much, or doesn't
games
feel as
like
so bad.
Power Grid
Yeah.
for me, right? So I play this is the only game that I play async on
Okay.
Board Game Arena.
Yeah.
And I lose a lot because there's some really good players out there.
Sure.
But this is a game where like you can start out, you grab your factions, you look at the board state, you're doing your best, you're knowing that like this guy with a 600 elo is probably better than you are, and that's okay. And so you're like, okay, maybe I'm not going to win this one, but I can build out a cool looking map, and I'm going to set some goals for myself.
Sure.
right? I think it seems like a good idea if I win the engineering track this time because there's 2 round bonuses coming up. So I'm going to try to win the engineering track. I'm going to, I looks like this plan, try to get this innovation, right? And like, you can probably do all that stuff by the end of the game. You can set goals that are not winning the game and achieve them.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
And I'm like, all right, so I scored 175 and this guy scored 212. Okay, that's cool. And so like, if you can be okay with that in this game, this game's got a lot for you. A lot of like building out, building up, getting cool bonuses, having combo-tastic turns, getting like this wheel to turn this other wheel to turn this other wheel. This game is, I think, the best at that of any game for me.
Okay.
It, even though it's not as tight as Terra Mystica, it remains pretty darn tight on the resources. Mm-hmm. And so building up your economy in such a way that your final couple of turns can work really well is great. It is, because of the way the round tiles come out every time, it's always going to be a different game. Because of the way the tiles come out for the draft, it's always going to be a different game. And I'm loving it more every time I play it. It's a great one.
Yeah, Age of Innovation completely, totally replaces Terra Mystica. I actively avoid that. While I don't have Alyssa's aversion to Terra Mystica, it's close.
Mm-hmm.
But this I'll sit down and play with you and enjoy myself.
Yeah.
This one just they fixed what felt like a lifestyle game and made it feel like, even if it still might be, it feels like less so, and kind of like there probably here's a good example. His number 1 game, I'm gonna get boat raced against him, but that's okay. That feels okay, and this feels more like that because I'm going to be able to do more stuff.
Yep.
And so that feels okay to me.
Yeah.
Again, I don't care about losing games.
Right.
I just don't want to just get eviscerated.
Yeah.
That never feels good, right?
And you don't want to like feel like you're just sitting there while someone else is like destroying you, and you don't have any meaningful decisions. You're just like chugging along, doing tiny little things here and there. And you're like,
totally.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Right.
And so this game fixes that, and that makes it more likely to hit the table.
So one of the things that like the particular thing that I think this one does well is, well, Terra Mystica gives you a faction and points you in a direction. This one gives you agency on that up front and throughout the game in those whatever the thing that,
competencies, innovations.
Yes.
There's 2 different things that kind of
and that's great, right? I want to be able to feel like I have a little bit of ownership over my plan, and even if I'm not going to execute it well, I can at least do it, push it forward. Whereas with like Terra Mystica, I feel like if I got this faction, I should do that thing, and I don't know, particularly, I don't have any interest in that.
Yeah, I have no problem going into a game knowing I'm going to lose. I'm like through the ages. I know I'm going to lose that to you, but I'm going to have fun doing it. Okay, but this is more fun than whereas it feels like if. Sure. No, I'm just saying compared to Terra Mystica for me.
That's fair enough. Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, it's fine for what it is. I mean, it's Terra Mystica with some other options.
Yes.
I know, you, I'm never gonna win this game.
Right.
My brain doesn't think in a way. I'd rather play Cooper Island and have more stuff going on and
A very different kind of brain burning.
Yeah, and be burnt in a very. Because I just don't think I can think in a way that will actually score me the points to do it. So I tend to actually veer towards Gaia Project just because I do like the openness. Because I feel like people will block me in because they know what I'm trying to do more than I even know what I'm trying to do. Like, oh, you're going to do that. And I'm like, I am? And then like 4 turns later, like, oh, I guess I was going to do that.
Right.
Because the person that plays the game is like, oh, I figured out what your turn is and my turn.
Right. Sure. And like Heroic Logic says, having spent 100+ hours playing or studying Terra Mystica, I'll always play it and won't get obsolete for me.
Yeah.
That's great. I think that's awesome. Enjoy that. Just not for me.
I would agree with that. I'll still always happily play Terra Mystica.
Yeah.
I don't really feel like it's a lesser game, but I agree with you guys. I think Age of Innovation might be more sort of fun forward.
Yeah. And again, using that term fun, like what's fun, I really try and actively avoid using that on the show, because what's fun for me might be work for others, might not.
Yep.
You get the idea.
Yeah.
But in this case, the ability to do things.
Sense of accomplishment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I think that's it. I think you just nailed it. That's my issue with some of these other games, like Tigris and Euphrates. Sense of accomplishment, right? Figuring out the puzzle, or even if it's just a piece of it, and making myself feel I don't get that. Or in Food Chain or whatever. It's less so in those specific games.
Yes.
But I also can appreciate why you enjoy those, and I think that's awesome.
Well, and I mean,
Food Chain Magnate is definitely not designed to be like a positive feedback.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
That's not where it's at.
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I is the theme a little pasted on? Yeah, it is a little bit. Is it? I mean, I think in some ways kind of a cube pusher. Yes, but man, decisions are really good. It's really tight, and I love it. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right, so that's your number
That's
two.
my number 2.
Age of Innovation. All right, Derek,
Age of
wax poetic.
All right, number 2 is I think it's going to go with Tricarian. Also one of my number 1 games at one point.
Sure.
Because I do love this game so much. You're amassing wealth and fame. It's a game where you're actually gonna take all of your actions and your workers, and you're gonna program everything before anybody knows anything, because you have things to do. Other people have things to do. So then you show everything, and then you realize that everybody wants to do the same thing as you. So you're going to have to figure out what order you're going to do that and what things you're not actually going to be able to do. Because you have to work out that puzzle to gain all the different things to perform your tricks, and also think about what tricks I'm going to do in the future so that I can gain the correct resources, so that I can be that Euro move, right? So you can have less actions and perform more things. So Tricarian for me ends up being this amazing puzzle that's so tight that you literally are watching every little move, and with the black market in there, you're actually figuring out how you can use additional actions that you might not have available, because you only have a certain amount of actions in your hand when you go to the black market. Losing it for a second, but the dark
Alley.
Dark Alley.
Dark Alley, yes.
That's
When you
it,
go into
yeah.
Dark Alley,
Yeah.
you gain those, so you have additional cards, so you could only go to the theater twice, but hey, I have a bunch of Dark Alley cards. Now I can go to the theater 4 times, put all my characters there to be able to perform things. So the game itself is really great structurally, super tight, and then the expansion then adds on a whole other layer to it that I also enjoy. So I will play full boat with hopefully with other players that know what's going on, and the beginning of what makes Mind Clash really great games, the tightness and the immersion of theme really shines through in this title.
This was in top 50 for me. It was in the top 20 there for a very long time. I just haven't gotten a chance to play it in forever. It's a long game. Like,
It is.
It is a long game. Now, look, I'm heavy cardboard. I get it. Yeah.
Sure.
It's still a long game. What amazes me is watching this cat bust it out starting at midnight at the Gathering of Friends. That never, ever gets old to me, and I love
or
that.
1 a.m.
Right. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to sell you
It's
short.
when people are available.
Yes.
So, it's always something.
I love Tricarian. I'm the world's biggest 5-year-old when it comes to Magic. I think it was Penn and Teller that, or I guess it was Penn that said it, that it's an agreement between the audience and the magician to let him take advantage of us, to trick us. And I have that 5-year-old in me that wants to be tricked. I never want to know what the how. I want to try and figure it out and then be amazed, because I believe magic's real. So therefore, I wanted to like this game from the time I saw it. The artwork in this is staggeringly beautiful to me, and the presentation. It is busy, it is messy, but it's beautiful. And the way the actual mechanisms of building up, it's a resource conversion game. It really is. And a recipe fulfillment game. That's really, you boil it down, that's all it is.
Yeah.
With a whole lot of other stuff pinned onto it. But man, when you pull off the trick and you time it right and you get into the theater and you're able to do everything that you want and it works, it feels so good. And yeah, I will absolutely play this every chance I get. It just feels like I never get the chance to do it. I love this game. I really do.
Yeah, I'll miss playing with Alyssa because Alyssa also is a very big fan of Trickarion.
Yes.
So I will miss having her at HeavyCon.
Yeah.
You know, because people that play games a lot, they tend to do moves, and nobody will understand what that move is unless other people around the table have actually seen something like that to take advantage of the game in a certain way. It's really great.
Yeah, it's... Y'all, any thoughts? No? Move on?
I mean, I like it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I would need to play it more before I consider it for my top 50, but I have played it and thought it was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we talked about this last time. It's not for me.
Okay.
I can play it more and then confirm that it's not for me.
Yeah. He gets very frustrated, and the game is very frustrating.
It's tight. It's tight.
Yeah, I like me a tight worker placement game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're number 2.
Number 2, Trickarion.
All right. My number 2, Through the Ages, New Civilization. It is the pinnacle of Civs games. I'm terrible at it. I will never win this game, and I'm okay with that. Everything about it I love. It is another game that it feels like is designed just for me. It's a civilization game without any map, which makes no sense. And if you actually go and watch Paul's... I forget. Trying to think of what the name of Paul's show used to be.
No, that was...
Yuvala Bob. Anyway, go watch it.
Paul Springer.
Yes, our Paul.
Okay, sure.
Not OG Paul, but yeah. Anyway, his video sums it up so well that it makes no sense that it works. Vlado Chvátil is one of the most impressive designers in the history of board games.
For sure.
He, obviously, Through the Ages, my number 2. Hey, okay. But his range is...
Code names? Mage Knight? Through the Ages?
Hold on. Stop right there.
Galaxy Trucker?
Yeah.
Those are pretty different games from each other.
Nobody's pitching
From one dude, like, that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely belongs arguably on the monolith.
And great rulebook writer.
Yeah. But anyway, Through the Ages, if you like Civ games, it's long, it's fiddly as hell. The app actually makes the board game obsolete.
Yeah.
I don't want to play the app. I want to play the board game. It can be a bit tedious in some of the upkeep. Worth it to me, doesn't matter. And yeah, oh God, I love this game so much. We recently played it, you, me, and John.
Yeah.
2-3 times, whatever it was.
I think we officially are supposed to play it one
more time.
Yes.
And I'm down for that.
I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, I pretty much always play this game. I love the app, but it does not replace the in-person.
It's your number 14.
It's my number 14.
Yeah.
That's right. It does not replace the in-person experience for me. The
Same.
in-person experience is still better.
Yeah.
It is obviously way, way, way longer in person. Like 4 or 5 times as long.
Yeah, it is.
But that's okay. I mean, the in-person experience is cool. Yeah. It's weird how well it replicates the stuff that you want out of a Civ game. Because it's not, I mean... It's nothing like Sid Meier's Civilization.
Oh God, no! And
like nothing like it.
And by the way, the third or fourth iteration, the go back 1 or 2, is fantastic. But apples and giraffes,
Yeah.
right? They are completely different. They're both Civilization games. Hell, Civolution from Stefan Feld, also a Civ game. Apples and
Right.
giraffes. Like, it's unlike anything in board games.
But it's really just buying stuff with actions from a card row and paying for stuff with various resources.
Yeah, you boil it down. That's really what it is.
That's
100%.
what card you play is.
Yeah.
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 Because my Salem group constantly plays it. They're playing it all the time. They used to play it physically, but now they're playing it in an app, and Dustin's in chat. He can speak to this, and all they do is talk about what the last card that has been played. And it's like, even though they're actively playing other games, they're actually actively playing this game while we're playing other games, because the game is just that good that people can play async over multiple time and just continually play new games. It's amazing.
Yeah. But I mean that the tastiness of the looking at the offer and thinking like, well, I really want that card that's 3 actions to buy right now. I know this person doesn't want it. That person probably does want it. How bad do they want it? Like, are they going to take it for 2 actions, or am I going to be able to get it for 1 action? Well, I have more actions than they have overall, but they're, figuring that out is...
it's a very heads-up game in that regard.
Very heads-up game.
Yeah. Yep.
And, it's got, like, I think, a fairly standard opening. That's fine with me, because you get to turn 15, you are not standard. Right?
Yeah.
And every game plays that differently. I also think they did a lovely job with the Wonders and Leaders expansion.
The expansion, not necessary. Amazing, though. Did a very great job, both in the implementation and the balancing, and awesome. So, couple of things. It is a 2 and 3 player game only. It's not a 4-player game.
It is an awesome 4-player game in the app.
Yeah, in the app. That's what I'm saying. They're playing 4 players in the app all the time.
Yeah, that's it. I'll look. No, it's a 2 or 3 player with the physical copy.
It is, by the way, a really good 2-player game.
Oh, marvelous 2-player game. Agreed.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate the game. I think it's a brilliant design. It's absolutely not for me because of the aspect of military in the game. I don't like a game that forces me to go down that route. And if I don't do it, I'm going to get screwed. And I don't want to have to play the mitigation game.
So the difference between the 2 versions of the game, right? I forget New Story of Civilization versus a story of Civilization.
Yes.
Do not get the story of new story, and the reason for that is it does lessen.
It does a little, yeah.
Lessens the impact of military. As well as adjust some other things, and it's just a universal better version.
Yeah.
However, my argument, and this might not compel you, or might not be a compelling argument, is historically the weak. If you completely,
Can't we all just get along?
no, because that's human nature, and that's just never going to happen.
I totally understand that, right? But that doesn't mean I want to play it.
And that's fair. But understand, you don't have to go hard into military. You just have to go hard enough.
Oh, sure. And I, throughout probably much of the discussion of the game of these streams, mitigation is one of my least favorite.
And that is totally valid.
Protection, right? Like,
Yes.
I don't want to have to spend time doing this thing just to avoid getting punished,
Yeah.
right? Don't find that interesting.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to be ahead, but you don't have to get too far behind or you're going to get crushed.
Right.
And that's that mitigation. Valid.
Yeah, and that's how the game works. I don't have any interest in
And also, that's how real life works.
Yeesh.
Which, again, it could be escapism. Look, we could go through. I get it. I'm not saying you're wrong
I'm
at
not
all.
looking for this game to model reality for me.
That's fair.
This is not it. Yeah.
And I mean, if you want to put a ton of hours into the game,
Sure.
there are ways to play a non-mitigation strategy where you just go all in on culture
And just get hammered.
See if they can catch you.
Get
Right,
Gandhi.
That can work.
Get Gandhi.
Yeah, right. See, yeah.
But by the time you figure out how to do that, you're going to have been punished many, many times.
It's not fun.
So and now going back, this is another game that has a huge experiential gap, but I still feel good while getting hammered in finishing a distant third to Ken and John, and
This
I'm
is a
okay
game
with
where
that.
where the randomness in the game can help mitigate a skill gap.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. And somebody asked about whether or not the expansion is mandatory. No, but what it does do is it adds a layer. It can
Add a layer of uncertainty.
of uncertainty, which again balances that out some. So there is nothing bad about the expansion. Literally nothing bad about the expansion. Is it mandatory? No, not at all.
You can get, I would say you can get hundreds of hours out of the base game without needing it,
Agreed.
but it's cool.
I'm really surprised how difficult it is to get. Like, why don't they reprint it?
Oh, is it? Or I don't. I
Isn't
don't
it-
have
isn't
the
it-
expansion.
isn't it-
I
isn't it
actually have
ridic-
Jeff's copy, so
Isn't
I
it
don't know.
ridiculously expensive to get a secondhand copy?
I think it might. I think it is not in print right now.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Wow. Okay. Cool.
I saw it in the booth.
Pretty cheap
last
on the
time.
app though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, fair.
Long time ago, PAX. So
Okay.
last time I was at PAX.
Just
they
a
had
little
the-
Cool.
DLC.
So that's my number 2, your number 14.
14, yep.
Through the ages. And now, folks.
The number one.
Before we get to number one,
Yeah.
if Joshua is still listening, feel free to ask Mac that question again because I think that would be nice. And I don't know if that's possible. Anyway,
Help me out. Hold on.
he was saying that he when he saw Mac Gertz, he asked whether they would be open to him doing maps for Concordia, and Mac was like, well, no, we make maps. That's what we do. So
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I would love to see his take on Concordia maps.
So before we get to the number ones, just some scheduling stuff real quick. Actually,
What does it mean when it's blue?
I just turned it back on, so it's not
Oh,
just a
gotcha.
light that's turned off. That's all.
Gotcha.
There's
So
more light in here.
yeah.
A little bit more.
Fair. All right. So tomorrow, I'm supposed to start this at noon. It might be 1 p.m. But name the game tomorrow. That's the public stream. Beer Pioneer, the 3 of us, and Martin the Younger. We're busting out a patron only stream. La Havre on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Thursday at noon. I get to fumble my way learning Atlantic Chase live on stream for the patrons. I put it behind a paywall so I don't embarrass myself more. Thursday is going to be my number 51 through 100. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Boy, are these big ones for me. Friday, Stressbotics Odyssey. Saturday, I'm sitting down at interview with Jeff Spear, who helped develop some of High Frontier for all, and also designed Module 5, the economy, as well as some of the tool stuff. So, and a good friend of a lot of us.
Yeah.
So, gonna sit down and talk with him. Then on Saturday after that, Joshua Acosta from Neon Comet Games is coming up. We're gonna stream 2 of his maps, Age of Steam. And then on Sunday at 2 p.m., we're doing Molly House.
Nice.
So that is what we have the rest of this week, that is an insane week. So we got 9 streams in 7 days this week. So yeah, really, really looking forward to it. But anyway, on to number 1. Y'all ready? Hey, well done. Y'all have killed
there.
it. This has been an amazing
How
10
do
and
we
a half
talk
hours.
for more time
with
about
less games.
half as many games?
Because we're more passionate about things because they're
we all
higher.
talked about the game, opposed
Yeah.
to just having a little bit and each one of us.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that's
have more
true.
notes about these ones and about the lower.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did too.
and that makes
I did
sense.
too.
Yeah. All right, y'all ready?
Yeah,
do
Joshua
this.
was awesome.
So, before we start, we're going to give them a 30-second lead time. What is every person's number 1?
I mean, I think by process of elimination, you might know for everybody by now. Although Derek's, if you don't know Derek pretty well, you might not know.
I think people would know. I think
I
some people know.
actually think
Some people
they're
know.
all guessable
Yeah.
Yeah,
at
I
this
think
point.
they're all guess.
Right?
Except for Scott's Camp Grizzly. Nobody would ever guess that, except for people that really know him.
So, yeah. All right. So, with that said, you ready to go?
Oh yeah.
All right,
I mean,
let's
mine's-
power through this.
Mine is obvious.
How many times have you played this game? Yes, I really want the number.
On the app.
Just
In
how
general.
many times have you played the game? 15,000 plus.
15,600.
that's only on the app.
Yeah, well, in person over 100, but on the app it's 15,500 and something. Yeah.
And that game is?
Race for the Galaxy.
There you go.
It is.
15,000.
It is by far my favorite game. Well and above the other ones. Even though I love Concordia, I love Medici, I love Demarker, Race for the Galaxy. It is a comfort game for me. I play it. It almost calms me down, right? It's such a and it's so intuitive in me at this point, just because I played it so damn much, right?
Yeah.
I enjoy it in basically pretty much every single configuration. It should, for me, it's ideal when it's a 15-minute game, a 20-minute game with people who know the game, and that's that it takes a lot to get to that point, but it really does. You can get there. I'm really thrilled to play it as a 40-minute game also, because that's I'm still getting to play the game. It's a game I love, so that's great. It a tableau building where you're trying to react to what you're getting from the deck, right? You're building out a strategy. There's a handful of strategies that are available in the game, and I love playing them all, right? Probably if I could, I would love to do a development strategy more than I do, because it's harder to pull off, but it's so much fun when it works.
So is that your preferred because it's hard?
I don't know. It may be, because a produce consume strategy is generally easier to build. But anyway, just the reacting to the deck, trying to figure out how to get what you want done. And when it doesn't happen, that's all right. You play again, like really right after.
Because it's been 3 minutes.
On the phone, yes. In person, 15 minutes.
All right.
It's fine.
Yeah.
My preferred way of playing it is first arc, all the expansions, with prestige, without takeovers. Hey, I don't like military, and without goals, because I don't like the game telling me what to do. Those are two things. If you know me. So
On brand.
I also like the second arc, which is the alien orb thing. But I really like the third arc. I have not had the opportunity to play that as much as I want, because it adds a level of complexity and time to the game. I would love to be able to explore that more. And there is the second expansion for the third arc is coming out hopefully this year. I got to play that at the Gathering last year, I think, and it's great. And it just adds more to that third arc. So if what you want, if you don't want the 15-minute game, you can play the 45-minute game of the third arc, and that I'm totally down with that for that also, because it just changes how I approach the game, how the game flows. So my perfect game, really. I mean, it's great.
I don't play it as much as I'd like. Again, I don't play board games on video game on computers, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's phone, whatever. So that therefore I don't play it as much.
Yeah.
But I would love to. And the only downside is, like, playing against Shrey and Martin, I slow them down. It's not that I know I'm going to lose. I'm fine with that, whatever, because I enjoy the process of this. In this game, it's just a matter of I feel guilty that I'm slowing them down, because they're like, it's obvious what they're doing, and I'm like,
So one thing to note, like I don't necessarily I think it's not a foregone conclusion that I would win that situation, right? I may just not be able to adapt to whatever I get in my hand.
Oh, fair. And you're trying to shoehorn, kind of. Yeah. Okay.
I make
fair.
it into the mode, because sometimes I chase what I shouldn't, right? That happens. And what I've done with new players is let them. You're supposed to draw 6, discard down to 4 at the start of the game. I've let them keep their entire hand, or give them 7 cards.
Sure. Right. Yeah.
At the start of the game, it makes them it gives them a little bit less of a harsh onboarding there. And what I'm curious. Okay, I'm curious of what Ian saw in it, because and it's hard for me to judge, but I find the iconography excellent. Maybe it's just the fact that I'm used to it, but I'm curious.
So somebody who does this for a living, right?
Once you know the icons, it is excellent. And
right.
yes,
agreed.
It's a difficult ramp, but the iconography past that knowledge ramp is good.
I agree. It's a very hard game to teach, but I was able to hurdle that. That felt good. But overall, and the thing that I'm curious about is for anybody that, when they learned it, was it difficult to learn, and where were you on your path? Like, were you new to the hobby? Have you been in for a while? Because I have a theory that the longer you've been in the hobby, it's not as impenetrable as it seemed, as it was to me, because I think this was game number 4 that I tried to learn in the hobby, and I was like, oh my God. I had the same thing, had to be told me 20 times in that first game. It was, oh my God.
But I think average game complexity's gone up over time too. There's just more tolerance for complexity.
And maybe that's
So the
it.
later
Yeah,
you started in
okay,
the hobby, maybe
that's
the
fair.
easier the grok
Yeah.
would
I had
be
the same
for you,
experience
too.
as he did, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, why is this so complicated when it's a card game?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't understand. Like,
Yeah.
that was like literally the first couple weeks that I had started really gaming. And you weren't even playing in that game. I was playing with somebody else at Steph's house.
Ian says the iconography is excellent. So,
Yeah.
again, somebody who's an expert in his craft. There you go.
So it's really funny. I played Roll for the Galaxy before I played Race for the Galaxy.
Okay.
Same, I did also.
Because I think it sort of came out
It was hot
relatively
Yeah,
close to
right.
when I started playing
Yeah,
games.
sure.
And one of my friends got it, and we played it a few times, and I was like, this seems pretty good. I'm digging this. Is fine.
Right.
But I was never going to be like, oh, I should probably buy this one, or like, this is amazing. And then finally played Race for the Galaxy, and I was like, man, this is so much better. And I know not everybody feels that way, but I just think there's just so much more to this one. And I like right away I was like, oh, this is awesome. And because I'd played Roll, I think the rules just like
Yeah.
were,
And Ian says, I think Race's reputation about being hard to learn is a hangover from earlier days, which kind of piggybacks on what you said, that because games tend to be more complex than they were.
yeah.
And so that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Yeah.
And your tolerance for heavy.
100%.
I think even people, new people coming in have a higher tolerance than.
Yo, yeah, I
It's like
think
they're
so.
coming in and they're like,
Yeah.
heavy, and I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
right, yeah, right.
Okay.
So where do you fall on that? Do you like it?
It's all right. I don't. The problem is, the other people are very versed in this game, so I tend to fall in line with New Frontiers because I like the Puerto Rico follower, and I like the building up, and it has some of those same elements. Obviously, it's a totally different game.
Yeah.
But I like being in that world. I don't necessarily. Maybe I need to play Race again because I haven't played it in 7 years. So.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there's in the pantheon, if you will, of the Race universe, you could argue Puerto Rico, San Juan, Race, New Frontiers, Roll for the Galaxy,
Jump Drive, the city.
Jump Drive. Oh, I like
and
Jump Drive.
right.
Yeah.
Do you like any of those?
Oh, I
Because again,
yes.
you are out of all of us far and away the expert here.
Puerto
So
Rico, I haven't played often enough.
Okay,
I
yeah.
should. It doesn't. San Juan, I quite enjoy, but
yeah, same one I think is
yeah.
pretty great.
New Frontiers is my second favorite of the bunch.
Okay.
I really do enjoy how that develops. Like the follow action, I think is really well done. Yeah, it is. I guess it's Puerto Rico in space. That's,
Okay, yeah.
The Roll, I'm not as fan of.
See, for me, my experience with Roll for the Galaxy was people using like dishes to roll the dice in.
Very loud.
I know it sounds stupid. I'll admit that, but my memory, that was so off-putting and so like nails on a chalkboard that I can't do Roll anymore because of that. And again, not to harp on what Ian's saying, but he was like, yeah, Race ruins Roll for me. I could have played 10 games of Race while everyone's dicking about with the dice.
Roll is longer than
Yeah.
than you want it to be.
It is. It is.
And,
Right.
So,
yeah.
and Jump Drive, I really do enjoy, but I actually prefer the City more, which is Jump Drive's predecessor.
What
Okay.
is the city?
The City is a simpler version of Jump Drive. Or even Jump Drive is a simple game, but I think
Okay.
the fact that you have the two options in Jump Drive is good, but the City is just
It's so fast,
It's so
Jump
straight.
Drive,
It's
too.
just so straightforward.
So quick.
Okay.
I have both the original version of the City, which is like German small box, like no thanks box size, and the new edition that came out like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and yeah.
So you said 15,500 plus?
Yes, and I don't know if anybody's done the math on that, but it is a lot of time.
Assuming 3 minutes per game.
Yes.
Somebody do the math for us, please. And so your number one game of all time, of right now, and really of all time,
Yeah.
is?
Race for the Galaxy.
All right. People are struggling trying to come up with your number
No, I
one,
got
dude.
it.
Did they?
Yeah.
All right. What you got?
My number one's Agricola.
Misery Farm, baby.
All right, so it's turn 11. And you've got 5 clay rooms.
You have 5.
One farm plot and no fences, right? And you're all sitting around looking and you're like, this is a game about farming? Why didn't we build any fences or, plow any land? And then explodes out, right? It can be that game.
That
right?
works.
It can.
It
can also be a
for
game
Ken.
where you slowly but surely build out, farm some wheat, buy a nice oven, and do some real farming. This game demands of you that you understand your cards and then act accordingly. That sounds simple, but it is
Anything but.
very, very difficult every time because, of course, it is the tightest worker placement game I can think of.
Yes.
And other players are also trying to do the things that their cards are telling them to do.
Which may conflict.
Yeah. I am sad that the revised edition of this does not play 5 because I think it actually plays great at 5
Okay.
in the original edition.
Oh.
Okay.
But it also plays great at 4, 3, and 2.
And one.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I've only played at 5 twice.
Yeah. I mean, the revised edition only plays to 4.
Oh.
So if you're playing people who play the revised
I
edition, it
played
only
it
plays
five.
I think that's actually the one I have pictured here, but
Yeah.
nonetheless, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
all right.
I played 5 once and had one solo player, and it was a nightmare.
Yeah, that's-
yeah. Again,
I was happy.
pace of play, people. Pace
Well,
of play.
I mean, you're mid-game, and like most people have 3 or 4 workers. You're maybe looking around, and you're like, okay, I've only got 4 choices with my last worker, really. But that can still take you a while to figure out. This is, I think this is a game with a ton of emergent narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Another vivid memory is like, we're playing, I think it's a 4-player game. It is turn 7, so it's the second harvest phase coming up.
I love that you have this committed to memory. Okay.
And one of the players is like, he's done all this cool stuff. He's got like a bunch of weed. He's got a bunch of vegetables. He's got some sheep and nice.
Seems good.
But we're all kind of sitting around. We're like, he never built anything to cook the food. And so we're all just kind of like seeing what's gonna happen, right? And we get to the end, and he never built a hearth or an oven.
It's important.
So we get to feeding, and I'm like, oh, I just barely made it. I got my food. And he's like, so I'm just gonna cook all these. And we're like, what are you gonna cook it in? He's like, he's like, I didn't buy an oven. And so then his wife is like sitting in the other room, and she like cracks up, and she's like, you didn't buy an oven?
She knew exactly. What if there is no oven?
Sometimes there is no oven.
There are facts.
Yeah.
So I have Misery Farm is subsistence farming in the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be hard because you were
Right.
like trying to
You're
survive.
supposed to feel the pressure every time to feed your family.
Do you? Yes.
Pretty much.
Checks out, right?
Yeah.
So my questions now, like obviously I love it. Agricola was my number 15. It is my 3rd highest ranked Uve.
Okay.
But again, it's
Sure.
number 15.
So pretty high.
Yeah. By the way, 4 years. 2007, Agricola. 2008 was Le Havre. 2009 was at the gates of Loyang. 2011 was or at Labora.
Wow.
Strong. Strong. Decks. Because in all seriousness, it feels like there's like 50 or 60 decks.
Yep.
Help?
I mean, we always just used to play with EIK,
Okay.
and that was
all of them in one deck.
that was plenty.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And just you're never going to make it all the way through that deck.
And
right?
you draft?
We would typically play, get 10, keep 7.
Okay.
Okay.
Just because it's faster.
Okay.
But drafting is also cool. I think it's easily implemented in the online, and a cool thing about the draft is that you do have that tasty extra decision of like, if I leave this card, is it going to be here when I get
Yes.
when the hand gets back to me?
Yeah. I mean, I experienced that in Border Reavers. I was like, I think this might make it around. Maybe.
Right.
Right.
So, but I'm a little agnostic on that.
Okay.
And I also think that's a place where you can handicap a little bit. Like, I think if I'm playing with new players, I'm just going to take 7 of each.
Sure.
And they can take, they can maybe take 10, keep 10. Right?
Yep.
So, because I think that flexibility matters a lot. Yeah, it's great. Growing your family matters.
Boy, in
Growing your family.
in a worker placement game, I feel like it's important.
But listen, they have
To
to have
have-
a place to sleep, so better build that extra room on your house.
Yeah. Brianna says, this game hurts my brain and my soul emotionally because I feel like I should be able to do this, and I simply cannot. I can never get the goddamn hearth.
Yeah, well,
It's all the
it sounds like you need to get more clay, Brianna.
And Ian says, Agricola is way more thematic than most thematic games because it feels desperate. It's narratively and emotionally thematic.
That's true.
Well, and I think if you play the game, if you play the game enough, you're gonna have some games where you have to take begging cards, where you can't feed your family.
Right.
And even once you get to a high enough skill level where you're not often realistically in range of not being able to feed, you're still going to carry those scars. So the threat will remain with you,
Again, there's a reason it's called Misery Farm.
Yeah.
This is arguably the most stressful, emotionally stressful game
Yeah.
that I've ever played. And I absolutely can't get enough of it. But
Yeah.
it just, for whatever reason, never hits the table. Because
I'd
The
like to
churn.
play it more.
I would
doesn't
love
the churn.
to.
Yeah,
I've only
no,
played
I-
it twice.
I
Yeah.
played it a ton back when I first got into the hobby, I think, a bunch, and then I got the Farmers in the Moor, played that once, and then the game sort of faded away because we got moved on to new things. I
Yeah.
want to play the base game. I want to play Farmers in the Moor more. It's an excellent game that it totally warrants more play.
Yeah. I like this is John, make sure this is high on the list.
Well, so and just to like for clarity's sake, so this is the first modern board game that I played.
Okay.
Where a person I met here was like, "Would you be interested in like playing like grown-up board games?" And I'm like, "Sure." He's like, "We bought this game called Agricola. We haven't played it yet, but like we're gonna try it out." I was like, "Sure, let's do it." And then that was the only game we had. Feels very much like I'm talking about like the 1930s or something. We just had like a hula hoop. That's all we had. That was the only game we had, so we just played that game like once a week for like a year. And so
Wow.
that's a reason why.
Wow, you're really good at it.
Well, it's a reason why I love it.
Yeah. And here, I've only played it 10 times at most, and that's
Yeah.
over the course of the last decade. So I'm not good. Things aren't obvious. I don't know the right thing, but I don't care. Surviving and scoring positively in this game feels so damn good. I'm good with that. So again, it's all about goals. Like that's what my goal is. And the tightness in this game just doesn't bother me like it does in like a Terra Mystica. And this is, like you said, there is no tighter game, worker placement wise, than this. This is viticulture, but without Tuscany.
You know, because of the way the cards work.
Yeah.
The economy is super duper dynamic, right? You might come into a game and be like, well, I've really got to focus on reed, got to make sure I get reed so I can get those rooms built. And then that person plays a minor improvement that means they don't really need reed. And that person plays a minor improvement that means they don't really need reed. And all of a sudden how much reed would you like?
Yeah.
Just take it whenever you want it, right?
Yeah. Right.
And that is why this game never plays the same twice. And being able to react to the economy of the game and still get what your cards tell you to get that's the key to the game, and it's a challenge every time.
Yep.
It's great. Will never get old for me.
Feed and Heat, i.e. Farmers of the Moor.
I think it falls into that class of like great expansion that you totally don't need.
I think it makes the game universally better, but it's not required.
Interesting.
But it definitely makes it better.
Better because...
Okay, a couple things. One, the feed and heat. In Base Agricola, you just have to feed your people. In Farmers of the Moor, you also have to heat your buildings. So it's more stress in that regard, but And
am I remembering right that it actually incentivizes stone because stone costs less to heat too? Is that right?
I think so. There are horses in that in Farmers of the Moor that, and I got it. I'm rusty as hell.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking that, and I should have looked this up before we streamed tonight. I apologize. The benefits of Farmers of the Moor, but it's a universal, well-regarded, absolutely.
Yeah.
Get it? But if you don't throw a fit and be like, oh, I don't want to play Agricola. Play Agricola.
Yeah, it's also got a little extra mechanical MacGuffin where there's some actions that don't require a worker.
Right.
It means, though, that if you do that, you're not placing a disc. So somebody else might beat you to a spot that you need.
Right.
But if you wait, there are fewer of those cards than there are players. I think there's like n-1.
Okay.
So it adds the decision of like, do I want to take this action that's pretty cool, but it might mean I don't get the space I want, or I want to get the space I definitely want. Maybe it means I don't get the free action. So it's cool. I like it. For me, I think they're like two different games, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't see it as being like a need, but it's fun. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Agricola.
Agricola. That's my number one.
All right.
It's a great game.
Derek. A lot of people are all over the place. I don't know that anybody got yours.
Yeah, well, my game is a race game. By Stefan Feld.
Race for the Galaxy?
Yeah.
It's not by Stefan Feld.
I will still play it. I will play it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. My number one is Oracle Delphi. You're racing around the Aegean Sea, I think, trying to complete 12 tasks for Zeus. Three tasks are similar. There's 3 similar tasks for each one of the buckets of tasks, and you're going to move around the board and try to have the best Euro game move, which means you can possibly do more than one task in a turn. You're going to have some gods to help you out in this. You're going to fight some things, which is really like die rolling, because you'll be able to drop off some statues and gain some abilities that could help you on your way. You can say Ken was in a certain part of the board and you liked it more, and then you can just make your way over there and take advantage of what's going on over there and pop your way out. I love puzzles. I love racing. I love the allocation of dice and rolling the dice and just whatever you're going to do. And then every once in a while, the monster just punches you in the face for no apparent reason. And you have to mitigate that weirdness that just happens.
I don't want to get slayed either, man.
And it just seems like it happens. You're just going along and all of a sudden, psh, and then you just got to keep working it, and hopefully you can negate that. So it's a Feld that kind of fell off a lot of people's radars when it first came out, because it's not like any other Feld.
Yeah.
It is a race game, pure and simple, 7 to 10 turns, and what you can do in those turns is what makes the game. It does run a little long because people can get AP. They're like, do I go over here or do I go over there? Because the game itself, the board state is and it changes every time because it's a totally modular board, and the way that everybody has their tasks are exactly the same. So you need to get the red statue, and I need to get the red statue. We're all doing the exact same things in the same map. So how you track out and how you plan your voyage and whether or not you can roll those dice are all dependent on the game. It's super stressful and super fun.
Yeah, this was my 29.
Okay.
I love it. It's a race game, yes, but well, I think I dislike like racing games, but I don't hate race games.
Okay, can you
Literally
Yeah.
track.
Oh, okay,
Literal
okay.
track.
All right. Okay. So
so-
like chariot race, no, but race, first one to do something, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I think I tend
I
to
mean,
like
Race for the Galaxy is in some ways a race game, right?
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
because
Fastest points.
yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Or developments.
but-
Or,
Right, yeah,
yeah.
sure.
That
makes sense.
Sort of.
Yeah.
It's like slow your roll.
It's an
but
in-game trigger. Yeah.
Everything's a race game, I guess.
And everything's debatable.
So yeah, like that. So we talked about this last time. I think the trying to make do with the dice you roll, and trying to make sure that you set up for any of the possibility of what you might roll is really
Like
important.
mitigation?
Yeah, mitigation. But like also, if you get two dice that are colors adjacent to what you need, that's okay. If you have a dice that's opposite what you need, hopefully you set yourself up for that, right? Like there's less of those. What are those tiles called? Like a favor tiles, right? I think those are called. You can't get a ton of those. You can get some of them, but you can't get a ton of them, right? So that's the dice mitigation, and yeah, the game's it's a really a fun little game that I think is underappreciated. If people are willing to go with that particular way, the way the game ends, if they're if they're willing to accept that, which I think some people might bounce off of, I think it's totally worth playing.
So, no interest, but I am down for it.
You have or have not played?
I have played it once.
Okay.
And to be fair, I think I unfairly judged it because at the very beginning, Derek's like, okay, this is a race game. You're probably not going to like it. And so that I was like, you know what? Yeah. And I almost so I want to give it another try. It's your number one game, but also like I hear it has like it's a dice placement game. Like there's a lot of reasons I should like it. So I'm willing to give it some more love and try.
Do you know it?
Yeah, I do. It is like the least Feld game,
right, yeah.
Okay.
right? Which like
That's a positive.
that's a plus for me. It's
right,
one, yeah. So I didn't put any Feld games in my top 50, but it's one of the three that I considered. It's a kick. I love the theme. I've had a lot of fun with it when I played it. I think I've maybe played it twice. So
Cool. So, Derek, this should make you feel good. Roarmouth says, Derek, I've never played it, and you have completely sold me. I just added it to my playlist.
Oh.
And Zach says, Derek could sell sand in a desert. I've added like 5 games to my list to buy.
Oh, geez.
So,
well, I'm
there
not
you go.
trying to have you buy it. I would like you to play it and then see if you like
Right,
it.
yeah.
And go forward.
And also, Fernando, it's bizarre how diverse this hobby is. We have 4 people choosing 50 games each. We have the herd with pretty similar taste overall, and still a lot of number ones are not on our lists, right?
Oh yeah.
So that's and people are asking about Barrage. I haven't played it since we streamed it, and we streamed it eons ago. So that's all. Just got lost in the mix for
I played
me.
it once. It was a bad experience. I should
And
go back.
Okay.
Black Angel
Yeah,
was
I
mentioned
feel the
from me a
same
few
way.
times. I love Black Angel, and it would be in my top 50, and it would be much higher, but I can't get anybody to play it with me.
I play it with you.
I totally would.
Uh-oh.
It's when Ian was in his fuchsia phase.
I think I Golden Elephant shortlisted it
I did
that
also.
year.
I would
Yeah.
love to play it more, but now I know that's great, because I would.
Yeah,
would love to
I
get it.
totally would be down for it
All
too.
right, cool.
So yeah. All right, my number one shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, and it's Texas Hold'em. No, see, here's the problem. It would be poker.
Sure.
But the problem to me is it's not a board game. It's a card game, but not really. It's a gambling game. Because if you're not wagering money on it, it kind of loses
Okay.
all incentive.
All right.
So that's why it's not number one. It would be. I used to play professionally. I played literally probably over 3 million hands
So
in my
instead,
life.
it's the gang.
No.
Didn't even make the top 50, but maybe the next one.
It might be in my top 100. It is. To the surprise of no one, it's Age of Steam. Now, here's the thing.
It hasn't always been your number one, right?
It hasn't. And I think it was my last time. Now, I did not copy my last list. It wasn't anything like that. I actually did this. I looked at my last list just after and I talked about this in the last time when we did the 21 through 50, how I went about making my list. Age of Steam, I don't want to play it terribly often. We play it more than I want to. I don't want to play it as much as we do. It is unquestionably the single greatest system ever designed in board games. Is it the best game? No, but it is the best system because you can change. There are 250, 280 maybe at this point. Some unpublished. Let's call it 240 published maps out there. All of them work. All of them arguably are pretty good. Although we're playing one Saturday, we'll talk.
Not necessarily.
Not super in love with, but minor changes. Some are major, but minor changes on the map or on a rule, and it completely revolutionizes and completely changes the game. And there is no system out there that does that. Yeah, I hear you. I'm sure some people are screaming 18xx, not to the degree that this does, and not to the minor level to make as big of a small change, big difference. And I think this is the best auction game, not a pure auction game, but I think it's the best auction game out there. And there is not a single time in the 100+ times I've played Age of Steam, probably 200, that it hasn't been miserably difficult decisions in the best way the entire length of the game, unless I just screwed myself or got screwed, whatever.
Sure.
Age of Steam, by far the best system in board games. It's my favorite game with the caveat that I would like to play it probably once every 2 months. But we play it more because, A, y'all like it more than, arguably, you want it played more than I do, and y'all want it played more than I do. So that's why. So, yeah, I don't like it as much as y'all think. It's just, we play it a lot.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't played it recently and want to play it again, but it's been 3 to 4 weeks since we last played it. So
It's your number 6.
it's my number 6, yes.
My
Right.
number 9.
There you go. Right.
Yeah, no, that exactly what you said. Like the system is amazing.
Yes.
The flexibility that is in there to be creative in ways that people are due, like Joshua and Hero and every there's been so many interesting maps that we played. And not all of them are like amazing, but they all have something that's worth trying. And just the core system, this auction that can be ridiculous, like it was the last game we played, which is I don't know what you all were doing, messed me up completely. Jeez. And then the map is just as everybody says it's in the auction. The map play is super important too, right?
Yeah.
You need to make sure that you set yourself up to get the appropriate links and access to the cubes. Try to stay out of the way, hopefully, of people, or get in the way of people, depending on what's necessary at the time, right? I love this game. I hope to eventually be as consistent as you and Martin at it are, but
I feel like I finish middle of the pack far more than you think I do. I don't. I think honestly, I think the Martins are arguably the best two in our group at the game.
Well, Martin,
I really do.
Martin F.
Yeah,
has
the elder.
Yes, has he's the only one who I think has really mastered the low share live with going late a lot approach.
If it works, like there are times like he just gets housed because
There
of it.
are,
Yeah,
but
but
like-
I agree with that. Totally.
Yeah, I think that's a. I aspire to be able to do that, but I
Yeah.
can't figure out a way to do Age of Steam without bidding aggressively.
Yeah.
So, but it's cool. Like just to think about, like, so if you didn't change any rules, but you just had a map where all the cities were at least 4 hexes apart, that totally changes the incentive structure. All of a sudden, engineer is massively important.
Yes.
Maybe you can urbanize and get there with some towns.
Right.
Right? Like, but now locomotive is probably the third piece taken every time instead of the first or the second, at least in the early rounds. And like, think about what a different game that is, right? And you didn't change any of the rules; you just have a different map. That is, I think, what's cool about the system is that like something that like a really minor change has a massive impact on the incentives of the game. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is just a marvelous design, development. Gonna leave that alone. Derek doesn't play Age of Steam.
I'm gonna try it this year because you know what?
Okay, all right.
Listening to you right now makes me want to play it. So I'm gonna play. It's not my jam. It's
Right.
but I think I need to at least experience it.
Yeah.
I have actively avoided putting Derek on any stream because he tells me I don't want to play it. So that's why you haven't seen him. But yeah, I think doing so it'll a 4 or 5 player.
Well, I can play it without being on the stream, and then
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
also. But unless the herd wants to see me play the game, then I will.
Oh, of
play
course
the
they
game.
do. I mean, they love you. That said, there is, because it is such a broad system, matching the player count to the map is imperative. I cannot stress that. If you play with too fewer players than what the map says or too many, it will not be a pleasant experience in either direction. It will either be way too wide and way too easy and just like boring, or impossible, quite literally, and people will get eliminated in more than they should be. So there is a spreadsheet. Go look at any of our Age of Steam streams. I've linked it on just about all of them, if not all. You can reference number of players, what map. A lot of the maps are out of print, sorry, but there are constantly new maps being designed. Hero, Joshua Acosta at Neon Comet, Albin Viard still is designing them. Ted Alspach has gotten out of the map game, but he has there are a bunch of redraws out there, and obviously Eagle Griffin is constantly churning out every year new maps as well as reprinted maps. And shout out to my buddy Ian, who made what is now the great baseline for graphic design for what Age of Steam maps look like going forward. And I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And also the acrylic tiles, kind of like Farmers of the Moor, not necessary, but they absolutely benefit the game.
I want to play with those acrylic tiles.
Yeah, they're really good. They really are.
If I'm playing, I'm playing
Yeah.
with those acrylic tiles.
Fernando, we're not pranking you. We really didn't have any coins in our top 50.
Yes, we're gonna talk about this on Thursday.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about it on Thursday when I do my 51 to 100.
Yeah.
And I'll explain why, at least from my point. I'm doing that solo. You're not gonna hear. These guys only made top 50s. I wasn't gonna ask them to do more than that.
Yeah.
And 51 to 100 right now is alphabetical. Deal with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna talk about the coin stuff.
Yeah, I will say for me,
but
I
yeah,
don't
feel free.
have a lot of reps in. I've enjoyed my plays so far, but not enough plays of any one game to put on the list.
And coin's not a system for me. Like it's I do not like games that are strictly, well, not strictly. It's not at all. That fall into the bucket where a part of the game is just a push pull. Like I do this, someone reacts by doing the opposite. I know
that's how pretty much all those work.
it's more than that, but that is a major part of it, and I just that doesn't interest me.
I'm intrigued by war games and being around the older gamers that love the war games. I was always expecting like the cover that you had earlier. I've seen them play that multiple times, and I've wanted to play that one. The one with the Asian looking cover. I saw that at Joe's house. the Japanese. looking cover.
Sekigahara?
Ah, that's it. Yeah, Sekigahara. Yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic block war game. Really great.
I wanted to play that one, but
There are definitely more war games in my 51 to 100 by the way as well, and war game adjacent stuff.
I just want to play a block game just in
Yeah,
general.
for sure. So that's 11 hours.
Nice short stream tonight.
Oh my God, I have no idea how that went that long.
Yeah,
But
make it
you
a
know what?
podcast.
I hope y'all enjoyed it. A massive thank you to these guys. That was above and beyond 11 hours in the last 3 days talking about board games. But if there isn't something here you like, then we ain't it for you. I'm sorry.
And obviously, our 51 to 100, there's a lot of games that we do love that aren't in our top 50, because 50 games is really hard. So, I mean, so many things dropped out of that. I have like 25 games that literally were there just not making it.
Yep.
So please like and subscribe. Really does help the channel. You could go the extra mile and join the herd. We got our Patreon drive going on. Patreon.com/HCHQ. You get benefits, Slack channel, the community, which really showed up and showed out. Y'all, awesome job tonight. Thank you so much. Set the record. We've never had over 300 people on a stream live. That's
Amazing.
I damn
Amazing.
near I damn near cried when I saw that. I was like, look, like that was amazing. I would love that to become the norm. It won't, because people love lists, but I would love for it to. So you get access to that, and you get access to all the patron only streams. We did one of this, which is Stressbotics Odyssey the other night, where we got 2 more coming up this week.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
Patreon only.
Yeah, tomorrow night. In fact, be your pioneer. So that's it. These guys got to work tomorrow. I mean, I do too, but it's amazing. So I'm Edward.
Derek.
Shrey?
Ken.
All right. Y'all have a great night. Thanks again for showing up and showing out. Y'all take care. Thanks. Good night.